Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The bright moon lit up the sky. Many knights began to run to attack, shouting that they would destroy the demon. The guy suddenly jumped up and started running towards them. White light remained behind the guy. He approached the knight, and there was red mana behind him. The guy launched a powerful magical attack at the warriors. He began to run across the battlefield, leaving pink mana behind him. An aura enveloped his body. The ground beneath the knight's feet suddenly shook. The ground began to split, and energy broke through it. The warriors were taken aback by what was happening. The guy sent a huge flow of energy towards them. Blood was dripping from his mouth. Leaning on his sword, he crouched down. The guy suddenly opened his eyes, and gusts of wind swirled around him. He held the sword in his hand. The guy turned his gaze to the side. He saw a girl standing in front of him. Looking at the guy, she asked why he did this. She asked him with an angry look why he made a deal with the devil and why he betrayed them. Holding the blade in front of him, Kevin looked at her silently. He looked up and asked about betrayal. Grinning, the protagonist supposed that it looked like that to them, but he did not betray them. Standing in a cloud of dust, the girl listened to him attentively. Kevin said that they betrayed him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Taken aback, he said that everything started after the crash landing. A bright blue beam was in front of Kevin's eyes. The protagonist saw a message that he cleared the first part of Inner Lunatic. Sitting at the computer, he noted that it was not bad. He looked at the ashtray and said that this time he got a lot of loot and he managed to complete hidden tasks. He looked at the list of his tasks in the game. Looking at the calendar, Kevin noted that except for the fact that he was going to die next month. The plot takes us back 2 years. The doctor looked at the protagonist's X-ray. Sitting opposite him, he asked Kevin not to panic and just listen. The protagonist's face was dumbfounded. The sunlight enveloped the tall building. Kevin sat on the chair and looked at the document. He received a call asking if the protagonist had already been to 2 hospitals and if he had come from the university hospital. He was told that they had done many tests but had gotten the same results. Kevin was desperate. He heard on the phone that they could prescribe him some painkillers that he would take when the pain became too much. The protagonist lowered his hand down. He opened the bottle of painkillers. Kevin dropped the pills on the floor. Sitting on the chair, he said that 2 years had already passed. He looked away. The protagonist saw many bags of garbage. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hands. Kevin was shocked. There were traces of blood on his hand. He wondered if he was really going to die soon. Wiping his mouth with his hand, the protagonist thought that nothing would change just because he was thinking about it. A notification came to his phone. Kevin picked up the phone. He saw a message from the university hospital. He swiped his finger across the screen. Looking at the messages from the hospital, the protagonist noticed that despite this, he had no one to talk to. Sighing, Kevin stated that no one had contacted him since his memory loss and he had no one to contact either. Looking at the bloody napkin, the protagonist said that he could not go anywhere in his current state. He began to put the phone on the table. He began to look at the many leaflets. Kevin crumpled all the leaflets. He threw them across the room. The protagonist looked down. Beads of sweat were running down his face. He saw a message on the screen asking if he wanted to start a new game. Kevin assumed that was all he had to do. He clicked that he wanted to start the game and came up with a name for his character. The protagonist, looking exhausted, asked what kind of character he should create this time. He looked at the loading screen. Looking at the screen, Kevin said that he had a choice of a genius with mana sensitivity and a genius of combat and swordsmanship. The protagonist was surprised. He began to study the message that if he chose 2 or more genius traits, penalties would be imposed and he must choose only one genius trait or not choose at all to avoid penalties. His negative traits were that he was terminally ill. Kevin sat silently at the computer. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that he was terminally ill and his character was the same. He saw a notification asking if he wanted to start the game with the selected character. He was holding the computer mouse in his hand. Kevin suddenly became afraid. Streams of blue mana appeared in front of him. He began to fall out of his chair. The image on the monitors was blurry. The protagonist was lying on the floor and shaking. Looking at the message that the character was successfully created, he thought he had gotten used to death, but he wanted to die as he wanted. Suddenly, a message popped up saying that the character's name was forcibly changed. A bright light enveloped the room. Kevin squeezed his hand. He suddenly woke up on a bed. He got out of bed and tried to catch his breath. A drop of sweat was running down his face. Looking around the room, Kevin said that this was the place. The protagonist began to walk around the room. He passed by the balcony. Kevin looked at the mirror and was very surprised. Raising his hand to the mirror, the protagonist mentally noted that he had become the worst character. He was at a loss. He imagined 3 people crossing blades and thought that this was a character from the third dark famous family of Inner Lunatic, closely related to the most terrible criminal organization in the world, Lunatic, the youngest of 5 siblings in the Reinharber family. As Kevin studied the room, he noticed that the Reinharber family had produced talented children who had excelled in magic and swordsmanship for centuries, but his character was the only one in the family who had no talent. An image of his character appeared in the protagonist's imagination. Looking at the statue, he thought that his character began to resent the world due to his lack of talent and ended up signing a contract with the devil, which was forbidden, and thus became the worst villain in the history of the Inner Lunatic. Holding his face, Kevin asked if this was a dream. He stood in front of the mirror. He saw many messages about his characteristics. Smiling, the protagonist asked if there was a status window. Dumbfounded, he asked what was wrong with his characteristics and why he only had 2 units of stamina. He began to study his negative traits. Dumbfounded, Kevin wondered if this was the character he created. Holding the projection in his hands, the protagonist asked if he was terminally ill in real life and should he be terminally ill again now. Kevin seriously noted that he did not know why he did it, but looking back, he thought he did. He imagined his real image and emphasized the fact that he wanted to create a character that was like him. Thinking back to when he was sitting at the computer, Kevin noted that the terminally ill character was dying and had no one to rely on. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that he did not know that he would become this character. A notification popped up that there was one unread message in the mailbox. Looking at the projections, Kevin asked about the unread letter. He saw a message where he was called by his real name. The dumbfounded protagonist asked how he knew his name. He imagined a family photo and noted that Kevin was the name his parents gave him, but he did not know where they were now. Holding his hand to his face, the protagonist wondered if the being that placed him there could know about a past he couldn't remember. He saw a message that Kevin wouldn't remember him, but he had to say that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Stunned, Kevin read the messages that he had done well for the past 2 years and deserved to be there. The protagonist stood quietly in front of the projection. Kevin imagined many buildings and noted that this indicated that the world he lived in was not reality. Squinting, he asked what kind of place it was. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. The unknown person wrote to him that he couldn't tell him everything about himself yet, but hoped to help him. Frightened, Kevin asked again if they wanted to help him. He asked to join the Elden Academy to develop his strength and stay as close as possible in the main story. The protagonist imagined many guys. They wrote to him that the whole truth would be in that place. Stunned, Kevin asked how it ends. Holding his head, the protagonist said that he needed to calm down. Looking into the mirror, Kevin said that his current character had become the final boss of a game called Inner Lunatic. The saddened protagonist said that staying close to the story, no matter what he called it, was no different from just telling him to die. A greeting message appeared in his head and he noted that if Inner Lunatic was actually reality, then he couldn't refuse to regain his memories. Kevin's face was serious. He imagined the magic book and thought that he should stay close to the main story by any means. Then he would regain his lost memories and find a way to contact him in the game. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would survive and was ready to become the greatest villain if necessary. He remembered his character at the end of the game. Smiling, Kevin said that if he thought about it, not much had changed compared to his reality. He sat opposite the doctor and noted that 2 years ago when he lost his memories from the beginning, he was a terminally ill patient and every second was a countdown to his death and he spent his time in fear. Wondering when he would die, and the only thing that had changed was the environment, he found himself in a world he was quite familiar with. Kevin stood in the middle of the room. He saw today's date. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reported that in addition, his death had also changed. Looking away, Kevin asked if he would start the 28th attempt. He opened the door from the room. His hand suddenly began to hurt. The protagonist suddenly froze and was surprised. He saw a message that he had suffered a level 1 wrist sprain and due to the effect of a minor affliction, he must rest a lot to recover. Walking down the hallway, Kevin wondered what kind of fragile body this was. He collided with a maid. The dishes fell to the floor and broke. The maid was sitting on the floor among the broken dishes. The dumbfounded servants asked if this was the young master. Holding his hand, Kevin cried out that it hurt. He looked at the girl with a serious expression and mentally asked if this was Monica. Dumbfounded, Monica began to scream that she was sorry for hurting him. He imagined her talking to another maid and noted that Monica was not the main character but always talked behind his character's back. Monica looked at him with an innocent face. Smiling, Kevin said that he would let her go this time. He noted with a satisfied look that if she made the same mistake again. Monica began to cry. Looking up, the protagonist thought that it had become quiet around them. The dumbfounded servants looked at him. They were at a loss. Standing up, Kevin thought that he was the family trash. Monica wondered where the protagonist was going so early in the morning. Kevin said with a serious look that he was going to the training room. The servants were taken aback by what he heard. Smiling, the protagonist asked Monica to follow him. She was dumbfounded by this and in her mind wondered if Kevin was going to beat her with a wooden sword. They walked down the street and looked at a huge building. Monica walked next to the protagonist. She was suddenly taken aback and looked at Kevin's back. The protagonist calmly noted that the first thing he had to do was survive. After standing at death's door, he was even more confident. Kevin remembered how he fell off his chair in real life. Tears were streaming down his face. Looking around the yard, the protagonist emphasized the fact that first, in order to survive, he had to quickly adapt to the circumstances he found himself in. Putting his hand to his chin, Kevin said out loud that it did not mean there was no chance. Monica was surprised by his talk. The protagonist presented the map and noted that as a professional who had completed this game 27 times, he not only knew the hidden secrets of the game. Looking up, he asked for the status window to appear. A picture of an angelic and demonic wing near a golden shield appeared in his mind. Kevin emphasized the fact that this game is demonic and divine, this game where the main conflict is with the Empire, and has numerous fandoms around the world. The protagonist stood around the constellations. Kevin thought about what was special about this game. He had different development paths with countless combinations of characteristics. The protagonist presented various tokens and noted that there were many low-ranking characteristics and rare and common ones that could be selected. The token suddenly began to glow with a golden light. Kevin noted that there were also genius characteristics, only one of which could be selected. Walking down the street next to Monica, he added that genius characteristics made it easier to develop abilities, but he chose two. The protagonist's face was calm. He presented his character's statistics and noted that it was because there were penalties in this game. There was a system that applied more and more penalties if the limit was exceeded. And the more characteristics were selected, the higher the limit, which is why he was able to choose two genius characteristics. Kevin imagined the guy swinging his blade and saying that he was a genius of the sword and martial arts and could use swords and other bladed weapons, and this characteristic helped him reach the peak of basic martial arts. The guy was enveloped in fiery energy. The protagonist thought that the genius of mana sensitivity increased his sensitivity to magic and helped him achieve maximum efficiency in mana circulation. Kevin said with his hand on his chin that there were many more useful things. He imagined the guy's gaze and thought that the mind's eye allowed him to see the status window of other characters thanks to the protagonist's advantage. People began to clap for Kevin while he thought that the master of acting, as the name suggests, increased acting skills. Walking through the courtyard, the protagonist reasoned that the steel mentality allowed him to maintain a calm mind in battle or in dangerous situations, but the problem was the negative characteristics. Kevin was stunned to see that he was terminally ill. He looked at all his negative characteristics. The protagonist smiled and remarked that he was like a walking hospital room. His legs were blue from the cold. Kevin emphasized the fact that with cold hands and feet, it is almost impossible to even enter cold areas without a warming skill. Standing in public, the protagonist began to faint. Holding his head, Kevin assumed that there was nothing he could do about it. Standing in front of a tall building, the protagonist decided that he would solve everything one by one. Monica watched him and mentally asked if Kevin really intended to enter the training hall. She was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist looked at the building with a calm expression. Monica stood behind him. Kevin opened the gate to the training hall. He imagined a fiery skull and noted that the curse of exhaustion is a strong innate curse of exhaustion is placed on the player's body, the growth speed is reduced by half, and the player becomes twice as vulnerable to enemy debuffs. Kevin raised the wooden blade above his head. Holding the sword with both hands, the protagonist mentally noted that no matter how much he thought about it, the result is always the same. Kevin was exhausted after the first swing of the blade. He realized that he was in trouble. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and his expression was frightened. He threw the blade to the side. The exhausted protagonist could not stand it and fell to the floor. He noted that no one knew that this curse was so wretched. Sunlight enveloped the room. Lying on the floor, Kevin emphasized that at least there were plenty of weapons. He presented the coat of arms of his family and said that after all, the history of the Rheinhafer family began with a sword, and when it comes to this family, despite many positive statements, they are best described by the title of the Great House of the Blade and Darkness, which they earned for combining sword skills with dark magic to destroy enemies. The protagonist looked away and sighed. He imagined how dark mana emanated from the guy and noted that it was all thanks to the commander's sword, also known as the Tyrannical Blade of Darkness. The stranger was holding a large dark sword in his hands. Kevin reasoned that this technique was passed down from head to head, and the tradition was still preserved. Holding his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that this did not apply to him and that there were other advantages of aristocratic origin in addition to sword skills, for example, money. The room he was sitting in was shining brightly. Smiling, Kevin said that money was the coolest thing. He imagined gold coins falling from the sky and noted that the Reinhafers were one of the greatest families in the history of the empire, and they were simply indecently rich, so much so that even their useless offspring had enough money to never work. Kevin continued to sit on the floor. The protagonist imagined the man's face and assumed that it was most likely Theo, his character's father, who was not at all interested in how the money was spent there. A picture of his face on the coat of arms appeared in Kevin's mind. He began to get up from the floor. He held his shaking knees with his hands. Smiling, the protagonist noted that until Monica completed the task, he could not even run away. The plot takes us back a few minutes. Kevin watched Monica. There was a teapot and a cup on the tray. Monica closed her eyes and said that his wooden sword, towel, and water were ready. Monica opened her eyes and wondered if the protagonist was really going to train. Kevin started waving his hand and asked her to come to him. Monica, scared, asked why she should come. Frowning, the protagonist asked what she was talking about. Kevin grabbed her ear. Leaning over, the protagonist whispered something to her. Monica's scream could be heard in the room. Monica, taken aback, asked if Kevin wanted to use all the money to drink all sorts of nasty things. Closing his eyes, the protagonist ordered her to shut up and go do her job. Monica quickly started walking out of the training room. The sound of her footsteps could be heard in the room. Looking at the blade lying on the floor, Kevin thought that he didn't know how quickly she could do it, but it would definitely be ready by tomorrow. He walked over to the tray and started pouring water into the glass. While sipping his tea, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he needed to do something about the curse and his stamina. The man walked up to him and greeted him, which took Kevin by surprise. He looked at the man with a surprised expression. The plot introduces us to the head butler, Jonathan, one of the managers of the Reinhafer estates. He cannot be treated as you please. Holding the papers in his hands, Jonathan adjusted his monocle. Kevin noted that this was the advisor to his character's father and the head of the family, Theo. Jonathan was kneeling in front of Theo. The protagonist's hand began to shake. He noted that this was one of the hardest tests on his path. Kevin looked at Jonathan with a serious expression. Looking away, the protagonist wondered if Jonathan noticed something strange, adding that he would usually not pay attention to him. Putting his mug on the saucer, Kevin thought that he would fix everything now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if Jonathan's duties included serving directly to the head of the family. Bowing his head, Jonathan said that he had received an order and had come to deliver news to him. He calmly stated that he had to notify him that the protagonist would be attending dinner tonight. Smiling, Kevin began to tremble and wondered in his mind if he was being dragged to dinner while he still knew nothing about this family. The protagonist asked him to tell him that he would not be able to today. Jonathan listened to him silently. Sighing, Jonathan said that a lady from the Stilliner family had arrived. She was there to undergo nightly training. He imagined a girl enveloped in fiery mana, standing in front of Kevin. He noted that if he did not come, he was sure that the master would be angry. Looking away, the protagonist agreed to come. Jonathan was surprised by this. Watching him, he said that something had changed in Kevin. The protagonist asked if he wanted to say something. Jonathan extended his hand and said that he had never liked swords, but he had come to the hall on his own today. Standing in front of Kevin, Jonathan asked if he could find out the reason. Looking at him, the protagonist asked to let him clarify something. Frowning, Kevin ordered him not to dare put himself above his masters, adding that he was just a butler. The protagonist began to walk away from him and noted that whatever he did or thought about, it was none of Jonathan's business and he would decide everything himself. Jonathan listened to him silently. Bowing, he apologized to Kevin. He watched as the protagonist left the training hall. Looking at the gate, Jonathan asked if Kevin noticed anything, noting that he needed to report to the head. The blue sky surrounded the estate. The protagonist closed the door to his room. Dumbfounded, Kevin thought that he did not expect that such a thing could happen. Looking away, he said that he wondered how it would end if the possession was activated. He asked about the young lady of the Stilliner family with a serious expression. An image of a red-haired girl appeared in his mind. Night fell. Sitting at the table, the guy said that even a fool came and asked how to enjoy food now. Kevin silently ignored them. The guys with smirks on their faces asked the protagonist not to say that he was still attached to the family. The plot introduces us to Logan and Lucas. Stretching out his hand, Logan said that he thought he would not see Kevin's face and he still can't believe it. Smiling, Logan told Lucas that the protagonist was looking at the servants and that he was a loser. Looking away, Kevin thought that he hadn't even done anything. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The maids began to bow. The protagonist looked away. Theo entered the room and assumed that they had arrived. Kevin looked at the girl with a serious expression. Her dress was shining brightly. Theo was standing next to her and said that the young lady of the Stilliner family had requested night training, so she would be staying at the estate for a while. Logan and Lucas looked at her with a smile. Kevin stood up from the table. The plot introduces us to Lena, the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the character who stood up to the villain. Lena had a slight smile on her face. A drop of sweat was running down the protagonist's face. He reasoned that Lena was the person who would pierce him with a sword in the near future. The starry sky surrounded the estate. Theo said with a serious expression that even Kevin had visited them. The protagonist suddenly turned away. Lena was surprised by this. All the people began to eat. The twins exchanged glances with Kevin with a smile on their faces. Pointing his finger, Lucas suggested that he thought it was time to announce the decision on who would go to the academy next. The protagonist listened to them silently. Theo said, holding his chin, that it was indeed time to say so. Kevin imagined a huge castle and noted that Elden Academy was the most important location in all of Inner Lunatic. A map of the area appeared in his head and he emphasized that the students of the academy encountered various circumstances and fought demons in the academy, which is what the story was built on. Thoughtful Kevin reasoned that he should go there. He introduced the students of the academy and added that he wanted to go through the written story and find allies. Sitting at the table, Theo said that no more than 3 people from each family can get into Elden Academy. Shifting his gaze, Theo explained that this is necessary to control the influence of the nobles, and since he has already sent his first and second sons to study, their family only has 1 lucky ticket left. Theo introduced his 3 children. Smiling, the protagonist reasoned that in order to make allies, he needed this chance. Sitting in front of the children, Theo said that he decided to adhere to the old family tradition. Kevin, with a smile on his face, assumed that Theo wanted his younger sons to fight. Theo, taken aback, thought that he did not think that the protagonist would respond first. He, with a serious expression, stated that this was true and everything would be decided in exactly 1 month. The winner of the duel would be the last student of the Elden Academy. Lucas, crossing his arms, advised Kevin to keep a low profile so as not to screw up in front of everyone. Logan added that weak fools who had not held a sword in their hands would not be able to cope with them. Lena, with an interested face, looked at the protagonist. Sipping wine, the protagonist said that they would talk about it if they won. Furious, Logan asked if Kevin thought he could stand up to them. Looking at the glass, the protagonist thought that this duel was another test that he needed to pass to get into the academy, and he did not intend to listen to their mockery. He carefully examined the wine in the glass. Kevin smirked and declared that he would definitely enroll in Elden Academy. Theo stared at him in silence. The twins were furious at the protagonist's words. Lena, looking pleased, assumed that the young master was confident. Kevin looked at her in shock. Looking at the stars, the protagonist thought that he had attracted the attention of someone he shouldn't have. A light was shining from the window. Sitting at the table in front of the documents, Theo noticed that, as Jonathan had reported, something had changed in Kevin. Closing his eyes, Jonathan replied that it was true. Holding his chin, Theo mentally noted that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it, and he wondered what had affected him. He imagined a demon and wondered if this was all because of the possession. Taken aback, Theo asked Jonathan to keep an eye on him. Morning came. The protagonist was running around the courtyard of the estate. The maids watched him and whispered that he had a duel in a month. Kevin was out of breath from the exhausting run. He looked at the maids and wondered why he could hear their entire conversation. The protagonist continued to run. He saw a message that his stamina had increased by 1/10 of a unit. Kevin tried to catch his breath and thought that he was running because his main problem was stamina. He imagined the guy swinging a blade and noted that the condition for using sword and combat skills was to achieve stamina of at least level 4. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that if he were not as weak as his character, he would be able to use them at any time. He began to study all of his traits. Kevin lowered his head. Smiling, he pointed out the fact that it took him a month to raise almost 2 units. He looked at the demon with chains and thought that the curse of weakness slowed down the development by half. Standing in front of the projection, the protagonist noted that he had run so much and his stamina had only moved by 1/10. He noted that the disease also cut the effect in half, so he needed to put in 4 times as much effort as others. He studied the projection with a thoughtful look. He saw his maximum stats and reported that after so much effort, due to the restrictions, he would not be able to raise his stamina above 15. Monica was pushing a cart down the street. Closing her eyes, she said that she brought everything he asked for. Smiling, the protagonist stated that now he can at least advance a little. He brought his hand to the artifacts and wondered how he would develop stamina to level 4. Holding the vial in front of him, Kevin noted that he would simply use the knowledge from the game. The sunlight enveloped the trees. Standing indoors, Monica asked him why he needed all these things. She stood behind him and said that poison was hard to find and people avoided it. The protagonist said with a serious expression that no one knew how to use it. Surprised, Monica asked how to use it. Kevin looked at her silently and took the blue bottle. He began to drink the contents of the bottle. Dumbfounded, Monica screamed that it was poison. Frowning, the protagonist thought that it was definitely fatal. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw a message that he had encountered the poison of the 3-headed gorgon and his health would be temporarily increased by 1.5 times. He saw that there were 10 minutes left until his death. Beads of sweat were running down Kevin's hand. Monica screamed that she would call the butler. Unclenching his hand, the protagonist asked her to stop. He began to eat the second artifact. Dumbfounded, Monica began to scream that the core cannot be eaten. A notification popped up that Kevin had consumed the golem core and his body was slowly turning to stone. A message appeared that hidden information had been detected and the poison of the three-headed gorgon was reacting with the golem core. Smiling, the protagonist noted that everything was working and that was it. He imagined the golem and thought that the golem core was originally used to increase defense stats against humans or to create golems. He imagined blue snakes and noted that along with the poison of the three-headed gorgon, messages popped up that the special effect had been activated and the poison of the three-headed gorgon had been neutralized and the negative trait curse of weakness had disappeared. Kevin, with a satisfied look, emphasized the fact that this was wonderful and that he had gotten rid of the stupid curse. A frightened Monica watched him. She held her hands to her head and asked if he was okay. The protagonist began to take off his shirt. Kevin was buttoning his shirt. The maid began to look at him with confusion, not knowing how to answer this. The guy was pouring the dew of the fairy memories on himself. Kevin was smiling, saying that he had a strange feeling. Kevin was smiling, looking at the system window, which said that the blessing was absorbed until the endurance level of 5 was reached. His hand reached for the bundle. Kevin was smiling, using the scroll of rapid endurance growth. The guy was thinking that he overcame the curse, received a blessing that neutralized the debuff from the disease. The hero was holding a fist in his hands. After a while, a maid fell on the guy. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, asked the guy if he was okay. Monica screamed that she thought the hero had strange intentions since he began to change clothes. There were tears in the girl's eyes. Kevin looked at Monica with a smile, thinking that he could take it easier with her. The hero smiled, answering that he was fine. The girl screamed and asked the guy if he really didn't need help. Kevin looked at him, saying that he was sure of it. The guy smiled, answering that he would take up running. The street. The hero looked ahead tiredly. Kevin ran along the road, and Monica followed him. Someone stood behind the bars, watching the heroes. The heroine thought about something. Lena asked with bewilderment why someone so weak would start fighting against the brothers. Emma sighed and told the girl that she shouldn't stare at the young master like that. The maid angrily screamed that it was very rude. Lena looked at Kevin with bewilderment, saying that he only ran and didn't even take up the sword. Even when the knights offered to help the guy, he still refused. The heroine calmly replied that at this rate they would make a cutlet out of him. The girl was sure that everything would end like this. The grate opened slightly. Emma looked at the girl with confusion. The heroine confidently entered the estate, answering that she would be back soon. The building. The shadow stood near the guy. Kevin tiredly raised his head to the girl. The heroine with a smile on her face answered that her name was Lena. The guy looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she came to him. The hero stood up, asking Lena what she needed, since he had heard her name several times already. The girl with confusion thought about where the cold blew from. Lena thought about the guy being shocked by her beauty. The heroine confidently answered that she wanted to ask why he was so confident in winning this battle. Kevin just kept silent and said nothing. Monica calmly watched all this from the side. Lena, with a smile on her face, told the guy to ask her for help. The hero calmly asked the girl if she could leave, since he refused. The heroine angrily told the guy that this was how he responded to her good intentions. Monica watched all this with a smile on her face. The girl shouted at the guy to forget all this. Lena left, telling Kevin to do what he wanted. Monica nodded her head, telling the guy that he did not understand anything. Kevin watched her go, hoping that everything would be fine. The system windows began to show all the data and the girl's strength. The hero noticed how strong the girl was, even stronger than the man. Kevin thought about it. The guy understood that this could not be compared with the 3 sword masters of the continent. The hero understood that Lena was definitely doing well with demons. The girl's main element was fire. The fire element magic that Lena uses awakened into the attribute of white flame, which could soon burn everything around. The hero knew that if he lured the girl, the plot would change dramatically. Kevin sighed. A month passed, the estate. Lena walked through the hall. The heroine looked ahead with displeasure, not knowing what to say or do. The boys answered with smiles on their faces that they learned so quickly. One of the knights confidently said that this is expected from the talent of the Stilliner family. The heroine looked ahead thoughtfully. Her eyes were directed to the side. Lena was sitting on the floor with a broken sword and looking at her sister. The girl continued to walk. Her hand held the sword tightly. Lena thought with a sad look about whether she could become a knight. A knight should not be greedy and remain modest, risking his life for a good cause. After that, you need to learn how to wield a sword to become a worthy knight. The heroine looked away thoughtfully. The girl did not think that this could be possible. The next day, the bars of the estate. People gathered on the street. 2 guys stood opposite each other. People were watching them on the balcony. Felicia looked ahead carefully. Jonathan watched the gentleman who called him. Theodore asked with interest how this duel would end. The butler looked thoughtfully at the floor. The guy shouted loudly and asked for a moment of attention. It was a duel that would show who would go to the Elden Academy. Kevin clenched his teeth. The guys began the duel. The building. Theodore confidently waited for an answer from the butler. Jonathan calmly answered that if you take into account the master's past duels, then it is obvious that the opponent will win. The father calmly answered that he was probably right. The wife looked away attentively. The father looked at his son, realizing that he had changed, but despite this, he still would not win. The hero looked ahead, and everyone understood that this was impossible. One day, the guy also embarked on the path of a knight. The art of the sword can be winding, but also very simple. How long you trained and how you evaluate your skills, this determines your level. Theodore watched the fight, understanding that there was only one chance for the one who was far ahead to end up on his knees before the weak. The son looked at the balcony. Jonathan wondered with confusion whether the hero was born with such talent. The man looked at the master with confidence. Theodore answered with fear that there was still a chance, and despite the fact that he was the youngest child, the blood of the family still flowed in him, which meant that there was a chance that he would become the future emperor. The genius trait of swordsmanship in combat was inactive. Kevin could not understand why he was so unsuccessful. The system windows showed which effect traits were activated. The endurance indicator was equal to high indicators. Monica approached the guy. The girl tiredly asked the hero if she had to run after him. Kevin laughed, asking the girl who it would be if not her. The guy smiled, telling the heroine that this was a mission for her. Monica looked at Kevin. The girl grimaced, answering that she had bitten her tongue. The guy laughed. After some time, Kevin began to notice that the girl had good stamina, which needed to be tested. The system window showed more stamina than he did. The hero could not understand what was happening to this family. Kevin sadly said that the girl's initial stat was higher than hers, despite the fact that he was trying to raise it by any means necessary. The girl calmly answered that there was a duel tomorrow, so she needed to rest. Kevin calmly understood that he had no time left at all. His brother called the hero. Logan smiled, asking the guy why he didn't give up. The brother calmly replied that although he was a disgrace to the family, he was also the younger brother, so he couldn't be cruel to him. The guy calmly replied that he wanted to impress Lena, so he needed help. Kevin was confused as to whether he should do this. His brother's endurance was 8, so the hero understood that he wouldn't be able to win if he used conventional methods. The guy shouted that they were starting a duel. The hero calmly shouted that they both agreed to accept the result of the duel, no matter what it was. Kevin was worried. He understood that if he lost, everything would end. But at the same time, he needed to regain his memories and find out who would send him the message. The guy took the sword, realizing that he had a year left before he died. The guy asked everyone if they were ready. The duel began. The brother immediately knocked Kevin to the ground. His leg was rising up. The hero confidently looked away. Kevin quickly stood up, holding the sword in his hands. His hand was touching the sword. Logan laughed, saying that he had a good defense. The boys continued to fight. Kevin understood that if he lost, he would lose absolutely everything. The system window showed that stamina was increased. Kevin looked up. The guy began to laugh, saying that if he won, he could take everything. The brother asked in confusion about the fact that he hit him hard on the head. The brothers fought harder and harder. Felicia smiled and calmly said that she worried in vain that the younger one had changed, since the last child of this family would be her son. The brothers continued to fight. The heroine looked at the gentleman. Theodore watched the fight. The wife continued to laugh. The father could not believe that Kevin showed everything he was capable of. Everyone understood that if this continued, the hero would have to recover for a long time. The brother laughed, asking Kevin if he was tired. The ability to put everything at your feet and surpass the opponent with stunning power, dark dominant blade. Kevin sighed tiredly. Theodore could not understand what would happen. The man wanted to get up to stop all this. A system window suddenly began to appear, which showed that the guy had increased endurance. The hero began to smile. The brother laughed, asking the hero if he had completely lost his mind. The father looked at this duel with incomprehension. The guy held the sword tightly in his hands. Everyone looked at the duel in surprise. The brother laughed, and Kevin calmly answered that they say that talents and geniuses have their time. The guy smiled widely. The hero noticed that time seemed to have stopped and skills slowed down everything within her perception. Kevin calmly answered that the enemy's slow movements and acceleration are different things. The brother swung the sword upward, but Kevin understood that it was over. His hand held the weapon tightly. The guy quickly fought with his brother. Logan looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding how he was doing it. Kevin smiled sweetly, answering that he would win this duel. The sword fell to the ground. Logan held his wrist with displeasure. His hand held the sword tightly. Kevin smiled, saying that he was having a lot of fun. Logan sat there, not understanding. His brother knew that he shouldn't relax. Kevin understood that the skill only lasted for 5 minutes, so he had to finish it at all costs in that time. The hero calmly answered that he tried to be easy on his brother. The guy waved his arms, saying that it was very boring. Kevin suggested that the brothers attack together to finish it faster. Logan and Lucas didn't know what to do. Kevin looked at their father, asking him to agree to go out to fight two brothers at once. Theodore didn't know how to answer that. The butler looked at the master out of the corner of his eye. Lena, frightened, couldn't understand what the guy was doing. The gentleman noticed with a smile on his face that Kevin's energy had changed, which meant that they should watch a little longer. Theodore shouted loudly that he was giving permission for this duel. Felicia stood up from her chair in displeasure. The gentleman shouted that the boys could begin. Logan took the sword with displeasure. Lucas angrily asked himself how Kevin dared to underestimate them. The guy smiled sweetly. The brothers began to shout at him to get ready. After a while, the heroes ran towards Kevin. A real duel began. Kevin began to fight against two brothers. Logan shouted displeasedly at his brother to come from the other side. The hero shouted loudly. Kevin began to watch them carefully. The system window began to show the boy that his special effect had increased. Kevin smiled, realizing that he could now see the movements. The brothers continued to fight. One of the heroes shouted loudly because of the pain in his shoulder. Three boys stood on different sides. Lena shouted loudly at Kevin. The boy looked at everyone calmly with a victorious smile. The brothers could not understand how the hero had changed so quickly and grown in strength. The boys looked at each other. Logan calmly answered his brother that they should not be distracted during the fight. The heroes did not know what to do. The fight continued. Kevin quickly ran towards the brothers, not allowing them to make unnecessary actions. The boy looked at his guys, saying that this was a fight where a lot was at stake. There was a smile on his face and Kevin understood that he was just waving a sword. The hero was having a lot of fun. Lena held onto the balcony, watching all this in fear. The gentleman was shocked. One of the brothers shouted loudly that this was impossible. A few seconds later, Lucas was already on the ground. The heroes looked at Kevin tiredly, not knowing how to react to this. The boy looked at his brothers, realizing that his strength was over. Kevin looked at them silently. Felicia screamed in fear to her sons. The hero looked at the judge and indignantly asked if the winner was unknown. Everyone watched as Kevin became the winner. Lucas did not know what to do. His hand did not hold the sword. The weapon quickly fell to the ground. The master calmly watched all this. Kevin smiled slyly. The guy bowed, answering that now he could leave. The hero began to leave. Lena ran after the guy. Kevin calmly left. The girl understood that she needed to catch up with him right now. Dawn, the estate. The guy was sitting on the ground. Kevin looked at the floor in fear. His hand was completely covered in blood. The hero understood that he had used the skill for too long. Hour of Genius has one big drawback, since you can face the so-called recoil if you exceed the time of use. Kevin looked at his hand, realizing that he had shortened his lifespan, and also increased his susceptibility to disease. The guy was calmly glad that these consequences did not catch him in front of so many people, and if they had forced him, then the admission would have probably been cancelled. Kevin looked away, hearing someone calling him. Lena asked the guy in surprise if he was wounded. The heroine asked Kevin that he was wounded during the fight. The hero clenched his teeth in anger, not knowing what to do. The guy could not understand why Lena got him. Kevin wanted to say something, but the girl asked him about fighting with his brothers and winning even with such a sick body. The hero clenched his teeth. The girl looked at the guy embarrassedly, covering her face. The heroine replied that she had misunderstood everything. The girl noticed that during the entire month of observation, the guy never picked up a sword, and on the first day he only swung a wooden sword, relying on an absurd stance. Lena ran to the guy, realizing that she had to find out how he was able to awaken this power in himself. Kevin looked at the girl with fear. The guy watched Lena, trying to understand what she wanted. The heroine looked at the guy with bewilderment, wondering why he looked like that if he hadn't strained himself in the duel in the arena. Kevin wiped his face. The girl looked away and said that the guy had a lot of rumors that said that he had worked himself to the bone to get this chance. The guy coughed into his hand. The girl fearfully began to ask him if he was okay. The hero pushed the girl's hand away. Kevin looked at her with displeasure, asking her not to touch him. The guy understood that because he had been sitting in the room playing games for 2 years, it was now very difficult to communicate with people. The heroine carefully touched her hands. The girl worriedly asked for forgiveness. Kevin, bewildered, asked her what she had just said. Lena calmly answered that she did not know that he was serious about the sword, and everyone said that the guy was born weak. The heroine remembered the guy's run and apologized for the misunderstanding. Lena looked away and said that anyone can make mistakes. Kevin did not understand how to react to this. The guy understood that the girl was as serious as in the game, and she was also a stubborn and respected duchess, and it was not easy for such a person to admit mistakes to others. The guy calmly remained silent and said that it would be great not to say what she saw. Lena confidently answered that she would not say everything. The guy looked at her, realizing that now he had nothing to fear. Lena looked after Kevin. There was incomprehensibility in his face. The estate. The gentleman sat on a chair, saying that his assumptions were correct. Theodore asked Jonathan how he could explain this talent. The butler answered in surprise that he still did not understand why he had simply taken the blows at first. The man answered that at his age he was sure that the boy was the best among the young masters. The gentleman calmly answered that he thought the same. The man remembered Kevin, realizing that there was something more hidden in him too. Theodore looked at the butler, asking him to watch the boy's every action, but only to observe. Put on gloves and my hands. The gentleman thoughtfully thought about whether the younger one would be able to inherit the black sword. Theodore looked away, realizing that there was no time left. The gentleman looked at the man, answering that his role was very important. Jonathan bowed, saying that he would try. Night. The estate was glowing. The system window told the boy that he had completed the quest. Kevin looked at it carefully. The system window said that the reward was starting to be calculated. The boy would be given it. The hero looked away attentively, thinking that it was very cool. Kevin quickly began to manage the indicators. The guy quickly tried to improve his endurance. Luck was equal to 10. Kevin smiled, saying that luck would be very useful to him. The hero decided to check how effective it was. The system window said that the guy would receive privileges for multiple playthroughs. The data went one after another. Kevin looked at the window, realizing that the bonus system also worked well. The hero decided to play right now. A huge magic ball began to appear near him. The guy understood that it was very strange to see it in real life. The hand touched the lock. Kevin calmly understood that when luck was pumped up, there should be a 95% probability at an average or high level. The huge machine stood quietly. There were 3 scrolls in the air, where gray was for a low level, silver for average, gold for high, and rainbow for the highest. Kevin really wanted the gold or rainbow one. A ball came out of the machine. The light in the room was bright. Kevin looked at it attentively. There was a golden scroll in his hands. The guy quickly opened it. The system window began to congratulate the guy on receiving a top-rank characteristic. The hero began to laugh loudly, not believing his eyes. The windows showed all the information about him. Kevin shouted that he did not even believe that he had a god-level item. The guy noticed that this was not the whole reward. The window began to ask the hero if he wanted to use a one-time ticket for a certain skill. Kevin looked at this, realizing that the skill that could be obtained was determined in advance. To get it, the hero needed a skill. The hero understood that Theodore would soon call his older brothers to him, so then he would be able to use it. The guy understood that his brother should return very soon. A lot of time had passed since his graduation from the academy. Kevin held his head, saying that he did not have a minute of peace. The guy hoped that he would not have to mess with Lena. Kevin understood that she was not one to break promises and, moreover, she no longer had any reason to seek communication with him. The estate in the evening. The corridor. Kevin sighed in fear. Lena was standing next to the guy. Kevin calmly replied that they had not finished talking yet. The girl asked the guy for something. Kevin did not understand what was required of him. Lena asked the guy with confusion what she should do to become as strong as him. Kevin did not know what to answer him. The hero left and told the girl that while he was training, she hung around and saw what he was doing all this time. Lena did not understand what the guy was talking about. The heroine began to ask the guy for one fight so that he would show her how to train. Kevin looked at the floor, realizing that Lena was a character who was eager for her sister's recognition. The hero looked forward, asking the girl not to pick on him. Kevin looked confidently at the girl, asking her to think about her abilities. Lena was very surprised by such words. The hero looked up in confusion, thinking that he had never calmed people down. Kevin began to ask the girl not to compare herself to others. The guy began to leave, leaving Lena alone. The girl's mouth was slightly open in surprise. The heroine could not understand why the guy left calmly. The estate. Kevin looked away, wondering whether the girl would leave or not. The guy walked towards the master, understanding that there was no point in showing her every step. Theodore looked closely at his son. This place was one of the 3 best where thoroughbred horses were bred. The Reinhafer family stable. Jonathan bowed to the master. The father calmly said that he was sure that everyone knew why they were here. Theodore confidently answered that today they should choose the horses with which they would spend their lives. Kevin smiled, answering that he knew it and his time had come. The horse was a sacred animal for the entire continent, and if a person plans to become a knight or a magician, he must choose a horse in childhood to be his companion for life. At the academy, horse riding takes a special place, and in the second part of the game there are a lot of battles, so if a horse dies, you have to raise it from scratch. Moreover, teleportation magic is very expensive. Kevin understood that a horse is a very important aspect of transportation. The hero understood that he must take the best. Theodore looked ahead, hearing how his father allowed him to choose the first horse because he won the duel. The brothers looked at Kevin with displeasure. The hero smiled sweetly. The guy carefully entered the pen. The master began to watch all this carefully. Theodore decided to see who his youngest son would choose. There were a huge number of horses in the stall. Kevin looked at one, realizing that it was very cute. The hero looked to the side. Suddenly, the guy saw the horse he was looking for. Among the identical horses stood a foal of a different color. Kevin slowly approached him. The guy answered with a smile on his face that he had made his choice. The brothers looked at the hero with incomprehension. The gentleman did not know what to tell him. Theodore waved his hand, saying that he was allowing a second attempt at choosing. Kevin looked to the side, thinking about a second chance. The horse stood calmly. The hero looked carefully to the side, deciding to look at the horse. A system window slowly appeared on the stallion. The data showed that the horse had a high rank. Ordinary living creatures are divided into ranks, and with age, everything can rise to a higher one. Kevin smiled, realizing that in the future this would be a horse of at least the highest rank. In addition, the horse was obsidian in color, and because of this they are identified with black precious stones, so they are considered the most expensive breed. Kevin understood that if his father had seen the system window, he would have taken this baby a long time ago. The guy understood that maybe he didn't look very good now. The system window calmly showed that he was weak. Kevin smiled sweetly. The hero calmly replied that he would not change this choice and would take this particular horse. The guy knew that with his knowledge the horse could be saved. The father could not understand why his son made such a choice. Theodore understood that Kevin simply gave in to compassion. The man hoped that Kevin would not regret it. The gentleman began to slowly leave. The brothers began to call him. Kevin looked at his father out of the corner of his eye, not understanding what had happened to him. Jonathan began to ask the guy to name his horse. The horse bit the guy's hands. Kevin looked at it. Kevin leaned over to the horse, saying that he would be called Carl. This name was created for the passage of the game. The guy understood that it meant too much to him. The estate opened. The horse lay quietly in it. Kevin understood that no one should see what he was going to do, so Carl would be in his room. The guy looked at the floor. The horse watched the hero. Kevin looked into the horse's eyes, realizing that his eyes showed that he had not given up. The hero realized that they were very similar. Kevin looked away, telling the maid that he knew she was hiding. A girl sat on the floor, scratching her head. The hero calmly replied that she was just in time. Kevin pointed at the horse, asking her to look after him. The maid was telling the guy that he was going to clean up by himself. Kevin was laughing, saying that the guy was sick, so he needed to be taken care of. Carl looked at everyone calmly. The girl replied that she understood everything. The hero was laughing, wondering if this frail girl would cope. Carl was lying at the heroine's feet. 3 days later, the sun was shining on the building. Someone screamed. Monica was holding the animal in her lap and saying that Carl was not breathing. Kevin thought that he was crying, as if he really died. Remembering the horse and the girl, he continued to think that, frankly, Monica looked after him well. The guy thought that from the very beginning she knew that this would happen. Looking at the animal, he thought that Carl could not be saved. Kevin came up to her and said that he should stop crying. He needed to concentrate, but she was distracting him. The girl called the master and said that Carl. The guy told her not to worry and that he would be standing next to him again soon. Monica asked what the young master had accidentally hit his head. Kevin told her to move away. Then he took out a scroll from his bosom. The girl looked at him and asked what the scroll was. The hero put a sheet on the table. A purple fire was burning around it, and the guy thought, what if he input mana into this scroll? Monica opened her mouth in shock. The protagonist smiled. The girl asked what he had used mana. The guy thought that there was a problem with the control. He frowned and said that if he screamed and he accidentally killed him again, and that it would be on her conscience. The girl covered her mouth. Kevin frowned and thought that he needed to focus. He squatted and continued the thought that without knowing how to use mana, he could not even activate genius sensitivity. The hero thought that in the Empire it is forbidden to practice magic until the age of 15, unless the person is a member of the imperial family. Thanks to this law, the children of the ruling branch have magical skills, and that several times better than ordinary students who get acquainted with mana later. The hero seriously thought that all he can. The purple fire burned, and the protagonist continued the thought that it is to emit mana in an uncontrollable flow. He put his hands on the floor and thought that he felt a weak energy at his fingertips. He opened his mouth and continued the thought that this is mana. The protagonist smiled and thought that it was fun to use a one-time skill ticket. He spread his fingers wide and thought that he had no right to make a mistake, because now he needed. The board said that he received the skill book of the killer, Necronomicon. He thought black magic. A bony hand grabbed the book. The selected object, Carl, can rise from the dead. Sparks appeared around the horse. The board asked if he wanted to use magic. The horse was lying on the floor. The protagonist was surrounded by fire. The rebels and inner lunatic have two traits. Firstly, these creatures come back to life with the help of dark mana and black magic. Secondly, the fact that they were reborn does not mean that they do not have an ego. On the contrary, they are born even stronger creatures. The hero thought that moreover, they show favor and trust to their masters. He continued to think that the problem is that there is only one family that is able to create them. This is the famous dark family Marbas. He thought that the Reinhafers have the same title, but unlike them, who are knights, Marbas is a family of dark magicians who specialize in controlling the dead. Kevin continued to think that then can players who are not related to the Marbas family use such skills? Not at all. The book fell down. The protagonist smiled and thought that the one-time skill, what he would receive, was the Necronomicon. He thought that it was also a book of the killer. Hands came out of the ground. Black clots began to appear around the protagonist. They were reaching for the animal. Kevin opened his mouth in fear. Monica called the young master. He frowned and said to be quiet. A little more flashed through his thoughts. There was a sound. The hero looked up. Blood splashed in front of his face. His hand trembled and the hero thought that there was no mana left. Oh shit. Kevin looked up. The horse suddenly jumped up. The animal opened its mouth. The skill was successfully activated. The hero looked at what was happening. Carl, the user's pet, rose from the dead. His eyes were glowing. Kevin smiled and thought that it worked. Monica called the master in fear. He looked at him in shock. The hero said the name of the animal. Carl approached the protagonist and lowered his muzzle. Positive traits: stamina theft, war horse, bravery, neutral, unconditional loyalty. Basic information: name, Carl, gender, male, rank, tall, age, 0 years old, race, rebellious, obsidian horse, main element, darkness. Negative: predetermined death will be cancelled, limited time period of 1 year. Pet growth rate will increase by 1.5 times. Since the pet is dead, can be summoned using the user's mana. The protagonist thought that it worked. The hero said that from now on he is his master. He stroked the horse. He said that now, then his eyes widened. The horse looked at him. Monica rushed to hug the guy and the animal. The guy called the girl and asked what she was doing. Monica cried hard. She shouted to the young master that she thought something bad had happened. How could one just use mana so easily? And that she thought Carl was also unwell. The horse closed its eyes. She called the animal in bewilderment and said, at least he knew how dear he was to her. Monica said to return all the carrots she had brought him. The horse neighed. The protagonist grinned. He thought with a smile that now was the time for an Easter egg. A few days later, the man was climbing the stairs. The horse was standing in the pen. The protagonist was walking straight. The moon was illuminating the dark sky. The man was holding a stone in his hand. In his other hand, he was holding a piece of paper. The hero looked at them and thought that the road was almost the same as it was in the game. He continued the thought that at least something good. Kevin looked ahead with the thoughts that the second relic of the Reinhafer family. He must get this item at all costs, the key to alleviating the effects of his incurable disease. Something made a sound in the bushes. Kevin turned around abruptly. He looked at the bushes in bewilderment. Then he thought that he was worrying in vain. It flashed through his mind that but a wooden sign was standing in the ground. Kevin thought that this was no longer a game world, but his reality. The sign said that the forest of missing children, small children are not allowed. A child who finds himself in the forest will definitely get lost and die. The protagonist thought that he did not want to die a second time. He entered the forest of missing children. Failure to complete this zone will lead to his death. The hero went towards the forest. The forest of lost children is the only one in the Reinhafer's domain where entry is prohibited, because due to the darkness and fog, even professionals, despite their vast experience, can hardly navigate here. Kevin thought that, as the name suggests, everyone gets lost in this place like small children, but he frowned and continued his thought that there is another snag in this. Even if an adult kills a monster here, he won't be able to get an artifact from it. The guy was shaking and thinking that, moreover, the older and more experienced a person is, the stronger the monsters are, and that he died several times trying to clear this place. So the difficulty of the forest is definitely, he said with a smile, that no less than 2.5 stars, and it flashed through his mind that this game has a disgusting difficulty. Kevin thought that he had killed a lot of time to go through this place, not even suspecting what he would get in return, and that if you think about it, this is just the perfect item for his terminally ill. He stepped on the ground. Then he said that he would take a look. He lit a bright torch. The fire illuminated the space. The hero made his way through the forest. The protagonist walked and thought that the main trick for going through this forest. He continued the thought that in the direction of the smoke. With a smile, he thought that, or rather in the direction opposite to him. The guy closed his eyes and flashed through his mind that but before going further, the protagonist walked with a torch. Kevin asked how long he planned to hide and was not going to come out. Kevin turned around. He asked that they were playing until the end, then. The protagonist grabbed his sword. Something cut through the space with a scream. A voice said that it could not believe that her beauty did not affect him. The sun illuminated the room. Lena solemnly said that this simply could not be. Someone called the young lady. Emma begged the girl and asked if she could stop pursuing Master Kevin. Then she continued that if this continued, she would definitely be punished. Lena closed her eyes and said not to worry. and that she would make sure that she was not fired, the girl replied that this was not what she had in mind. Sveta stood on the table. A thought flashed through her mind at the young lady Lena. The girl thought with a smile that she was already talented enough to deserve recognition as the next matriarch, if only it weren't for Miss. Emma wondered why she was so jealous of her sister and acting so impatient. The girl came to the door and thought that she had probably already gone to bed. Emma went into the room. Then she called the young lady in fear. Her fingers trembled and she thought, no, just don't let them talk. She continued the thought that she went to look for young Master Kevin. The light came on in the windows. The first rays illuminated the bushes. Lena raised her hands with a smile. Kevin said her name in bewilderment. The girl greeted him and the guy asked what she was doing here. Lena pressed her hands to her body and said what it was. Kevin looked at her. Then he ran up to her and shouted that he was back quickly. Lena called him in confusion. Someone's paws stood on the ground. The animal wagged its tail. Valna bared his teeth furiously and the guy thought it was a gray wolf. They looked at him in fear and the protagonist continued the thought that this forest was his territory and he only had a dagger with him. Kevin held the girl by the waist. The wolf looked at them angrily. Then he raised his head to the sky. The hero and the girl watched the wolf howl. The moon lit up the sky. The animal suddenly opened its mouth. Kevin smiled. Lena's eyes widened in fear. She looked at the guy and opened her mouth. The protagonist pounced on the wolf. The animal flew back from the blow. Lena looked at what was happening in fear. She thought it was incredible, even though it was only one wolf, such a clean kill. Lena turned around in bewilderment. Kevin with blood on his cheek looked at her. He said that he would ask again. He thought that the brothers might show up, but what was she doing here? Lena stuttered and answered that she was taking a night walk. He leaned over and told her not to lie, otherwise he would just leave her here. Lena's eyes widened in fear. She grabbed the guy's hand. The hero looked thoughtfully into her eyes. She started to say that she didn't do anything weird, he just suddenly became so strong. Of course she thought that she wanted to be as cool as him, but suddenly she looked out the window and saw him. She wondered where he was going, and that she knew that he had some weird training method, so she followed him and ended up in this forest. Kevin smiled and thought that he was now sure of three things. He opened his eyes and continued the thought that Lena thought highly of him, and she was hostile to him. The guy thought that and she was a child who did not understand how dangerous it was to follow strangers late at night. The girl looked at him pitifully. The hero thought that since she was one of the main characters, leaving her here was not an option. He told her to follow him. They started walking. Kevin continued that since that was the case, let him clarify. He turned around and said that he was not trying to help her. He just wanted to solve the problem so as not to tarnish his family's name. Lena looked down, apologized and said that it was her fault. The protagonist thought that she would not get into danger anymore. The girl called the protagonist. Lena thanked him and looked down. The hero looked at her in shock. She looked back at him and said that she was too. Then she widened her eyes. The wolves were standing behind them. The girl called the protagonist and he answered the space with a torch. The hero held the girl and looked at the animals. Lena was shaking all over. The guy told her to step back. She opened her mouth. The guy continued that if they had to fight, she would prevent him from swinging. He seriously thought that despite some unforeseen circumstances, he needed to focus. Kevin looked at the wolves and thought that they had not lived to see the beginning of the story yet, since they were at the prologue stage. Looking at the animals, the hero thought that there should not be a boss monster here, but a monster of a lower rank would definitely appear. It would be an evolved gray wolf. An elite gray wolf appeared before his eyes. He thought that knowing his enemy, the protagonist continued his thought, which does not make the situation much easier. Kevin cut the space with his weapon and thought that sometimes. The wolf opened its mouth. Kevin continued his thought that a chance for salvation is only seen when a person is driven into a corner. The protagonist looked up. Wolves were flying at him from all sides. He frowned and thought that he would repeat what he always says as Michael. He raised his hand and continued, as he did when playing an lunatic. The hero grabbed the weapon. He struck the strongest blow and thought that he was a fucking weakling. The guy exhaled. His hand was holding a torch. Lena thought in shock, which is surprising. I'm sure he hasn't even tried to fight at full strength. Then, in a duel with his brothers, his technique was more powerful. Looking at the animal, she thought that he had already met gray wolves. She looked at the torch and remembered the hero's words for her to move away. She thought sadly that Kevin still thought she was weak. Then she widened her eyes. Lena was standing behind the guy. The torch lit up the space. Kevin thought that he had finally shown up. Someone's paw stood on the ground. Huge claws scratched the floor. Kevin looked at the animal and thought that it was an elite gray wolf. Green leaves shimmered in the light. People stood with torches and shouted to bring more torches. The sign said that the forest of missing children, small children are not allowed. A child who finds himself in the forest will definitely get lost and die. The man looked at the tracks and said that the tracks of two small pairs of feet looked very similar to the young master's. The guy continued in fear that apparently the young master entered the forest of missing children. The maid widened her eyes in fear. The man continued that with Lena. The girl exclaimed that no. She said what they should do and that it was urgent. The man interrupted her with the words not to be stupid and that it was impossible. Emma asked again, puzzled, why? It flashed through her mind that even the Rhinehafers couldn't handle this forest. The forest of the missing children is one of the most difficult places in the Rhinehafer territory. Considering that the Rhinehafer family is the strongest in the south, the fact that they couldn't clear this place literally screams about their incompetence. However, the forest does not let adults and experienced people in, so only children can clear it, but no one knows about this. Jonathan thought about why the young master went there. He continued to think that he did not think that he was lured by a monster with the mind control skill, and that judging by the tracks on the ground, he walked very carefully. It flashed through his mind that there was not even a hint of outsiders entering the estate. This means that the young master deliberately went into the forest. Jonathan clenched his fist and thought that he was wrong. The man raised his head and continued the thought that it was time to admit that Master Kevin was no longer the weak and fragile boy he used to be. He said that they only had two ways to get out. The voice said that the young master should think carefully and find a way out of the forest. The boy was walking with a torch. The maid looked ahead in fear. People stood with torches and looked ahead. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She thought that Miss Lena would die because of her. The man swung his weapon. Lena was holding a sword in her hands. Kevin turned around and thought that she did not lose concentration despite her fear, and told her not to swing the dagger around in vain. She could get hurt that way, and that it was better to just not interfere. He continued to save her strength and use it to run away if she was suddenly attacked. She looked angrily at him as he said that only in this case her chances of survival would at least increase a little. He looked at the animals and thought that in general, killing an elite gray wolf is not so dangerous. Looking at the girl, he continued the thought that it would be great not to lose vigilance and react sensibly to everything that happens. Kevin thought that it looked like she was well trained, although he could not trust her with his back yet. He looked ahead with thoughts, what now? The hour of genius is activated, fire appears around the protagonist, and he thought that he will use the skill and quickly deal with the wolf. The wolf looked into his eyes. The guy opened his eyes. The girl looked at him in surprise. The animals bared their teeth. Kevin smiled and thought that they just didn't say that he was. The animal rushed at the protagonist. Kevin cut the air with a crushing blow. The hero looked at the other animals and thought that they had stopped. Kevin looked up at them. The wolf with a cut eye looked at him. The animals rushed at the hero. The wolf jumped at the guy and he struck. The animal ran around the man. The wolf opened its mouth furiously. Kevin turned around abruptly. The wolf was flying at the frightened guy. He looked to the side. Lena shouted that he should be careful. Then she thought that even though Kevin had said to run away if it became dangerous, she was sitting on a tree branch. Lena confidently thought that she could not do that. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that Lena and that she had decided to help him. The girl called him and asked if he was okay. She asked fearfully if the guy was hurt. The guy thought about her and that he could not even believe that she had decided to help him. Someone nearby growled. Kevin turned around. The wolf was rushing towards him and the protagonist struck. He stood with a sword in his hands. The guy said he was fine and thought it was not the time to be distracted by such thoughts. The girl said thank God. The guy frowned and thought, well, I made myself look pathetic. He looked down. The guy held the sword in his hands and thought that the rollback would start soon. The paw stepped on the ground and Kevin decided that there was still time. The animal's eyes were glowing in the darkness. The guy smiled and thought that he had finally gotten up. The wolf was walking next to the guy. Then he turned his head in his direction. They stood opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes. The animal bared its teeth. The wolf rushed forward. Kevin, frightened, thought that it was advancing. He turned around. The wolf ran past him. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Then he thought, what a freak, and that they should not say that it was him. The guy turned around and continued thinking that it was too late. The animal ran at the hero and he exclaimed. Blood spurted into the air. Lena called the protagonist. The animal ran away. Kevin grabbed his shoulder and cursed. He thought hard that he only had 2.5 stars. The guy thought that he was strong. He was holding a weapon in his hands. The protagonist continued his thought that the elite gray wolf was much more cunning than in the game. Kevin stood in a fighting stance and thought that he had screwed up. He turned his head and continued his thought that it could have been understood even when he took control of other mobs, and who knew that he would even use the advantage of the terrain. Something sounded in the bushes. Something was rushing towards the protagonist. He thought fearfully that he would have to defend himself first. The guy made a strike and thought that he had hit. The animal was running around the protagonist. Kevin suddenly opened his eyes. The wolf bared its teeth angrily. Then it opened its mouth and the guy thought that it was waiting, the perfect moment, the slightest gap. Kevin grabbed the weapon and continued his thought that when he swung his shoulder, the protagonist screamed and bared his teeth. Blood came out of his mouth. He widened his eyes and thought that it was a rollback. The wolf with its mouth open rushed towards the hero. He did not expect this. Maybe he was too careless because he had played this game many times. Because he could do anything. He looked up. What a stupid mistake. Kevin closed his eyes and cringed. A moment later, he opened his eyes because of the sound. The weapon flew into the animal. The guy thought it was a dagger. Then he continued the thought that if he hits its weak points, then he can use the same tactic. Looking at the girl, he thought that not with his own hands, but with hers. The weapon flashed in the air and a scream sounded. Kevin ran forward with a scream. The sword pierced the animal's body. The wolf opened its mouth wide. The dagger stuck out of its muzzle. The protagonist's hand trembled on the ground. He sat next to the lying wolf. Lena called the protagonist in fear. She watched what was happening with her mouth open. The other wolves looked at them in confusion. A moment later, they ran away. Lena jumped down from the tree and ran towards the hero. She asked Kevin in shock if he was okay. He answered that he was. The guy wiped the blood and said that he survived. He stumbled and looked up. Looking at the frightened girl, he thought that he was going to thank the enemy who would kill him in the future. The guy said not to worry. The wound on his arm was bleeding. Lena exclaimed that as he thought, he got hurt? Is that normal? Kevin bent down and answered that it was just a small scratch. The girl said yes, but the protagonist said that everything was fine. She smiled and said that she was glad that he was not hurt anywhere else. She glanced at his shoulder in confusion. The girl's eyes widened. The hero turned around abruptly and thought that there were more monsters left. Lena pounced on the hero. He calls her, confused. Lena says there is a spider. She looks at the arthropod in horror. He looks back at her. She screams and hangs on the guy while he wonders how long she is going to stick to him. Kevin smiles and asks her if she is scared of the spider. He exhales and says that if even such a small thing scares her, then how did she even decide to go into the forest with him? The girl turns away embarrassedly and makes excuses that it is all a spider and clarifies isn't it scary. Kevin winks and says that she will definitely not become a knight. Lena understands and is indignant while he is happy that she finally got rid of him. The guy covers his face with a glove. She asks if he is okay. The guy understands that it is all about the recoil and tells her that he already told her that she has nothing to worry about. He looks at her and understands that most likely she came to her senses. Kevin smiles and notes that he stayed alive thanks to her, and even though he didn't have time to say it because of the spider, he thanks her. The girl is embarrassed and asks again if he is okay. Kevin looks ahead and says that now. Someone's paw reaches for the fire, and he continues that they only have to get out of this forest. Sounds are heard from the bushes. The maid is crying because she thinks that it is all her fault for the death of her lady. Someone is standing in front of her and thinking about whether they coped or not. The man with the monocle thinks about Lynn's disappearance because it will create tension between the families since new children disappear in this place. He frowns and continues that there are already rumors that this family is incompetent. Someone points a finger forward and asks Jonathan to look. The fog clears, which is what the guy was pointing at. The maid and the man look on enthusiastically while he says that the forest of lost children has been cleared. The girl asks if this is what she thinks it is, because if the mana is gone, does that mean? To which Jonathan confirms that she is right. He continues that it means the forest is now safe. The people with torches listen as he says that the only chance they had hoped for has come true. The maid is worried about Kevin. The boy and Lena are walking through the meadow. He looks ahead and someone says that he is coming out. The people shout that he really cleared the forest. They do not believe their eyes, and he came out as if nothing had happened. Jonathan grins and thinks that he cannot help but smile, now he is sure. Kevin's hair flutters in the wind, and he continues that the hierarchy of succession of this family is about to shake. He asks why everyone is here. The maid turns to Lena. She hugs her and says that they were very worried about her, while the man with the monocle continues that many were worried when they discovered he was missing. Kevin sullenly replies that he can't even believe it, because he really interests someone, because it seems to him that the reputation of his family is falling. The maid cries with happiness. She puts her hand on Lena's shoulder. She continues that it looks like she will have to remind them of rule number 6, which is otherwise called the rule of the lineage, and asks them to follow her. Lena awkwardly apologizes to her. The girl in the apron snaps that she cannot make her blame herself and conveys that the patriarch personally volunteered to teach her everything. Kevin looks closely and notes that her endurance is simply incredible, equal to 4.5 units. The maid turns to Kevin and thanks him for protecting their lady. Lena awkwardly listens while he answers that although he did not plan to take anyone with him. The guy looks at her and continues that she did well and asks not to blame herself too much. Lena looks inspired. The crown of a tree rustles. A building is in the background of the tree. Someone put the sheath and bag on the chair. Kevin undresses and is happy that he finally finished everything. He fixes his hair and continues that who would have thought that Jonathan and the knights would be waiting for them near the forest, and notes that life is full of surprises and asks himself maybe it's all about Lena. He smiles and thinks that even if it is. The guy puts his hand in his pocket and says that it worked. He holds the ring in his hand and realizes that it is an Easter egg, with a system notification that he received a new artifact, namely the Ring of Black Flame. While it shines, the system explains its name, the Ring of Black Flame, the category of the item is accessory, and the level is lower middle, the attribute to it is darkness. Gives +1 unit to the endurance and mana of the wearer, as well as the conditions of use. It can be used by those who are able to use dark mana. The voiceover adds a special effect of this ring, that if the user defeats the target while the ring is on, then they can take a small part of the target's life force and turn it into their own, and the stronger the enemy, the more life force they can appropriate. The guy smiles, looks at the ring and says that the only artifact capable of this is the Black Flame ring itself, although only its presence. He squeezes it in his hand and continues that this does not mean that he will have a long life. The hand picks up the ring while he continues that life cannot be extended indefinitely, and given that the ring steals strength in minimal quantities, it is unlikely that it will be easy to overcome a fatal disease. Kevin puts it on his finger and continues that as long as he tries and develops, the system notifies him that he has put on the Black Flame ring. He smiles and says that anything is better than a hopeless life on the brink of death. The guy closes his eyes and feels his life force and mana grow. He calls out to Monica because he knows she is there and asks her to come in for a while. The door opens. The girl asks if he can see through things. Kevin replies that anything is possible. Monica covers her face with her hands and asks if he can see her without clothes. The guy is confused about what she is saying and hits her, and she frowns. The girl rubs her bruise and wonders why his punch seems stronger than usual to her. The guy suggests that she stop talking nonsense and play arm wrestling. Monica exhales and says that if she wins again, he should give her a raise, to which he replies that he promised, but if she loses, he will cut it by 20%. They start counting. The guy smiles and counts to 2. He finishes counting and immediately defeats the girl. She is confused about what happened. Monica gets up from the table and asks if he understands that it would be shameful for the son of such a respected family to reduce the salary of a simple worker by 20%, to which he replies that she is right. The girl listens dejectedly to the fact that there are all sorts of rumors about him, that there are evil tongues and many other excuses. Kevin smiles and continues that so he decided not to care about things like honor, and the girl categorically apologizes. The guy is perplexed. The system notifies him that the effect of the incurable disease trait is activated. He received a level 2 wrist fracture. He looks ahead with displeasure while receiving a level 1 cold and is indignant about the negative traits. He turns to Monica that the reduction in her salary is cancelled and in exchange asks to bring him ice and a wet towel, to which she notes that he does not look well. He smirks and thinks that at least he managed to get the ring and now he can rest, and is indignant about the stupid promotions. He tries to remember someone's name against the background of static. The plot is set by 2 Easter eggs about Carl and the Ring of Black Flame. He says that it has been 6 months since he got them. He frowns and continues that unfortunately, he has not had a chance to use them yet. The sign says that Kevin is punished. He opens one eye. The guy is indignant that it is not like he was any trouble. He cleared the forest of missing children. He cannot believe that instead of a reward he was simply punished. Kevin asks if Monica thinks the same. The girl looks away and explains that she is a servant belonging to his family and her salary will be cut if she speaks honestly. Kevin turns away and says that he gives his hand, that he will personally lower her salary if she does not act in his interests, to which she is indignant. The guy sits down while she asks him if he understands his feelings, to which he thinks that he tried very hard to get his life together and diligently watches Carl grow. He looks away and continues that this can't go on any longer, his life. He understands that his life is getting shorter every second while he is informed that due to the line he has an incurable disease, he only has 147 days left. Kevin punches and thinks that this fucking system is more interested in his life than he is and very sincerely thanks the system for the sweet reminder. He gets up saying that he can't do this anymore and he needs to get to his father and get permission to go out. Monica says that she just warmed up some water for him and someone knocked on the door. Jonathan turned to him and bowed, saying that the patriarch is calling him. The guy looks at him questioningly. A battlefield with corpses. A man with a sword looks ahead. A voiceover in the background begins a narration about the past. Flying monsters are approaching. The story says that about the night of murders. They rush towards the man. He squeezes the hilt of the sword tighter. He looks up. They attack. The silver-haired man remembers and thinks that demons flocked from everywhere and many people died at their hands and it really was a night of bloody murders. Dark clouds thicken around him. Theodore opens his eyes and notices that it was a crazy catastrophe. Energy is very close to him. His sword is penetrated by dark fibers, while he continues that one day one of his sons will surely be able to master the technique of the Supreme Dark Sword. Theodore rubs his neck and continues that you cannot rely on chance, it must be real talent, and because one of them. Against the background of the family emblem, he says that one of them must kill him one day. Jonathan opens the doors. He turns to Theodore and says that the young master will arrive soon, to which Theodore notes that the boy is late. He asks to let him in as soon as he arrives, against the background of a sign that says the forest of missing children and that small children are not allowed there because a child who ends up there will definitely get lost and die. Theodore thinks that the forest of missing children is a place that he couldn't even clean up on his own, and who would have thought that Kevin could handle it? It would be fair to somehow reward the guy. The dissatisfied people that Theodore thinks about protest, and this is the reason why he does it so late, because the vassals of his family protested because they did not believe that his son, known for his worthlessness, had changed so much and began an investigation into this matter to find out if the blonde really cleaned up the forest. He reads the letter and continues that even he cannot ignore the opinion of his vassals, so an investigation was necessary. The door opens. The guy comes in and bows, expressing respect to his patriarch. The father asks his son to raise his head, to which he agrees. He says that he is sure that he knows that he did wrong, to which he also agrees. Theodore folds his hands and says that, however, his job as a patriarch is to judge all actions on their merits, even if it concerns the laggards, so he called him to discuss the reward. The boy is stunned to hear that it will be a wish. The white-haired man confirms that he will grant him any one wish. Kevin is confused and wonders if he will give him everything he asks for. He looks at his smirking father and continues that even he, who has lost a ton of hours in Inner Lunatic, has never seen Theodore give out a reward to anyone. Kevin looks away, because he knows that he is usually just stern and scary and maybe this is a trap. It should not be ruled out, because he feels like someone shot him in the head, then denies and adds that it is more like he was hit with something heavy on the back of the head. The boy asks again if it is any wish. His father looks straight at him. He stands up and confirms his words that he will give him anything as the patriarch of his family. With the emblem in the background, he continues that he guarantees that any wish will be fulfilled and swears by the great name of the Dark Sword. The boy notes that he did not think that he was so serious, but it seems that he was wrong. Theodore makes a remark that if he asks for something ridiculous, his opinion of him will change, and he hopes that he does not wish for something truly stupid. The boy smiles and agrees and asks to give him some time to think about it. The patriarch agrees and allows him to leave the confines of their estate. Kevin listens as he says that he should not get into trouble as he did the last time and agrees with his father's order. With the estate in the background, he continues that his son should never forget that he is part of his family. The plot takes us one day ahead. Nobles gather at the gates of the estate. Emma smiles while someone is talking to her. Lena suggests meeting at the academy next time. Kevin looks away with displeasure. She continues with a question about whether they will meet her. Jonathan turns to the blonde and corrects him that when a lady asks a question, it should be answered, to which he agrees with his words with displeasure. The guy closes his eyes and answers that only if by that moment she will already become a full-fledged knight. Lena is full of motivation and asks how ready she should be. Kevin spreads his arms and says that she should be ready enough to no longer be afraid of spiders. She looks at him with displeasure. The guy gets a punch to the solar plexus. He thinks about what to say about wolves. Kevin holds his body and notes that it would be better than about spiders. The girl straightens up and says that she will definitely become a real knight and orders her head to be prepared. The guy fearfully wonders if she has decided to kill him. Emma thanks them for everything, especially the blonde, to which he wonders what to thank him for in such a situation. The girl replies that she is truly grateful to him for saving Miss Lena. Kevin realizes what was said. He closes his eyes and replies that it was not done on purpose. Against the backdrop of leaves in the wind, he asks them to stop talking nonsense and get on their way. Kevin looks over his shoulder at the chariot and notices that there is now one less person in the estate and asks why. He looks at the sky and asks himself why he feels like he is slowly getting used to such a strange life, because he does not know the exact reasons. The guy touches the bruised place and thinks that he is starting to like what is happening. The system notifies him that due to the line of an incurable disease, he has 146 days left to live so that he does not forget. The guy is taken aback. He thinks that there is little time left and he has no time to rest. The plot moves to a few days later. Monica turns to him that he will need new servants, to which he is perplexed. The guy scratches his chin and reasons. Jonathan bows and wishes his young master a good morning and he asks him what happened. Against the background of a green-haired girl, he replies that the academy sent a maid for his training and from today she will work with him and asks permission to introduce him to the girl. Kevin greets the new maid. The girl bows and says that from now on she is his personal servant. Her name is Chloe. The guy introduces himself dryly in response. He thinks about her. Kevin looks and remembers something. In the background, the system bombards him with notifications that she is Chloe. Her gender is female, age is 15, type is human. Her main element is earth, and she has no achievements. The second notification is that she has positive characteristics, such as genius support. Neutral ones, such as determination. Negative ones are duplicity, pity, robot, professional liar, and spy. Also that her endurance indicator is 8, mana is 5, luck is equal to 1, willpower is equal to 3, and charms are equal to 22 units of local calculation. He is also told about her passive skills, such as excellent housework, but there are no active ones. Her real status is watching the player by order of Theodore. Kevin pays special attention to the last window. The plot shifts to the events when, due to an incurable disease, the guy has exactly 140 days left to live, and he, while walking, reflects that when time is limited, it seems to him that it passes very quickly. He looks at the window of his statistics, where it is indicated that his endurance is 4.5, mana is 9, luck is 10, will is 10.2, and charm is 25 local units, and thinks that the only positive thing here is that despite all the bad, he is developing quite quickly. He looks closely. Against the background of rays of light, he understands that he will soon get to the academy. Monica holds a towel and says that this will happen in 2 months, and adds that he will finally begin his training at the academy, and clarifies if he is worried. The guy turns around and asks again if she is so happy about the fact that he will leave from there, to which she is perplexed. The girl makes excuses that she has already begun to miss him. Kevin asks her to stop acting like that and that he is not going to lower her salary, to which she obediently agrees, while Kevin thinks that he does not have time to mock her. He looks away and continues that if he does not increase his stats at least a little in the next 2 months, then he will not survive in the academy with such a set. Against the background of the academy's emblem, he reasons that it is the best academy in the empire and the strongest cadets from all over the country gather here. Then he imagines a swordsman and continues that after passing this place in the beginning of the main story, he will have to play the role of the villain Kevin. He frowns from the realization of the complexity of the whole situation. Monica notes that he needs new servants, to which he thinks about it. Jonathan bows and wishes his young master good morning, and he asks him what happened. Against the background of a green-haired girl, he replies that the academy sent a maid to train him, and from today she will work with him, and asks permission to introduce him to the girl. Kevin greets the new maid. The girl bows and says that from now on she is his personal servant. Her name is Chloe. The guy dryly introduces herself in response. He thinks about her. Kevin looks and remembers something. In the background, the system bombards him with notifications that she is Chloe. Her gender is female, age is 15, type is human. Her main element is earth, and she has no achievements. The second notification that she has positive characteristics, such as genius support. Neutral ones, such as determination. Negative ones are duplicity, pity, robot, professional liar, and spy. Also that her endurance indicator is 8. Mana is 5, luck is equal to 1, willpower is equal to 3, and charms are equal to 22 units of local calculation. He is also told about her passive skills, such as excellent housework, but there are no active ones. Her real status is watching the player by order of Theodore. Kevin pays special attention to the last window. Chloe smiles and says that she will try to support him, and he thinks that he knew that they would not let him out of there quietly. He thinks about Theodore, while he sits in the dark smoke, that he is one of the greatest villains and one of the strongest people in the world, and when it comes to his current position, many wonder if it is only a matter of swordsmanship, but he is so professional that few doubt it. Chloe bows down, and he continues that however, the main reason Theodore was able to lead his family is that. The patriarch looks at the maid, while Kevin says that he did not trust anyone or anything in his circle. Theodore says that he has high hopes for the girl. She looks down dejectedly and agrees to the terms. The man continues that he heard that she was pushed aside in the line of succession of her family, and if she does well, then his family will spare no means to help her in this matter. She closes her eyes and swears to serve the young master sincerely. Theodore disagrees, to which she opens her eye. He looks at her angrily. She gets scared. She puts her hand on her chest and corrects herself, saying that she will watch his every move. She goes to the door and continues that she will report everything to him. Chloe closes the door. While she breathes a sigh of relief, she remembers his words about not forgetting who her master is. She lifts her chin, trying to catch her breath. The girl takes out a pendant with a photo. Chloe looks at it sadly and continues that from now on. She opens it and says that there is no longer any hesitation. Evening estate. Light shines from the windows. Kevin looks at the ceiling and thinks about the spy. He continues that Theodore probably wanted to make sure whether he is Kevin or not. The guy closes his eyes and says that demon possession is still common in Inner Lunatic, and Kevin is also the character who was possessed by the first demon, Ball, in the original story. The guy gets up thinking that in any case everything is fine until he understands who he is. He looks down, puzzled. Kevin remembers Chloe and understands that the main problem is her. Against the background of the Tree of Energy, he says that even though she was not in the main story, it would be a pity to just throw out such a person, because initially she was supposed to become the next head of her family. Against the background of the swordsman, he continues that but her father and mother were killed by her uncle, and so she lost her position in the family. Chloe cries while he thinks that it is obvious how it all ended. because she became a servant in Kevin's family and left her own and always looks positive and smiling. But if you look at her qualities, then from the positive only the support of a genius, from the neutral purposefulness, and from the negative two-faced, pity, a robot professional liar and spy. Kevin thinks about her and comes to the conclusion that she is tortured and rotten inside, a character who is about to break. He looks up and realizes that her last straw will spill before the main plot begins. The guy remembers the girl's corpse and notes that her last straw will be suicide. Kevin leans on the bed and does not understand what to do with it. He looks at his hand and says that if he changes the plot line. Kevin looks away and continues that he will save the one who should die. Will it be the right decision, despite the fact that the noose around his neck will tighten even more? The plot takes us to the next day. Kevin looks at Monique and Chloe and says that from now on, he puts his hands on his hips and continues that they will hunt monsters in the forest and on their territory. Monica is perplexed by the fact that he says that they are coming with him and will help him. The girl asks in horror if they are going to hunt monsters, because she feels like she needs to take a day off because she is not feeling well. Chloe, in contrast, coolly agrees with the master's order. Monica takes her hand and tells her that she cannot agree with everything he says. Kevin thinks that it is normal for a servant to be afraid of such events. After all, this is an absolutely ridiculous order. She trembles, and he realizes that she immediately agreed. The guy smirks and says that he knows that she has already used up all her weekends. Monica is horrified to hear that she won't be able to escape, to which she protests how he can. The guy closes one eye and asks if she has already forgotten that he is scum and continues that if she does not obey, then he has the right to reduce her salary and offers to start with minor measures and clarifies how about cutting her salary in half to begin with. The girl in despair clarifies what is better to take with her, a bow or a sword. Kevin smiles. Chloe turns to him. She asks if she can tell Jonathan that Kevin is leaving the estate before she begins her preparations. He fixes his hair and understands this is true. He clenches his fist and continues that for now his main task is to increase the time allotted to him. Kevin runs into the forest thinking that now he can go anywhere. Theodore looks at his son leaving the estate. He is puzzled. The story takes us a few days from that moment, and more specifically to the forest of missing children, which after the cleansing looks like an ordinary one. The wolf takes an attack position. Kevin counterattacks. He slashes his opponent aside, while the system says that he has gained a very small amount of the gray wolf's life force. The guy looks up tiredly. The system notifies that he has earned himself 2 additional hours of life. Kevin looks around and wonders if he has killed everyone in the area. He looks at the wolf's carcass and says that once in one go he has spent 2 whole hours of life. The pack lies slaughtered, while he thinks that the hunt can be considered a success. Chloe carries his canteen, asking if he is tired, because he has been hunting for an hour. The guy closes his eyes and curses to himself. He opens his eyes and realizes that without the hour of genius, this is taking too long. Kevin takes the flask and continues that he is only up an hour. He drinks and thinks that he thought it would not go smoothly, but this is too much. He can't kill monsters 24 hours a day, but the main problem is that the number of monsters is limited. Monica looks at the wolf's corpse in horror while he continues that he has been hunting for the last few days, so there are no more left in the immediate area at this rate. He is dejectedly aware that his master of a quiet life is about to fall apart. Chloe hands him a towel while he comments on how few monsters there have been around here lately. The girl says that she can't believe he thinks this is a problem, and if anyone heard this, they would definitely think he was weird, and Monica is perplexed by what her young master is saying. The boy notices something behind him. Something is glowing in the leaves. He puts the sword in its sheath and continues that there is nothing to be done and that is all he has for today, so he gives the order to return to the estate. The girl asks if she should prepare a bath for him. The temperature will be comfortable. The guy looks questioningly and thinks that this is what was expected from the genius's support, and replies that he would like to wash himself before dinner. As a result, they should go faster. Chloe asks him to rely on her. Monica shouts that they should not forget about her. She will clean his room, to which the guy agrees that she can do whatever she wants. Monica runs into the estate with a basket. Chloe smiles after her. Kevin turns to Chloe, to which she responds. He says that he has a question for her. She clasps her hands on the towel. He closes his eyes and clarifies who she serves. Chloe looks in horror and asks again what he means. Kevin thinks she has the genius support trait from her list of characteristics, no matter how good the sword is if he can't use it. She looks away and he continues that he will throw it away. He insists that he wants to hear her answer. The girl is embarrassed and points out that she hasn't said anything yet. She begins to justify herself, to which he replies that he knows what she wants to answer him. He closes his eyes and says that she should not worry, because there will be no more interrogations. She looks down in horror while he continues that he is even grateful to her because at least she did not lie. Kevin looks with disdain and continues that no matter who she serves, he will consider her his person. Chloe is stunned. The guy leaves and lastly says that if she needs, she can use him to her advantage, and that is all he wanted to tell her. He thinks that instead of blind faith, she looks at the back of his head, and he continues that isn't it better for them to be mutually useful. She sat down on the ground, worried, and he thought that this was exactly how their relationship was. Night fell. Someone made excuses. Monica asked her if she thought Master Kevin was overdoing it. She remembered and complained that he said something like, if she didn't run after him, then what's the fun in doing it every training session? She asked Chloe if she thought the same thing, and she smiled and agreed. She turned away out the window. The girl put her hand on her chest and thought that she had heard rumors about the young master changing, even when she was still in her family. She looked ahead, stunned, and continued that she thought it was a lie, because such drastic changes were rare for people. Chloe remembered how Kevin trained and continued that they said he had defeated the twins and earned the right to study at the academy. He stands in front of the estate, and the girl thinks that this man is strengthening his position in the family, not at all like her. The maid sits on the ground in horror and continues that she is a person who has finally lost the chance to become the rightful heir. She remembers his words today. Kevin says that she can use him and that's all he wanted to tell her. Chloe writes and asks herself what he meant. Against the background of the estate, a voiceover says that soon rumors will spread around the family estate of Kevin's family. Against the background of a broken image of a maid, an explanation is given for the rumors that they were about the girl being thrown out of the family and she does not deserve to work for the patriarch's family. Chloe takes out a letter. There is an appeal to her. NF squeezes the letter while the girl thinks about the incompetent matriarch who sold her family and she must answer for her sins. Chloe cries while thinking that she is deprived of all rights as a descendant of the direct line of inheritance and understands that it seems she cannot stay there anymore. She imagines Theodore and understands that this was expected because the Kevin family line is one of the best and darkest families in history. The head of the family stands in a menacing manner. She exhales and thinks that even if she is just a servant of a worthless son, as a commoner who has lost her family, she is not worthy of serving him. She closes the door with the thought that she will soon be laid off and she will serve another person. Chloe looks into the room and says hello. The maids are frightened at the sight of her and she understands that the rumors have already reached everyone. She looks dejectedly and continues that she is used to these contemptuous looks. Someone calls her. Monica says that she has been looking for her everywhere and asks her to go faster. Chloe is perplexed if she does not know or something else. She takes her hand and leads her away. The girl is stunned and wonders whether she ignores the rumors or really considers her friend. Chloe notes that, no matter what, the girl is acting very stupidly in this situation. She thinks that she and Kevin are doing stupid things. They go to the guy and she understands that their end is predetermined. Against the background of letters, she continues that the letter was not only for her, Theodore probably received it too. Kevin thinks that the crimes attributed to Chloe's father, he knows that they are all fabricated. The guy looks at the butterfly and does not understand how to help the maid. He looks thoughtfully and continues that because no one knows what the effect of the butterfly will be if he saves her and thinks about her death. We are transferred to the forest. Kevin kills one of the white wolves. He calmly passes by. Someone says that she does not imagine it. Looking at the protagonist, she adds that the young gentleman looks tougher today than usual. Monica, looking from behind the bushes, adds that in the past he was more merciful. Surprisedly looking forward, she said that today he is just some kind of. Her friend turned around and asked what she was thinking about. After which, fearfully clutching her heart, she thought that she was uneasy because of this. The protagonist pulled out a bloody sword. He stepped forward menacingly, and then, looking around, he thought that he should already leave or he would not show up today. An image of a huge wolf appeared in his head. He thought that a monster lived in the forest that could appear randomly in any part of it if the number of monsters was reduced to 20% of the total. This is a hidden boss. Putting his sword in its sheath, he continued to think that he had been waiting for it for a long time, since killing it would help him greatly raise his stats, but it seemed that not this time. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his head in surprise. Something rushed past him at great speed, and he wondered what it was. Gritting his teeth, he continued to think that this speed was on another level. It seemed like the hidden boss had shown up. Turning around, he smiled slightly. A huge wasp appeared in front of him. Looking at it, he thought that this was an elite king of wasps. This was a huge problem. Then he swung his sword, reflecting the attack, thinking that he could handle it. Suddenly, he turned around in fear and heard someone's voice. Chloe jumped forward. She stood in front of the monster, stretching her arms out to the sides. A second later, she was pierced by pincers, and the protagonist thought that he could block or dodge even without her help, so why did she intervene? He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Looking at the huge monster, he continued to think that there were still such reckless people in the world who would also jump out at a terrible monster for the sake of their master. The girl started to fall to the ground, and Kevin thought that she could do him a pretty good service. He would use it. After which he clenched his teeth and activated the Hour of Genius. We are transferred to Chloe's childhood. She is lying on the floor, bursting into tears. Someone says that she fell again. She can't go a day without abrasions on her knees. The girl looked ahead with a smile, thinking about how her parents always grumbled that she would not let her wounds heal properly. Lowering her head, she continued to think that, unfortunately, this applies not only to wounds on her knees, but also to mental wounds. Did they know that this would happen? She remembered how the protagonist, turning around menacingly, asked who she was working for. The girl, smiling, thought about who she was working for. She looked at the faces of the happy guys. One of them, having killed his comrade, shouted that now he was the boss. Was it clear to her? The girl, imagining the guy in her head, thought about who she should work for. A frightened protagonist appeared in front of her, and then several system messages that he defeated the monster and received a reward. Gritting his teeth, he asked the girl to hold on a little longer. Lowering his head, he added that everything was already over, they were going back. The maid, smiling slightly, thought that this was a lie. Is this how someone who only intends to use her for his own purposes looks? Tears flowed from her eyes, and she added in her head that then why she felt a slight tremor. The image of the man who was in front of her began to blur. She closed her eyes, then thinking that it was rage in his voice. We are transferred to the man. He looks at a piece of paper and says that they have a problem. The butler approaches him, replies that they conducted an investigation and found that this is true. The family disowns the maid. The man looked away and thought that one of the reasons he wanted her was to be able to control the family. Since the previous head of the family had passed away and the house was currently in turmoil, this was a great opportunity to bring them under his control. He imagined the girl in his head and continued to think that in such a difficult time for them, the easiest way would be to lend a helping hand to the heiress who was having difficulties. He imagined a chessboard and thought that in this way they could achieve submission, but if the girl was excluded from the family register, then he reread the words from the letter again, wondering what kind of plans they could be talking about. Then, holding out his hand, he said that it couldn't be helped, no matter what they did to her. The butler, lowering his head, replied that it was a little out of place for him to allow a commoner to be near the young master at the academy. They would look down on him. It would be better to settle this quietly in the best traditions of his family. The man, lowering his head, replied that he agreed. Suddenly, someone ran into the office. The butler turned around and answered discontentedly that he was barging in without permission, to which the young man replied that he asked to be excused, and then added that the young gentleman had just returned with a mortally wounded maid. The man looked ahead for a few seconds in silence, and the young man added that she was in critical condition and had been injured by unknown forest creatures, and the young gentleman had used an expensive antidote without permission to treat her, and he had come to report this. The butler turned around and asked him not to tell him that he had used a cleansing potion made from moongrass, and the young man replied that he had. The butler, clutching his head, replied that it was indeed expensive. The man, frowning, thought that he had become so attached to his new maid that it was difficult to predict how his personal feelings for the servant would end for him. We are transported to the estate. Monica leaned over and asked how her friend was feeling. Chloe opened her eyes slightly. Silently looking ahead, she wondered what had happened and if the young master had been hurt. She remembered how she had stretched out her hands in front of the big monster, wondering why she had done that. Monica leaned over and said that the young master had insisted on injecting her with an antidote made from the mandrake root. Remembering how the doctor had said that it was incredibly effective, and adding that the master had absolutely not cared about the doctor's arguments, he had ordered him to save her life if he did not want to lose his own. She had slandered him in vain. He was still merciful. Chloe looked ahead in surprise, wondering why she had gone so far. Wasn't he just going to use her? She clutched the blanket with her trembling hand, and then, sitting up, she asked where the young master was now. Her friend had answered that she needed to rest. How was she feeling? After she looked up in surprise, he replied that he seemed to have gone to the butler. He asked to report when she came to her senses. Frowning, Monica left the room, saying that she would be back soon. Then she closed the door. Chloe slowly got out of bed. She went to the table and opened the drawer. Gathering her things, she thought that she did not belong here. Closing the suitcase, she continued to think that she would not find a place anywhere now. Then she lowered her head in disappointment. She opened the golden talisman and took out a photo from there. Then she put the note on the table where she addressed the protagonist. Turning away, she lowered her head, remembering that at the end she wrote a thank you for being able to save his life. With trembling hands, she picked up the suitcase. Suddenly looking ahead in fear, she heard a voice where she was going. Kevin appeared in the hallway in front of her. Looking ahead in surprise, he asked what he had just asked her. We were transferred to the doctor. He looked ahead in fear. Someone told him that someone was dying, and all he cared about was the cost of the medicine. The doctor replied that this was not true. Looking at the table, the doctor added that if the butler did not give him permission to use the medicine, he simply had no right. The protagonist, looking at the girl, who was in serious condition, replied okay. Turning around, he asked that, in his opinion, the butler was higher in rank than him. The doctor bowed his head and apologized. Then Kevin, bending down, replied that he would deal with him himself, let him do what he had to. The doctor grabbed the potion and replied that he understood. After which he poured the medicine down the girl's throat. Her friend asked if everything would be okay with her, to which the doctor replied that the poison had been neutralized so she would recover. The maid replied that it was an incredible relief. Then, with tears in her eyes, she looked at Kevin. The protagonist, pompously leaving the room, replied that as soon as it began, he should report to him immediately. We are transferred to another room. Someone asks what is the matter. The man, looking menacingly ahead, added that he rarely comes to him of his own free will. Looking at Kevin, he asked that he came because of the maid. The protagonist stared in front of him for a few seconds in silence. Then a system message appeared in front of him that the acting master had been activated. Looking at the man, he said that he needed something. Kneeling down, he added that he remembered that he had promised to fulfill any one of his requests. Raising his head, Kevin said that he wanted Chloe to be left with him, despite the exclusions from the family register. The man stared in front of him for a few seconds in silence. The protagonist imagined a girl in his head and thought that this was a butterfly effect that could affect the plot. She was a spy. But he didn't care anymore. Remembering how she stood up for him, he thought that today, as soon as he saw her trying to protect herself from a blow, he suddenly realized. Looking ahead in surprise, he continued to think that the answer to that very question was when she remained silent. Chloe appeared in his head, and he continued to think that she showed him with her actions. Kevin, frowning, looked forward. The man, looking at him, said that he understood. If he wanted it, then so be it. The protagonist bowed, and then turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and went to his father, saying that his unworthy son wanted to say one more thing. The man, looking ahead in surprise, answered that he should tell her everything. The protagonist, lowering his head, said that even if he was his biological father, suddenly a red system message appeared in front of him that the acting master's efficiency was falling due to an excited state. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that he should stop playing with his people. A second later, he left the office. We are transferred to the corridor. The protagonist, looking at the girl, asks where she was going. Chloe, trembling in fear, answered that she wanted to leave. She did not belong here. Lowering her head, she thanked her for everything. Suddenly, Kevin interrupted her, saying that he would ask again. Looking ahead, he added that where was she going to go if she promised to serve him as a personal maid. Chloe, lowering her head, answered that he himself knew everything. Through tears, she added that she had been ordered by the head of the family to spy on him, which meant that she had been informing on him. Looking at Kevin, she asked why he was trying to keep her. Looking ahead in fear, she screamed that she was a traitor. Tears streamed down her eyes like a river. She continued screaming that if he chased her away right now, then it would still be fair, so why? The protagonist, smiling, thought that this was Chloe, who had been hiding under the mask all this time. Now she was much more like a living person, a future in which she would not give up and would fight even in dark and difficult times. Covering his eyes, he replied that they would start with the fact that all people deceive. The girl screamed through tears that she had committed a grave crime against him. Kevin, looking at her, replied that it was precisely for this reason. He pointed his finger at himself, adding that after all her sins, she was just going to leave without paying the bills, although she thought he would let her do that. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Stretching out his hand, he replied that she was staying. He didn't know what was going on in his father's head, but he was definitely not interested in her family. Coming closer, he hit himself in the chest with his hand, adding that her own talents. Passing by and lowering his head, he added that she should continue to help him, being on his side, until she paid for her betrayal as his maid. The girl's cheeks turned red. She looked ahead in surprise. A moment later, tears began to flow from her eyes again, and then she said that she understood him. Turning around, she added that she would be on his side until the very end and would serve him faithfully. Kevin, lowering his head, replied that this was great. Then suddenly he turned around. Chloe replied that he had already asked who she worked for. The protagonist, smiling slightly, replied that yes, now he knows for sure. We are transported to the estate. The maid dips the mop into the bucket and says that the gentleman put pressure on the doctor, threatened to kill. Winking, she was about to say something. But suddenly Kevin approached them, telling her to refrain from discussing her gentleman in his presence. Smiling, he clenched his fist, adding that he did not even deny that they were gossiping about him. The girl immediately covered her mouth. Looking displeasedly at Chloe, she added that she was already feeling better, let her not overexert herself, she would do everything herself. A moment later, the maid made an excuse by saying that her laundry had run away. Kevin, looking displeasedly in front of him, replied that she was a fox, and why was she like that? Looking at Chloe, he added that she remembered that she was going with him to the academy in 2 months. The girl replied that of course, she had already started preparing. Chloe, lowering her head, added that she had collected basic study supplies, books, notebooks, a first aid kit for the uniform, and materials for the trip. Lowering her head, she thought, looking at her, Kevin thought that he no longer forced himself to smile at him. He remembered how Chloe, exhaling, said that she was tired of pretending she was still bad at it. Looking at the surprised girl, he continued to think that it had become much more comfortable with her in terms of communication, because there was no longer a need to bow and scrape in front of each other and have meaningless conversations about the weather. Looking at the smiling girl, he thought that he knew that even if they were driven into a corner and they were suddenly forced to defend themselves, standing back to back, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise, thinking that none of them would betray the other, that's for sure. Smiling and lowering his head, he thought that this was enough for him. After which he sat down in a chair and began to study and thought that their relationship was just like that. Chloe turned to the protagonist, asking if everything would be okay with him. Kevin turned around in surprise, to which the maid, lowering her head, replied that there had been some not so pleasant rumors about him lately. The protagonist, standing in a chair in surprise, asked what kind of rumors, and then thought that his shitty image had really managed to deteriorate even more. The birds had managed to bake something that had eclipsed his previous reputation. He was impressed. Chloe blushed, and then said that Kevin kept her to himself because he liked her. The protagonist's hand trembled. Then he looked ahead in surprise, thinking that who would have thought that as a Nox he would feel such shame. Then, looking at his assistant, he apologized, saying that she got into trouble because of him. Chloe, stretching out her hand, replied that that was not why she told him about it. Lowering her head, she added that she was only afraid that he would be uncomfortable because of it. Kevin, exhaling, replied that for what reason, there were worse rumors about him. He is worthless, a disgrace to his glorious family. The girl, looking away, replied that everything is not so bad, to which the protagonist added that if she was going to lie, he would fire her too. A moment later, the girl, frowning, replied that she admits there were such rumors she also heard. Looking ahead, she added that he is also a pervert. Kevin grabbed his face with his hands, thinking that his image should have improved. Sitting down in the chair, he continued to think that before he was just a weak, brainless loser. Looking in front of him in surprise, he continued to think that now he is a deceiver who leads people by the nose, despite the fact that he is capable. Narrowing his eyes, he thought that he had better stick to the balance. Raising his hand, he thought that in the end, Nox is a villain, there must be someone who will motivate the main characters, and he does not care, because he is a real character of eternal sleep. Then he squeezed his hand. Looking at Chloe, he waved her hand, telling her to forget and stop rumors. Looking in her direction, he added that he had a task for her. Leaning on the table, he continued to say that for the Academy, as she understands, it is not only she who needs to prepare, it would not hurt him either. The girl, looking forward, answered what type of training was in question. Kevin, smiling, thought that loyalty to the master implied unconditional loyalty to a certain character, so if he told about his plans, it would not change anything. In fact, it was even beneficial for him that she got to know him better, then it would be easier for her to carry out his various assignments. Looking at her, he said that he intended to study magic before going to the academy and would like her to help him with this. The girl jumped back in fear and then answered that he was going to do this despite the laws of the empire. The protagonist, stretching out his hand, smilingly answered exactly, to which the girl said that it was rather harsh, and Kevin continued to say that he was already worthless and also lustful on top of everything else. Chloe, exhaling, added that it seemed to bother him after all. Then, looking at Kevin, she said that she understood. Frowning, she continued to say that she was sure he had reasons for such an act. She would go and look for suitable literature. The protagonist, looking after her, thought that, as he expected, she was a competent maid. Suddenly, Kevin heard a noise from the window. He looked there in surprise. From there, someone was shouting that they would all be in trouble if they missed anything. Going out onto the balcony, he heard a voice that young Master Harry had returned. Kevin thought that he had finally returned after graduating from the academy. He had almost forgotten about him. The protagonist looked at the huge number of carriages from below. Smiling, he thought that here was his chance to increase his life expectancy. Then he turned to his maid. Smiling, he said that he had to leave for a long time to solve one very important matter. The head replied that he had started it again, and the protagonist silently watched his brother's arrival with a smile. We are transported to a festive table. A man, drinking a glass of wine, says that he congratulates Harry on completing his studies. He smiles and replies that he is grateful. Harry is the second son, one of Nox's older brothers. The protagonist activated the system window. Basic information about his brother appeared in front of him. Bonuses and restrictions were below. Kevin thought about how he was known as a ladies' man who perked up at the sight of a beautiful stranger and also unscrupulous. And for a few seconds he looked at his brother. Looking at how he communicated with his father, he thought that the only reason Harry did not stand out with such a bouquet was because there was a much more worthless member of the family. The protagonist, smiling, thought that he was too good at getting close to major political figures. Imagining how he moved the pieces on the board, he continued to think that he managed to use his talents correctly to easily graduate from the academy. The Academy is a significant educational institution with a very strict selection of students. The entrance exams can hardly be passed by 1,000 people, and only half of them will survive to graduate. Suddenly, the man, stretching out his hand, turned to his eldest son, asking that he had already decided on the date of departure to Chatteras. Harry's hand shook. He looked away with a smile and replied that yes, he would be leaving in 3 days. His father, frowning, replied that he should remember that there were especially many monsters on the road there at this time of year. The protagonist imagined a small road in his head, thinking that Chatteras was the outskirts of the territory. There were neutral and southern lands. There was also an eastern border with another country, where there was a little-known desert. Then he imagined the skeleton of a monster in his head, thinking that it was not only lifeless, but also teeming with terrible monsters, the worst possible land. Imagining a king in his head, he thought that Harry was tasked by the imperial family to thin out the monster population there. Such is the unspoken rule of the empire. Only a knight who has coped with the task set before him can be called to the ruling dynasty. Harry, raising his hand, said that even with the arrival of winter in that area there were still too many monsters. The imperial family intended to somehow combat it. The father, glaring at his son, replied that even if it was a wasteland, losing control of that place could affect the neighboring lands. Frowning, he added that in any case, he owed the honor of their family. Harry, smiling, replied that he would keep it in mind. The protagonist, lowering his head, thought about how the mission was not just a monster hunt and not just a side event in the game, it entailed a whole series of intricate plot twists. Wiping crumbs from his face, he continued to think about what benefit could be gained from all of this. Looking at his brother, he said that he was going to Chatteras. He answered yes, and the protagonist thought that it was natural if he wanted to gain it. Smiling, he added that he could go with him. His brother looked ahead in surprise, and the protagonist thought that he would have to personally intervene in the development of Chatteras. A moment later, Harry, smiling, asked what he was talking about. Did he really not know what kind of land this was? The protagonist, lowering his head, replied that this was neutral territory, where clashes with monsters periodically occurred, and robbery and lawlessness reigned everywhere, so be it if he was suddenly mistaken. Harry stared ahead in silence for a few seconds. Then, looking at his brother, he said that he had heard a lot about him lately. The protagonist thought that his brother's main skill was hitting the mark. Then Harry, frowning, folding his hands, said that it was true that he had cleared the forest with the second daughter of another family. Kevin answered that it was true, and then thought that this skill allows you to determine the exact reason for the interlocutor's anxiety. And if the stats of his target are lower than his own, then he will do it quite quickly. It is thanks to this skill that he advanced so much in the world of politics. Harry, smiling, said that it turns out that it is also true that he defeated the twins, as well as the fact that he took a commoner as his maid. Then Kevin activated the skill Strong Mind, resists the effect of hitting the point. Smiling, he said that it is so. Harry, lowering his head, replied that he understands that he has achieved a lot during his absence. Menacingly stretching his finger forward, he added that he cannot take him with him on a mission. Someone who did not even study at the academy, he would not want to drag his corpse around with him later. Looking at his brother, Kevin replied that he should not rush into a decision. Suddenly their father stood up from the table and, slapping his hand on it, said that, apparently, he would have to guarantee that what he was afraid of would not happen. Looking at Harry, he told him to take his brother with him. He looked ahead with fear, and the man, frowning menacingly, replied that it was an order. Then he looked away at the younger one, adding that the family would provide them with everything they needed. Kevin stared ahead silently for a few seconds, and the father, leaving the room, added that they had 3 days to complete the preparations. Looking at the door, the protagonist wondered what had just happened. Frowning his eyebrows, he continued to think that he had just taken his side. Remembering his look, he thought about what he had planned. Then, clenching his fist, he looked ahead menacingly. Suddenly, behind him, he heard his brother's voice, who said what he was trying to achieve. Looking straight ahead menacingly, he added that he was out of his mind or something. Kevin, lowering his eyes, answered that he was really that different from his usual brainless self. Harry menacingly shouted that he was joking. A second later, he grabbed him by the collar. Approaching, he added that he should be careful. Looking straight ahead menacingly, Harry continued to say that he would be sorry if he got hurt before he even saw Chatteras. Suddenly, someone stretched out their hand, shouted something. Kevin, puzzled, turned around, saw traces of blood. Chloe blushed, fear in front of her. Chloe, lowering her head, approached the protagonist, saying that she would wash everything off right now, let him go to his room and change. Harry looked in their direction with displeasure. Then Kevin, adjusting his collar, turned to him, saying that his maid and the pressure asked for their forgiveness. Stepping aside, he added that he would have to leave him. Turning around, he added that they would see each other in 3 days during departure. Harry looked after him with displeasure, clenching his fist. Kevin stepped down the corridor and then thanked his maid. Lowering his gaze, he added that she saved him from unnecessary scandals, incredibly timely. Chloe replied that he had a real talent for getting into trouble. In front of her, she continued to say that everything would be fine. The protagonist, approaching the door, turned around and replied that everything would be fine, not to worry. A second later, Monica's loud scream was heard from the door. Displeasedly leaving the office, she shouted that he had just said where they were going. The protagonist, looking at her, wondered if she had forgotten who her master was. Raising his hands, he replied that everything had already been decided, and then thought that it was really such a big deal to have another son join the expedition. Even a worthless one. Chloe, putting her hand on her chest, said that, frankly, she agreed with Monica this time. Looking tensely ahead, she added that chatter was too dangerous, the monsters and bandits there numbered in the hundreds. Hearing this, the protagonist, turning around, replied that everything was fine, he knew what he was doing, and then thought that this was why he was going there. This was his great chance to increase his lifespan. After which, lowering his eyes, he added that he was not going to take them with him, let them not worry, the two of them would stay here. Suddenly, Chloe, interrupting him, apologized. Both she added that she could not allow this. Putting her hand on her chest, she continued to say that as his personal maid, she is obliged to help the master in everything, regardless of the place and danger, she will go with him. Hearing this, the protagonist replied that she can get hurt. Chloe replied that she can, just like him. Frowning, she added that Monica told her that his body is quite weak and fragile. Kevin, and the task, looked in front of him, and the girl continued to say that he would not be able to make such a long journey completely helpless. He also often forgets his things, and who will do his laundry for him? Closing his eyes, she added that he will cope with his own hands. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she was right. He did not think about such details, because in the game it is usually omitted. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that, in addition, if he dies, her position as a maid will also be at risk. He thought that she really had no choice but to follow him, and then he said one. Chloe, exhaling, smiled, and Kevin, stretching out his hand, said that only she should obey him unquestioningly, and she would also have to learn to ride Carl. Then she answered that she understood they had already become close with Carl. Suddenly Monica grabbed her shoulder, shouting that when they got close to Carl. Looking ahead with displeasure, she asked how she did it, to which Chloe, raising her finger, replied that she used part of her salary to buy him high-grade sugar for horses and strawberries, so he opened up to her pretty quickly. Monica, with tears in her eyes, said that what was wrong with Hay, the same monster as his master. Hearing this, Kevin, smiling, showed her his fist, saying that Monica was staying in any case. Then, turning around, he said that Chloe would help him. Since she was going, they would have to make a few more preparations. Then, turning around, he thought that she was overreacting. Looking at Monica, he continued to wonder if everything would be okay with her. The maid followed down the hall. Then a man appeared, bowed, and said that the head of the family wanted to give him something. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He remembered his father's words about the family providing them with everything they needed. Thinking that this was what he was talking about, by the way, why he even stood up for him, it was most likely for a reason. The man looked menacingly ahead and said that he had come. The protagonist, bowing, replied that he had been told that he wanted to give him something. The father, closing his eyes, replied that yes, whether he would be able to tame him or not, depended entirely on him. After which he opened the case, in which a long black sword was visible. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and the father added that this was the sword of the first head of the family. A moment later, Kevin looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that this was unexpected. Looking at his father, he continued to think that he did not remember such an object in the thing with her. Looking at the black sword, he continued to think that he had completed this game 27 times, and it was incredibly strange why she was giving it to him. Looking ahead, he continued to think that he did not understand anything. Well, he should not refuse the gift. After which he clenched his fist. Looking at the sword, he thought about its appearance. Suddenly, the father, looking at his son, said that it may look worn before him, but it served the first head of the family faithfully and truly all his life. Closing his eyes, he added that the same as him. Kevin, stretching out his hand, said what he should do to take possession of it. The man replied that first, let him try to hold it. The protagonist silently looked at his hand for a few seconds, and then grabbed the hilt. He easily raised it above himself. A second later, the sword flared up, and a dark aura began to emanate from it. Kevin, frightened, thought that his mana, it was being absorbed by him. The sword was becoming blacker and blacker. The whole room was filled with a dark aura. Looking at it, he thought that the color of the blade was changing. Father, putting his hand on the table, said that, as he expected, he could already feel mana. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure, and father, stepping aside, said that it was good, he knew that it would be like this. Looking aside, he added that the sword absorbs and accumulates the owner's mana and then splashes it out at once. Hearing this, Kevin responded in surprise that he thought it was not easy to use in battle. Then suddenly the protagonist looked ahead with fear. The sword continued to absorb his mana. Gritting his teeth, he saw a system message that the mana was being absorbed at a high speed. Sweat began to drip down his face, and another system message appeared, saying that due to the sudden change in state, the acting master's ability was unstable. He thought that he needed to slow down. It would be bad for him if his mana continued to decrease so quickly. His father walked through the office and said that if he wanted to master it. Looking at Kevin, he continued to say that he needed to hold on to it for 10 minutes. The protagonist's hands began to shake, and he wondered what was going on in that state. Then the man stepped aside and said that this sword was called the Stormbringer. Kevin continued to try to restrain the sword, and a system message appeared in front of him with basic information about it. Suddenly, he looked at one of the system messages in fear, which said that there was a special effect when killing with this sword, and his mana would be absorbed and converted into attribute points. After absorbing enough mana, it would discharge and reveal the true power of the sword. With trembling hands, he wondered who needed this now. Another system message appeared that the mana reserve was completely exhausted, switching to an alternative energy source. He looked ahead in fear, seeing that the system message said forced conversion of the player's life force into mana. A moment later, the sword turned red, and a system message appeared that the lifespan was reduced. Looking ahead in fear, he clenched his teeth. Trying to get rid of the sword, he thought that he needed to leave this devilish thing as soon as possible. Trying to unclench his hand, he thought that he could not let go of it. Then, menacingly looking ahead, he shouted that this bastard piece of iron does not give in. His father silently watched what was happening. He remembered this sword, thinking about what it was, giving colossal power, but at the same time harming the owner. Thinking back to when he was sitting on the throne, he thought that the first head of the family made a name for his family with it, and he gained a reputation as the strongest family with the darkness attribute. Most of the descendants were unable to wield this sword. Thinking back to his eldest son, he thought that 9 out of 10 of them would faint from exhaustion after touching it. Even 10 minutes for the first time was too long. Looking down, he continued to think that he himself could barely last an hour. Looking at his youngest son, he thought that he had no hesitation in ordering his youngest son, who had not yet learned how to control mana, to wield this sword. Thinking back to the maid, he thought that considering the incident of saving Chloe, an image of a girl and 2 boys appeared in his mind, and he continued to think that the other recent events involving him were not a coincidence at all. He had grown a lot. The protagonist fell to his knees. The father thought that he lasted even longer than he expected. Perhaps he was as talented as the Emperor of the Sword. Leaning down, he thought that this is why he decided to test him. Looking at how Kevin holds the sword in his hands, he thought that if he can last all 10 minutes, then he can become the greatest head of their family in history. He continued to watch his son. Then he saw how Kevin stuck it into the ground. Looking at the heavy breathing of his descendant, he thought that he was capable of surpassing him. The protagonist clenched his teeth, then looked menacingly at his parent. The father thought that he was capable of killing him in the end. Then the man said that, as he thought, he was hiding his strength. Kevin turned around in surprise, asked what he was talking about. Walking out into the corridor, his father added that the sword was now his. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. Looking ahead with displeasure, he thought about the sword returning his life years. We are transferred to a detachment with horses. In 3 days the event in Chadoras took place. Chloe mounted the horse, saying that she had to take a lot of things with her. Smiling, looking down, she added that at least she had a spatial bag in which all this fit. Kevin looked ahead with displeasure. The girl grabbed his shoulder, thinking that he had been waiting for this trip so much. Why didn't he look happy at all? Then the protagonist, sighing, thought that although his father really gave him generously, and it wasn't just about the petrol. Frowning, he continued to think that he couldn't be fully happy about this after seeing the rest of his lifespan. Raising his head, he thought that Harry had gotten a lot of things too. His brother was chatting with someone, saying that among the monsters he saw at the academy, looking at him. The protagonist thought that he had taken so many things that he would now have to carry, because that was his condition for them to go together. Well, he was using him too. Then suddenly Harry looked ahead in surprise, hearing that they were going this way. Kevin looked out from behind his comrades, looking ahead. 2 guys were arguing discontentedly in front of him about where they were going. Harry, frowning, silently looked ahead. Someone said that at this rate they would be late. Then the older brother asked, "What, didn't he say that he knew exactly how to get there?" The knight commander, putting his hand on his chest, apologized, saying that he had never taken that route before. So they were lost. Someone said that there were only idiots around. Chloe looked at Kevin in surprise. The protagonist turned around and apologized, saying that he only meant those incompetent clowns with himself. Kevin then turned to his brother, asking if they were having any problems. Harry turned around, displeased, and then, waving his hand, he replied that it was none of his business. Kevin, looking away, said that it meant they were lost after all. His brother, turning around menacingly, shouted that he had said that it was none of his business. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he could lead them out. Hearing this, Harry, clenching his teeth, asked what he was talking about. Looking at his brother, he thought that he had never left the estate his whole life. How did he know the way? Kevin, putting his hand on his chest, replied that he should just let him be a guide. He was quite knowledgeable in this matter. Even the vassals of their family praised him for it. Harry looked ahead in surprise and asked if he was serious. Chloe thought that he was blatantly lying. Then the elder brother, looking ahead, thought that he didn't want to be late at all. On the other hand, it would give him a chance to punish him for his impudence. Smiling, he continued to think that okay, a small detour wasn't such a bad idea given their situation. Then he replied that if he was so sure, then let him lead. The protagonist, smiling, replied that they were heading this way. He pointed to a path leading into the forest. We are being transported to a fire. They set up a small camp in the middle of the forest. Harry, looking at his subordinates with displeasure, shouted that how did he lead them out so quickly. Stretching out his hand, he continued to shout that even accurate maps of the southern lands don't exist. Experienced guides also wander here in search of a path. Looking at his subordinates, he continued to shout that how could he do this? They want him to believe that this is possible. Kevin carefully eavesdropped on this conversation. Exhaling, he thought that he simply knew the way. He was a veteran of the game, after all. Raising his head, he thought about the fact that since Traitors was a key quest point, he knew it well. Suddenly, Chloe approached him, saying that she was also curious about how he found the way so quickly. Kevin extended his hand, saying that she saw these furrows in the ground. The girl, lowering her head, saw small cracks in the ground, asking what tracks and feathers from a wine bear were there. Folding his hands, the protagonist answered that these monsters with the body of a bear and the head of an owl, inhabiting the south, are typical inhabitants of the southern border. Looking at the maid, he added that, in general, if you follow their tracks, you can easily get to Traitors. Chloe, clutching her hand to her mouth, said that everything will be fine if they set up camp in their habitat. Kevin looked around the camp and replied that considering they were afraid of fire, they wouldn't go into a camp with so many people. Some guy said he heard that the young master had changed a lot, but not that much. Harry listened with displeasure to the conversation about how he was even more talented than the second son who graduated from the academy. Hearing this, the eldest son clenched his teeth, telling them to shut their mouths. Looking at his comrades, he asked what it meant. Those guys really lost to him. Harry's personal servant, putting his hand on his chest, answered that everything was true, after which Harry replied that he wanted to personally verify his strength. The servant, smiling, said that he had the perfect thing for this. He pulled out a small bag. Seeing it, the eldest son grinned maliciously, saying that he felt that Kevin would have a long night today. The protagonist and Chloe approached the tent. We are being transferred closer to night. The fire has already gone out. The guard was sleeping near the tent. A dark figure of a monster appeared in the bushes. The leaves rustled. The protagonist lay on the bed, closing his eyes, after which he thought that it had already begun. Opening his eyes, he grabbed the sword. Chloe, looking at him in surprise, asked where he was going. Kevin came out of the tent, told her to wait for him here. The wind was raging outside. Kevin looked at his opponent. The monster stared at the protagonist. The protagonist calmly looked straight ahead and thought that there were 4 ogres in front of him. Then he turned his gaze. He saw smoke and thought that this was most likely the reason. Then he remembered the hand with the bag and added that the soil there was mixed with the pheromones of a female ogre. Most likely, he did this knowing that now is their mating season. To lure the ogres here, Gran wants to use them to scare him. The ogres stared straight ahead furiously. Kevin smiled and noticed that his life force. Then the equations appeared. The ogre swung and screamed. Kevin swung his sword sharply. Then he jumped back from his place. The protagonist flew up. Then he raised his sword. Then he hit the ground. The ogre swung his sledgehammer. Kevin turned his gaze sharply. Then he struck the enemy several times. The ogre opened his mouth and looked at the wound. The protagonist looked down and thought that this sword was pretty good. Then he smiled and added that he was afraid that it would start sucking mana out of him again without stopping, but his worries turned out to be groundless. Then he slashed the monster with his sword. Kevin looked at the blood and thought that it felt like the sword was moving almost by itself. Then he stared at the corpses and realized that there was only one left. The ogre shook. Then he started to run. Kevin raised his hand and thought that he wanted to run away. He couldn't let him do that. Carl jerked sharply hearing the protagonist scream, after which his mane glowed. The protagonist quickly jumped on the horse, after which he swung his sword. Then he gripped the handle tightly. Kevin abruptly slashed the sword at the enemy, after which he turned around and saw a notification. The girl came out of the tent and asked if he was okay. Then she raised her hand. Kevin got off the horse and said that he had told her to wait in the tent. Why the ogres appeared at the entrance to the forest, maybe they would put up a guard and wake up the others. Then he looked straight ahead and noticed that someone had deliberately lured the ogres here. Chloe shook and asked again. Then she remembered the guy with a smile. The protagonist spread his arms and said that he had taken advantage of the orcs' behavior to attack them, so he had set up his tent away from theirs. Chloe opened her mouth and asked what that meant. He was trying to keep them in check. Kevin stroked the horse and answered positively. Then he introduced the two nobles and said that Gran must think that he doesn't know how to take over their family's line of succession. So he decided to test his abilities in advance. Compared to his eldest son, Garen, he is not that strong, so he had to use such a cowardly plan. Kevin sat down and thought that he should let him know that this won't work on him. Chloe opened her mouth and asked what he was trying to do. Kevin smiled and asked if he knew how to lure more ogres. Then he took some ogre blood. Then he shook the bottle and thought that he should use orc blood. Ogres are like humans. Kevin smiled. Then he looked at the tents and thought that they would avenge their fallen comrades. The light hit the grass. There was a ball on the pillow and he heard what was happening. The guy gritted his teeth and asked why the mana detection crystal was reacting like that. Then he looked at the ball and thought that it was a magical tool that could sense monsters in the area. Maybe it was broken. Harry raised his hand and said that it was new and they were just entering the forest. It couldn't be that a monster strong enough to react like that appeared here. Then he raised his head and trembled. Then he turned around hearing a scream. The warrior ran into the tent and screamed that he needed to evacuate immediately. Harry jumped out and screamed what was going on. There was a huge ogre standing near the tent and the warrior screamed that a huge group of ogres had appeared. Harry gritted his teeth and thought that ogres shouldn't appear here. The sun shone over the mountain. The ogres were lying on the ground and cries for help were heard. Harry put his hand out. Then he opened his mouth and screamed if they had mixed the soil in front of his tent. The warrior opened his mouth and said that it was strange. He had definitely mixed it near the tent of young Master Nox. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he smiled and remarked that it was a refreshing morning. Chloe closed her eyes and told him to go eat. The protagonist sat on a box and told her to sit here, and the girl remarked that she was a maid, he could not eat with them. Kevin smiled and remarked that they were in the middle of a mission. It would be difficult for him to cook food separately for himself, and it would also be bad if monsters appeared. Then he stuck out his finger and added that who knows, dozens of ogres could appear near his brother's tent. Chloe leaned away. Then she put her hand on her forehead, heard the question of what happened, and answered that she simply thought that the master she served was a little shameless. Kevin smiled and remarked that she should have gotten used to it by now. Harry waved his hand and shouted to pack up the tents. The protagonist licked his spoon. Then he looked at the tent and thought that the tent stained with blood should be thrown away. They would continue to be pursued by ogres. Chloe opened her mouth and asked what he was going to do now. Could he help them? The protagonist opened his mouth and asked why he should. The girl opened her mouth and said that it meant that they should continue. The protagonist presented the diagram and noted that even if they went far from here, the ogres would most likely continue to pursue them. Kevin closed his eyes and thought that this was why he started all this. She would scold him. He needed more ogres to prolong his life. Then he put the spoon in the bowl. Chloe looked at him and asked if he had finished eating. Kevin straightened up and thought that they would need ogres soon. The ground shook. The protagonist smiled and noted that they needed to get ready to go. The ogre stood in the middle of the forest. Someone was looking at him from behind. Then he turned around. A moment later, he began to fall down, after which blood appeared on the path. On the second day, the sun shone brightly. The stick hit the ground. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that he finally managed to explore this entire territory. Then he continued jumping forward and added that Chad was still quite far away, so he was a little worried, but everything turned out quite well. Harry opened his mouth and called the protagonist. Then he opened his mouth even wider and asked what he was going to do with the ogres that were on their tail. Would he be able to lose them? Kevin smiled and noted that of course he could. Then he turned forward and added that they could arrange a full-scale massacre, but then they would definitely attract the attention of other monsters, so they would try to get out of this forest as quickly as possible. If they quickly got out of the forest, there would be no problems. Harry turned his gaze and thought that there would be no problems. He was already commanding soldiers. Then he looked closely at the protagonist and wondered when he had managed to learn all this. The protagonist hit the ground with a stick. The guy opened his mouth slightly and asked why he was hitting the ground. Kevin opened his mouth slightly and noted, because monsters could appear at any moment. After which the guy trembled and asked again about monsters. The protagonist smiled and answered positively. The ground beneath them trembled and Kevin noted that here. Chloe looked down in fear. Then the ground beneath them cracked. The protagonist smiled and shouted that here he is. A huge worm emerged from the ground. Kevin looked at it and thought that the monster, which looks like a mixture of a snake and an earthworm, an inner lunatic, is like a formless dragon. Then he turned his gaze and added that thanks to this, he cannot use magic, but he is still very strong. Then he remembered the ogre and noted in his head that even if a crowd of ogres attacked them, the worm was much stronger. But this was what he expected. The monster grabbed the horse. Kevin smiled and thought that although the soldiers would probably be shocked if they found out that he himself summoned the worm by knocking on the ground, but what can they do? It was not they who took over the body of the game character. Then he opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, let them hide behind the trees. The guy turned and asked that they were not going to attack. The protagonist smiled and thought that let their enemies defeat our enemies. Then he turned his gaze and added that if they quickly get out of the forest, there will be no problems. The warriors turned back abruptly. Ogres appeared from the forest and Kevin thought that he was not going to break away from the orcs. Chloe looked back and shouted to the protagonist. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that so many ogres had caught up with them. Kevin put his hand out and noted that he should not worry, he had an idea. Then he opened his mouth and asked what monsters the worm loved the most, and at the same time, hated the most. Chloe opened her mouth and asked which ones, after which the earth shook even more. The protagonist watched as the ogres attacked the monster and noted that they were ogres. The ogre opened his mouth and the protagonist noted that they were the worm's main source of food, but they were constantly trying to take revenge. You could say they were sworn enemies. Kevin looked straight ahead and added that that's why skilled travelers take advantage of it. The worm opened his mouth and screamed. Then he hit the ogre. A crowd of monsters jumped on the worm. Chloe opened her eyes and froze. Harry opened his mouth and wondered if they were attacking each other. Then he gritted his teeth and added how Kevin knew about it. Kevin lowered his hand to the stones. Chloe knelt down and asked what they just needed to wait. The ogres were struggling with the worm. Kevin threw the stones sharply. One of them flew into the ogre, after which the rest flew into the others. Chloe gritted her teeth and asked what he was doing. What if the ogres attacked him? The worm pinned down the ogres and notifications noted that the protagonist's strength had increased. Kevin threw stones and thought that in order to gain experience, he needed to deal at least 1 unit of damage. Then he gritted his teeth and saw notifications about the received clock. The worm grabbed the ogre. Harry opened his mouth and thought that it was all over. It was good that he used the ogres, but they eventually lost. Then he opened his eyes and added what to do. The worm was too hard to kill for it to escape. The protagonist stood up and shouted for everyone to prepare for an attack. Then he turned back and noted that they should shoot fire arrows into the mouth or throw spears there. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted for everyone to listen to the protagonist's order. Then they jumped on the worm with shouts to attack. The worm began to twitch. The protagonist pulled out his sword and thought that now it was his turn, after which a huge clock appeared. Arrows and spears flew at the worm. The warriors froze. The protagonist immediately ran to the worm. Then he leaned on a stone. Then he cut the worm. The protagonist jumped away from it. Then he landed on the ground. The hand on the clock twitched. Kevin calmly walked forward and saw notifications about the received time. Then he looked at the fallen corpse and thought that 10 days was more than he expected. Then he looked at the ogres and added that after all, this is a medium-sized monster. If not for the ogres, they would not have killed him so easily. Kevin opened his eyes seeing the notification of achievement. Then he remembered how he tore the page and thought that along with the curse of weakness, he also received a hidden blessing of growth. His endurance finally reached 5. Then he looked at his fist. The warrior looked at the protagonist and asked if he was injured, and Kevin replied that everything was fine and they worked hard. The warriors opened their mouths and shouted that they were truly incredible. Kevin gritted his teeth and noted that it was nothing, they needed to get ready. The ground shook. The protagonist turned around. All the warriors turned around sharply. Then another worm appeared. Kevin looked in surprise and wondered what another one was. Then he turned his gaze and heard to get out of the way. The warrior slashed the worm with his sword. Then he squeezed the sword. Kevin ducked and wondered who it was, what he was doing here. Charlie smiled and Kevin wondered what he was doing here, a sword genius. Harry opened his mouth. The protagonist looked up and wondered that the strongest character in Interlude Attic, one of the 3 sword emperors, along with Theo and Celsus's student. Charlie smiled and said that he had just saved them. Could he expect at least some words of gratitude? The protagonist looked nervously and wondered what else he hated to know. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted that he at least knew who was in front of him. Charlie scratched his head and apologized, and the warrior asked who he was. Then he smiled and replied that his name was Charlie, they could consider him a mercenary. Kevin looked at him and thought that considering what he had gone through as a child, it was no wonder he hated the nobility. But there was something more important, and that was that the first meeting with Charlie was supposed to have happened at Elden Academy. Then he remembered how they crossed swords and added that he had played this game countless times, and he had never met him before the academy. The protagonist clenched his fist and wondered what had happened. Then he looked at Charlie and heard if the guards could check his documents. The protagonist's squad galloped forward. Harry raised his hand and asked if he was a mercenary. Then he smiled and asked that he was also heading to chat. Charlie opened his mouth and noted that this was his first stop. He heard that at this time of year, you can have a good hunt for monsters there. The protagonist raised his hand and thought about hunting monsters, then looked straight ahead and added that if you think about it, for his training, Charlie traveled all over the Empire before school started. He trained in random places. Harry extended his hand and asked if he was traveling on his own. He looked quite young. He seemed quite confident in his skills. Then he smiled and added that he would pay him well. Would he like to join them on a mission to conquer the child? Charlie smiled. Then he opened his mouth and noted that since they were the sons of the Emperor of the Sword, he was actually a little interested in them. The protagonist turned his gaze to him. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted, "How dare he speak so impudently?" and Harry asked him to calm down and give him time to think. Harry looked at Charlie and thought that the power to defeat a worm with one blow, he should hire him. Then he smiled fiercely and added that this way he could regain the attention of the soldiers that Kevin had stolen. The sunset lit up the trees. The sun was shining on the camp. The protagonist opened his mouth and noticed that they had arrived. Then he started to drive into the gate and thought that in real life it seemed even more deserted. The rats were sitting near the bucket. Harry turned his gaze. The girl raised her hands and asked if she could eat something. The guy looked at him with displeasure. Then he straightened up. Then he turned his head away. The girl looked sadly. Charlie paid attention to her. Then he wilted. The warrior stood in the warrior's way. Then he smiled and noticed that he was Thickens, the head of security for this village. Then he closed his eyes and added that he was Harry, who had graduated from Elden Academy, and his younger brother Kevin, who had been warned about his mission. Charlie looked at him and thought that this was a chance meeting with one of the Sword Emperors and the sons of Reinhafer. Then he looked at Kevin and Harry and thought that he had high hopes when he heard that the proud Reinhafer family had gone on a mission. Charlie imagined the protagonist swinging his sword and thought that even though he was able to defeat the worm with his sword technique, he guessed they were still young gentlemen of a noble family. Then he looked at the protagonist. Charlie lowered his lips and thought that this was disappointment. Then he looked at the bell tower and added that it was obvious that this city was in a deplorable state. Then he looked at Thickens and added that the knightly order took money from people to feed their bellies, and people were not able to withstand attacks from monsters. The mercenary looked at the children and noted in his mind that they were in such a terrible state that they would be happy with even simple food. The sun was shining on the roof. Thickens held out his hand and noted that it was quite late. He would tell them the details of the mission tomorrow. It was a simple inn, but he hoped that they would be able to have a good rest after such a long journey. The warriors stood in the square. Harry turned around. Charlie pressed his hand to his chest and noted, "What about his earlier proposal?" Harry smiled and asked if he had decided. The mercenary pressed his lips together and noted that he was refusing. Then the nobleman opened his mouth and asked what he was going to do. He was not going to fight monsters alone. The protagonist looked at them. Charlie bowed and noted that for a start, he was heading where he had originally planned, wished him a safe conquest, and Harry noted that he was an unpleasant commoner. Charlie looked away and noted that if someone had skills, he would be able to show himself to the world. This is how the world works. Even rumors chase competent people. Kevin turned and thought that maybe they met earlier than he had planned. It was getting dark outside. Light fell on the stairs. The protagonist took the door handle and noted that the girl should rest. They would be on the road again tomorrow. Then he entered the room. He immediately looked at the window. Then he took hold of the shutters. The protagonist looked at the hungry children. The children were sitting and warming themselves by the fire. The girl opened her eyes. Kevin looked at them and asked if they were hungry. Then he opened the bag of food. Hayden gave it to the children. The girl smiled and asked if they could really take it. The protagonist sank down and thought that he couldn't save everyone, so maybe this was just kindness and generosity. The girl wiped her tears and thanked the protagonist. Kevin turned his gaze and noted in his mind that he wanted to create a future where they wouldn't have to ask for food. To achieve this, they first needed to survive and chat. The protagonist stood near the children. The girl took a step. Chloe turned her head to the side. Then she smirked and thought that she thought so, although he had been acting so cold just recently. The sun began to rise over the settlement. Thickens held out his hand and noted that, as they already knew, southern Chad was a region filled with monsters, and so they were requesting reinforcements and funding from the imperial family. Harry pointed his finger and asked if that was all they had to protect the village, and then heard that that was it. It had been there for a long time, so it could use some repairs. Then he looked at the walls and thought that it was awful. Then he let out a breath and thought that when the wave of monsters came, they wouldn't last longer than an hour. Considering that this was a side chapter, it was up to him to decide whether to save the village or not. The protagonist stared closely at the cuts on the wall and noted in his head that most of the time he decided to help Chad, and the reason was obvious. He was very precious. Then he smiled and added that in the future, Chad would become a very expensive land. Thickens turned and said that this year the monsters were different. Compared to previous years, there were a lot more dangerous monsters. Kevin raised his hand and thought that these people didn't know yet that increasing the number of dangerous monsters would help in the future. Harry's mouth fell open when he heard that. Even worse, many villagers had seen a griffin. Then he raised his hand and noted that the griffin really complicates the situation. Then he looked at the warrior, asked where they saw him, and heard that in the wasteland. And Kevin thought that the basis for the success of the mission in Chad is the griffin, whether they can drive him away or not. The griffin, the king of the wild. The protagonist imagined the griffin in his head and wondered what the griffin was made to stop him, but not defeat him. Then he looked straight ahead and added that he was going to defeat him. Tegan looked at the plain. Then he clenched his teeth and said that this is an endless horizon of the wasteland, a place east of Tahalin, a neutral zone. This land is famous for its barrenness. Kevin opened his mouth and noted that this is a place, but there is one thing: griffins usually do not stop near villages and chat. Then he folded his hands and added that they usually live near Tahalin. They do not know why he decided to stay here. The warriors looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that he seemed to know who the traitor was who would stab them in the back during the mission. The side quest had begun. To begin with, they would cut off the most rotten part of the village. Then he looked at the gate with the tower. The sun was shining on the building. The warrior turned the page. Then he crumpled it. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that Kevin, he wasn't worried about him, since he had heard that he was a useless brat, but who could have imagined that he would fall into his trap and lose Grant's trust? The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he had tried so hard to gain his trust, he wouldn't let it go that easily. The girl started to walk down the stairs. Chloe looked away. Henry looked at her with a smile. Then he carefully examined her face and thought that he had heard that she was a commoner. Then he hit the wall. Henry put out his hand. Then he grabbed her hand. Chloe gritted her teeth and asked if he had any business with her. Henry smiled and said sure, lots of business, nothing serious, he just wanted to talk to her alone for a while. The girl started to pull her hand away. Then she jumped out of his grip. Chloe took his hand and noted that she didn't think they had anything to talk about alone. Henry gritted his teeth and said that it was wrong. He might be a knight who served his master, but he deserved some fun. Chloe opened her mouth, heard that this also applied to her, and screamed at him to let her go. Then she opened her eyes and thought about what would happen if he refused him now. Then she introduced the protagonist and added that Harry would treat the young master worse. He might get into trouble, and he might attract unnecessary attention from the family. She didn't want Kevin to suffer. Chloe gritted her teeth. Henry smiled and said that thanks to her master, 10 years of his hard work had gone down the drain. He was making her pay for it. The protagonist waved his sword and said that he wanted something. He would pay. Chloe turned to him. The protagonist put the sword away and said that now he could talk. Then he opened his mouth and asked how to pay him. Henry grabbed his stump and shouted that he was doing something. Even he couldn't get away with something like this. Then he opened his mouth and added that he thought Harry would stand by and let him do something like this. Kevin opened his eyes and asked why he was threatening him with his own brother now. Then he chopped off another arm. Henry fell to the floor. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that this was wrong, even if he had his family behind him. The protagonist grabbed the sword and said that it wasn't him who didn't know his place. Henry opened his eyes. Then he got hit in the back with a sword. Chloe opened her mouth and asked what he had done. Harry would not forgive this. Harry suddenly appeared and shouted what the hell had happened. Then he opened his mouth and asked if he had killed Henry. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered yes, and his brother shouted how dare he. Then Harry stuck out his finger and shouted how dare he say he had killed one of his knights, and Kevin pointed out that he had misunderstood what had happened. Then he opened his mouth and said shouldn't he check with him for details. Harry grabbed his brother. Then he opened his mouth and asked why he killed Henry. If the reason was minor, he will not be able to escape punishment. Chloe looked at the protagonist and heard that he just heard how he tried to rape his maid. Like her master, he could not stand aside and watch what would happen. Then she folded her arms across her chest. Harry opened his mouth and shouted that that was it, she was a commoner. Then he opened his eyes. The protagonist furiously released energy and asked what he just said will be able to take responsibility for his words. Harry let him go. Then he clenched his teeth and thought that this was Kevin's strength. This worthless younger brother is so talented. Then he looked away and said that he at least told him about it before he started acting himself, and Kevin noted that he forgot. He is good for nothing. Then he straightened his jacket and noted that he is not used to reporting and waiting. How about that? Then he opened his mouth and added to leave the solution of this issue to their father when he returned home. Harry gritted his teeth, thought about what he wanted, and said that they would leave the solution of this issue to their father. The protagonist smiled and noted that this was a wise decision. Then he turned and called the girl, after which they both left the building. Harry gritted his teeth and thought that when he managed to become so strong in the sword he was holding, he had seen it before. He should not underestimate Kevin. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if she was hurt. Kevin stopped near the well. Then he turned and thought that there would be a real commotion among the soldiers. They had already divided into factions, and now they were in a position where they needed to make a choice. Then he imagined Harry in front of him and added that they would follow Harry or him. The protagonist looked at the girl. Chloe froze and stared at one point. Then he turned to her and asked if she was okay. Chloe gritted her teeth and asked if he would be okay. Then she started crying and added why he did that. If this scandal grew, they might make more enemies and he would be in danger again. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he opened his mouth and asked that didn't she know what kind of person he served. Then he opened his mouth and added that he was a good-for-nothing scion of the Rhinefer family, so wherever they were, he should not bow his head. Chloe started crying. Then she wiped her tears and noted that he would remember that. The candle was burning on the table. Harry put the cup down. Then he gritted his teeth and thought how this worthless guy dared to climb above him. When his father sent Kevin under his command, he thought that he would only cause trouble, but now, during the mission, he shows a completely different side. After which he remembered the protagonist and thought that this sword, it must be that it looks like his father's sword, it's just a coincidence. The nobleman turned his gaze and noted in his head that he should be wary of it. He lost Henry, who could now be trusted to keep an eye on him. The door opened slightly. The guy bowed and noted that the situation on the first floor was sorted out. Then he raised his hand and added that young Master Kevin was completely different from the image presented in the rumors. Harry leaned on the table and thought that not only he was different, but he too, shouldn't he be a captain of the knightly order with many years of experience in this territory? Then he remembered how they rode in the forest and added that so how did Kevin, who studied on books, know that place better than him? He would pay him so much not for him to work so badly. After which he gritted his teeth and noted in his head that since the wave of monsters had not yet begun, he would use his knightly order a little more. Henry put his hand out and said to deal with the monsters and bandits in the area. Then he put his finger out and said that if Kevin started doing anything again, they should report it to him immediately. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he would do so. It got dark outside. The protagonist looked at the bottle and heard what he had been doing during the day. Chloe looked at him and asked if he had inspected the village gate, and Kevin replied that it was barely holding. The girl raised her finger and asked how they could stop the wave of monsters then. The protagonist closed his eyes and told her to go. Chloe opened her mouth and asked where they were going. Their inn was on the other side. Kevin smiled and said that he wanted to recruit a new member to their team, and then thought that because even in such a small village there was a genius character. The protagonist remembered the witch and thought that Alina, the character he recruited every time he came to Chad, was a genius potion maker. Kevin stepped in a puddle and added that it meant she was his potion supply. They both walked through the sewers. Chloe opened her mouth and asked if there really was a genius potion maker in such a place. The protagonist turned around and answered positively, and the girl noted that he did not understand why, if this person was so talented, he would hide in such a forgotten place. Kevin opened his mouth and said that she had her own reasons, and then thought that the reason was that this was a hidden path through Chad. Then he looked at the web and added that in the future, Alina would work for another empire. The protagonist saw a sparkle on the web and thought that if he did not go through Chad through a hidden path, Alina would no longer be available. Then he looked at the drain. Kevin opened his mouth and said that they were coming this way, and that he should follow him and watch his step. Chloe closed her mouth and wondered if there really was such a person here. Then she saw a sparkle on the stairs. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she saw light. The girl raised the bottle to her mouth and said that she couldn't believe that she was stuck in such a place. Then she turned and added how she ended up in such a situation. Kevin and Chloe looked at her. Then he smiled and said that he had found his potion maker. The girl opened her mouth and shouted who they were. Why were there some people here? Chloe opened her mouth and said that it couldn't be. The genius potion maker they were talking about was a drunkard. Eliza opened her mouth. There was dust hanging on the ceiling. There were materials on the table. Eliza looked down and said that she didn't know that they were from a noble family. The protagonist looked at her and noted that everything was fine. Let them forget about it. He had something to talk to her about. Let her listen carefully. The protagonist remembered Eliza and thought that at this point in the plot, she was a genius character with the highest potential for development, and she was also a genius potion maker. He should get her. Then he looked at the girl and added that although she had her flaws, then notifications with her stats appeared. The protagonist looked closely at the negative ones. Then he put his hand to his forehead and thought that this was expected, a genius potion maker who could be hired by a worthless Rhinafer family member. Then he took his hand away and thought that he was not such a valuable genius potion maker. Eliza twitched, heard that she was quite problematic, but they had no choice, and said that she did not know why, but apologized for angering him. Chloe opened her mouth and said that she was in no condition to say this, but she thought it was not worth hiring a drunk. The protagonist looked at her and noted that he knew, but they had no choice. Eliza looked at him and said that this was a side, he could ask why they came here. Then she lowered the edges of her lips and heard that he would get down to business. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked to join him. If she followed him, he would give her what she wanted most. Eliza opened her mouth and asked what it was. Kevin opened his eyes. The girl's hands trembled. Then she turned her head away and noted that she could not accept his offer. She had business here. Then she opened her eyes when she heard how it was connected with her friend May. Then she turned and asked how he knew, and Kevin answered that in the near future, May would be executed. Eliza flew up. Then she gritted her teeth and heard that if he accepted her offer, maybe he could save her. The protagonist put out his hand and asked what he would say. He could convince her. Then he moved his palm towards her. Light shone through the grate into the sewer. Eliza sat on a chair and thought that in the near future, May would be executed. Then she remembered how the protagonist said that he would save her for her, so let her join him. The girl folded her hands. Then she imagined May shouting that they wanted them to pay more taxes. They had already raised taxes this month. Then she remembered standing behind her and hearing that people were dying here. The imperial family was sending them money, and they had not even restored the walls. In her memories, Tegan looked down. Eliza looked down sadly and thought that it would have been better if she had acted more decisively. A tear fell on her hand, after which she folded her arms and noted that she would not be able to save her friend herself. She did not have enough strength. Then she remembered the protagonist and noted in her head that most likely he wouldn't be able to do it either. He very much doubted that he could do it, but she thought she wouldn't be able to forget about it for a long time. Eliza looked up sadly. People were having fun in the tavern. There was a candle hanging on the wall. The guy took a sip. Then he hit the table. Then he smiled and asked what this Harry was doing. Another warrior closed his eyes and noted that he was just an idiot. Then he opened his mouth and added that they just pretended that they were a knightly order and he just believed them. The warriors started laughing. The guy smiled and noted that although it happened by accident, it was lucky that Ron's knightly order left here. Then he pulled out a token and added that they were even able to get this. With this they could get a bigger job. Another warrior pulled out the same badge and said that if they showed this badge to the Rhinefer family, they would think that he was the captain of the Knights of Ron's order and he received all the benefits and perks that came with that position. The man smiled and remarked that even though it was an accident, it was surprising that they had the same name. The warrior took food in his mouth and said that if they took Harry hostage, they could make a good amount of money. They were talking about a member of the Rhinefer family. Did they agree? The guy turned to him. Then he opened his mouth and asked if everything would really be okay. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that they were talking about the most influential of the three dark families. I wonder if any of the bandits survived after they got involved. The bandits looked at him and heard with them. The man gritted his teeth and remarked that he was a coward. The guy stuck out his finger and shouted that that was why he was calling him an idiot. Then he closed his mouth. The warrior raised his hand. Then he stood up. Then he smiled and asked where he thought they were. The guy smiled and noted that it was Chad, a place that even the imperial family. Then he threw back his hand and added that they would take Harry hostage, get the ransom and escape to the east. Then he imagined a city in the desert and noted that no matter how influential the Rhinefer family was, they would not be able to do anything in an enemy country surrounded by sand. The guy raised his hand and added that after they found shelter, they could live happily there, and his comrade shouted, as expected of a captain. The coward opened his mouth and noted that this time, they still had this brat with them. He did not recognize their lie. The captain raised his head and noted that he was definitely dangerous. He was quite persistent. Let him tell the others not to mess with him while they were here. The man smirked and said that he was also a captain. He was just a child. He did not see any reason to worry. The captain opened his mouth and shouted that he needed a drink. The candle was shining on the wall. Then the wind blew it out. The bandits were surprised by the darkness. One of them opened his mouth and shouted what had happened. The second shouted who the hell had turned off the light. The captain opened his mouth and asked everyone to calm down. Then he wiped his cheek. Then he looked at his hand and wondered what that smell of blood was. He jerked sharply. Then he saw his comrade with a severed head. Then he saw a red trail. The captain suddenly flew up from his chair. Then he opened his mouth and shouted what had happened. Then he stepped on the corpse. The guy lowered his head down. Then he opened his eyes. The captain strained his gaze and wondered if they were enemies. Then he opened his mouth and shouted who the hell he was. The protagonist appeared from behind and asked why he was being rude. Then he opened his eyes wide and called him a worm. Then he suddenly found himself in front of the enemy. Kevin looked down and noted that they were hiding in this hole like rats. How dare they rob the Rhinefer family? The captain tensed up and heard that they overestimated themselves. Then he smiled and noted that it seemed that he was wrong about something. The protagonist straightened up and noted that he already knew everything about the crimes they had committed, including the funding they had stolen with Tegan, and he also knew that they were trying to use Harry. The captain clenched his teeth. Then he put out his hand and said what he wanted. Let him think about it. If he got rid of Harry, wouldn't his position in the family improve? The protagonist looked at him. The captain grinned and added that he should close his eyes once. He didn't need to take all these senseless risks. The warriors began to sneak up from behind. Then they surrounded the protagonist. Kevin squeezed the sword and noted that he was talking all this nonsense, not hiding his intent to kill. Then he slashed with the sword. Then he smiled and asked what he thought, that he was some kind of naive idiot who would believe that. The captain opened his mouth and shouted to grab him. The warriors ran at the protagonist. Kevin dodged. Then he slashed at the enemy. Then he jumped to the side and slashed at others. The captain stood to the side. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that he had been hiding his skills all this time. Then he grabbed his sword and added that it was dangerous. He needed to end it right now. The captain lit up. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted to remember this. He would die only because of his arrogance. The guy gritted his teeth and noticed that the protagonist was now a corpse. The captain swung his sword and used the captain's southern sword technique. The protagonist looked at the light. Then he gritted his teeth and noticed that they were dumber than he thought. Then he squeezed the sword. Kevin touched the blow, after which he cut it and saw a notification that he had destroyed his opponent's attack like a genius swordsman. The captain froze in shock. The guy opened his mouth and asked that he had stopped Chad's sword technique, after which he received a blow to the back. Kevin abruptly pulled out his sword, after which he went to the captain and noted that he was a parasite. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked how dare he ask him what he wanted. The captain twitched. The protagonist lit up and noted that he had already gotten what he wanted, after which he swung. The captain opened his eyes. The protagonist lit up even brighter and a notification noted that he had successfully mastered the southern sword technique. Kevin strained his gaze. Then he closed his eyes and wondered what it meant to be a genius. He appeared in a white space. Then he looked down and wondered if this meant that one was just luckier than the others. Kevin took a step forward. Then he looked at his hands. Then he touched the reflection and wondered what it meant, that someone had proven that they could reach a higher level than other people. The glass cracked and Kevin added that he had been asking himself this question ever since he risked his life. Then the shards fell to the ground and Kevin remarked on what it meant to be a genius. The protagonist smiled. Then he opened his eyes and thought that compared to the sword techniques he would learn in the future, this one might not be that great, but it was enough for them. Then he let out a blow. The blade slashed at the warriors. The opponents began to run away. The captain fell to his knees. Then he looked ahead in horror. Then he opened his mouth and said that it took him more than 10 years to master this technique. Where did such a kid know it from? The protagonist stepped on the sword. Then he looked at the captain furiously. The opponent looked up, after which he fell to the ground and shouted that if he killed him, Tegan would not let him get away with it. Maybe he already knew what he had done. Kevin opened his mouth and asked him not to talk nonsense. There were no witnesses who would have seen him kill. The captain opened his mouth and shouted that everyone present who was still alive had seen. The protagonist raised a finger and noted that he was simply killing them. Ron opened his mouth and asked again. Kevin smiled and added that it seemed he had not yet understood. If there was no one to tell about this, one attempt would be enough. Then he swung. Then he smiled broadly and noted that this is what the world would think. A fire was burning in the dungeon. The girl was in chains. Then she opened her mouth. Tegan adjusted his glove and said that he was saying that he did not want to work, and she did not want to be sold to other nobility. They received a sharp blow to the face. The guard put out his hand and asked what that meant. The girl gritted her teeth and noted that she would never listen to people like him. Then they grabbed her by the face. Tegan smiled and noted that she couldn't do anything now. The only thing someone of the same low position as her could do was suffer on the ground. Then he strained his gaze. Then something flew into his chest. The man looked at the saliva. Then he looked at her and asked what he was doing. Then he hit her in the face. May gritted her teeth and said that he wanted to be sold to a black magician. She remembered how the woman looked at her and said that she understood that she had tried, but he had made the potion incorrectly again. Although it was a matter of predisposition, he thought he simply didn't have the talent for something like this. Little May opened his mouth and asked how that could be. Then she looked down and thought that she had no talent to begin with, neither in alchemy, nor in fencing, nor anywhere else. The woman smiled broadly. Then she looked at Eliza and shouted that she had nothing more to teach her. Where could such talent come from in such a backwater? Then she raised her hand and thought that if only she were not an orphan of war, but from a noble family, even a small one. Then she stroked her head and added in her head that if only she could at least leave the orphanage. May looked ahead sadly and thought that Eliza was different. Eliza was a genius of alchemy. Then she looked at the girl and added that she always looked like she did not belong here. She always shone and glowed. Eliza turned. Then she grabbed May by the hand and shouted that they needed to play. May looked at her smile. Then she looked calmly and thought that besides, this bright smile of hers made her envy her. May looked down and added that that's why she decided to sacrifice herself instead of her, because she was sure that she could achieve much more than her. Then she opened her mouth and noted that suffering on earth is the norm of her life. Tegan looked at her and heard what he did not want to do after her death. Then the girl stuck out her tongue and added that it did not concern her. Blood fell on the floor. Tegan swung and insulted her. Then his hand trembled when he heard to stop harming himself. Tegan looked back and heard that if he left this place as a corpse, Alina would be sad. May looked up. Then she saw the protagonist. Tegan smiled and asked if he could find out why he came here. Kevin opened his mouth and noted that according to the law of the imperial family, he would be executed. Tegan looked at the cage and heard that he was given powers, and since his partner, Ron, was also dead, it would be better for him to surrender right now. After which he closed his eyes and noted what an unfortunate incident. Then he turned around and asked if he came alone. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he did. Tegan smiled and noted that it seemed like the young gentleman from the noble family had underestimated him a little. After which he extended his hand and asked if he thought he could handle him alone. Then he put his hand on his sword. The protagonist smiled and noted that he saw no reason why not. Tegan strained his gaze. Then he swung his sword and noted that events were unfolding faster than expected, but that no longer mattered. The knights began to run, after which they stood in the dungeon. The soldiers stared at the protagonist intently. The protagonist extended his hand and shouted to kill him. The protagonist calmly looked at them, after which he opened his eyes. Then he closed them. Kevin opened his mouth, after which his eyes lit up and the hour of genius was activated. A clock appeared above the protagonist's head and the world stopped, after which the protagonist suddenly struck forward. The protagonist suddenly stopped. Tegan froze with his mouth open. Kevin turned his gaze. Then he stepped aside. Then he touched the girl and the notification noted that there were 5 minutes left. Kevin began to pour water on the girl. May opened her eyes and asked who he was. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered that he was Kevin Reinhaffer. Then he looked at her and added that when she woke up, everything would be over. The girl closed her eyes. Tegan turned and shouted, "What the hell? He had already dealt with everyone." Then he clenched his teeth. The protagonist froze by the wall. Tegan fell to the ground. Then he began to turn his head. Then he stared at his feet. The cut hit the knights, then the others. Blood hit the walls. Tegan opened his eyes. Then he turned when he heard that he did not think that he would die so easily. Then he saw in the eyes of the protagonist. The protagonist straightened up. Tegan looked at the protagonist in horror, after which he saw the protagonist walking towards him and wondered if this was really happening, that he had lost to some brat. Then he opened his eyes wide. Kevin froze, after which he remembered breaking the glass and wondered what it meant to be a genius. Tegan was lying in blood and Kevin wondered if he had asked himself that at that moment. The protagonist walked up to him. The man opened his mouth. Kevin stared at him and wondered if Kevin was a genius. The protagonist picked up the sword and wondered what that meant to him, after which he squeezed the handle and drew blood. Tegan opened his eyes. Then he saw the protagonist walking towards him and wondered if he should seriously believe this, that he had lost to some brat. After which he opened his eye. The knight remembered the man and wondered if the captain of the Chad mercenary knights, his father, was the most outstanding person in the village. After which he remembered himself as a little boy and thought that everyone wanted to be like him and everyone respected him. Tegan remembered how his father attacked his mother, after which his father grabbed the boy by the hair. The man gritted his teeth and asked if he knew why people followed him. Tegan looked away and said that he did not know, after which he was grabbed by the hair. His father opened his mouth and shouted that it was all because of strength, after which he squeezed his hair harder and shouted that if he had superior strength, he could do whatever he wanted. Such was the law of the city on the border of the Arcane Empire. Tegan opened his eye and asked if he was the strongest person on the continent. His father doubled over in anger, after which he let go of his mother. Then he looked at the boy and noted that he was not. The man gritted his teeth and noted that even he was just a nobody on this huge continent. There were many strong swordsmen on the continent and there were even children his age. After which he put his hand on his shoulder and added that geniuses who were stronger than him. Tegan opened his eyes and heard that this is how things are on the continent where the war is going on. The protagonist's sword was covered in energy. Tegan looked at him and thought that he only survived because he decided not to fight them. Then he looked up. The protagonist was looking at him furiously and he thought that he must be one of the geniuses his father talked about, so talented that no one can compare to him. That's what it is. Tegan opened his mouth and noted that the only reason he was going to die now was his decision to fight him. Then he saw a flash and said that it was his decision to fight him. The protagonist pierced him. Blood hit the warrior on the back of his head. Blood hit the protagonist. Eliza was sitting on a chair. Then she turned when she was called. May and Chloe stood in the aisle. The redhead smiled. Eliza pushed herself away from the table. Then she hugged the girl and said that she was so scared, she thought she really left her. May started crying and said that everything was fine now, apologized for being selfish. Eliza hugged May tightly, and she thought that she was already going to give up everything and live on her own. Chloe looked at them carefully. Eliza turned and noted that she should thank Kevin. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that he must be sorting out the situation through dialogue now. Then she put her hand on her chest and added that she thought it was time for the brothers to talk face to face. Chloe looked away. Then she looked at the stairs and thought that she did not imagine that these were his true intentions. It was night outside. Harry tapped his finger on the table and asked how much longer he wanted to make him wait. Then he opened his mouth and added, how dare he make a representative of the Reinhaffer family wait. Nothing happened. Then he turned to the door. The protagonist entered the room and noticed that it was him. Then he leaned to the side. Kevin looked at his brother and noted that if he was not busy now, they needed to talk. It was important. Harry gritted his teeth and said that why would he talk to him? Then he saw blood on the protagonist. Kevin looked furiously. Then he strained his gaze and noticed that he had said that it was important. Harry opened his eyes and noticed that he should sit down then. Light was shining from the huge building. The man looked at the text. Then he looked at the nobleman and noticed that to sum it up, they received a message that Kevin had cleansed Chad of corruption and punished the guilty accordingly. The butler closed his eyes and noticed that he had asked for a separate reward for this. Then he handed over the letter and added that he could not understand what he meant, his apologies. The nobleman looked at the letter and thought that Chad, corruption in this place is growing more and more every day, but no one touched them before. Why? It's simple. Then he imagined the gloomy Chad and added, because it was unprofitable. The man raised his hand and thought that, however, it is not so simple. This place is still a headache for the imperial family. Then he imagined the marks on the map and added that Eastern Chad is the last line of defense. The nobleman imagined how warriors fight monsters and thought that therefore if this place falls, the monsters will begin to move to the center. The central government spent a lot of money and sent many troops and mercenaries there to protect this region. Then he rubbed his chin and added that a useless region that cannot be forgotten. That's what Chad is. The nobleman looked at the butler, thought that this wasteland had no value, and noted that all the bandit groups, including Vermin and Tegan, were very dangerous. Even Gran would have a hard time dealing with them. The butler closed his eyes and noted that this was true. The nobleman folded his arms and heard that if Ron's knights, that is, Ron's bandits, attacked him, the situation would only get worse. After which he introduced 3 warriors and added that if they could not cope with a threat of this level, they were not worthy of being called Rhinehafers, and in order to protect them, he sent the Knights of the Black Sword with them. The nobleman threw down the papers and noted that it would be better to return to the conversation about Kevin. Then he put out his hand and added that he found it difficult to understand that Kevin was not so magnanimous that he was ready to help get rid of corruption just like that. Then what about his request? Then he looked at the papers and added that he wanted the imperial family to give him the rights to this wasteland that this place would give him. The nobleman read the proposal. Then he raised his hand and said that he would give up his rights as the youngest child of Rhinehafer. The butler opened his mouth and asked if he would refuse him. The nobleman narrowed his eyes. Then he looked at the butler and said that he would agree. Then he put his hands on the table and added that if Kevin could really deal with all of them, he would really be able to get the rights to this place. Then he smiled and added that this was actually a good opportunity to see how he would cope with managing the territory. The butler put his hand on his chest and noted that he understood that if he wanted this, he would send a letter to the Empire and begin negotiations regarding receiving Chad. Then he bowed. The nobleman raised his hand. Then he read the protagonist's name. Then he opened his mouth and asked how far he had planned everything. The protagonist smiled widely. Birds flew over the house. Harry trembled and said that he was saying that Ron and Tegan wanted to kill him. Then he clenched his fists and added that he was their pawn, and Kevin noted that unfortunately, that was true. Harry trembled and thought that the family had definitely checked their identities. Then he opened his eyes and added how dare they use him, a member of the Rhinehafer family. Harry raised his hand and thought that there were more important questions. He was more like his brother. Kevin folded his arms. Then he smiled and asked why he was looking at him like that, afraid. Harry gritted his teeth and thought that he definitely wanted to quarrel with him. Then he folded his arms and added that he needed to hold on. If he failed the test, he would not be able to become a knight, and in the end, he had no choice but to accept this bastard's offer. Then he let off steam. Harry looked at his brother and asked what he wanted, and Kevin replied that he expected nothing else from him. He was quick to analyze the situation. Then he raised his finger and added that he needed a little. Firstly, he needed to be given the right to command his soldiers. Harry gritted his teeth and noted that he agreed to this, and then thought that even if he did not give him his army, his life was still in his hands. The protagonist folded his arms and his brother thought that he did not want to admit it, but he still did not know how strong he was. Harry opened his mouth and noted that in exchange, he should guarantee his safety and give him the profit. The protagonist began to bend his fingers and said that he should guarantee his safety and give him the profit. Then he smiled and asked that these are 2 requests, aren't they? Harry gritted his teeth and said that he would give him the rights to the minerals and artifacts from his mine. Then he opened his mouth and added, so let him figure out the situation. And Kevin noted that this was a small price to pay for his life, so let him not think that he was deceiving him. The protagonist smiled and noted that he would be in his care while in Chad. Then he narrowed his eyes and added that he hoped he wouldn't act rashly. There were bottles on the shelves. Eliza looked at the paper and said that she had never made such a thing, but yes, she thought it was possible. The protagonist looked at her and noted that it was a good answer, but everything would really be fine. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that the young master's plan was too dangerous, although it was not something a normal maid could ask, but was there a reason why he wanted to kill the griffin? May opened her mouth and noted that she agreed they could not lose their hero. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that they should not be afraid. If it was impossible, he would not even bring up the topic. Then he looked down and thought that he understood why they were worried, because he couldn't tell them what he wanted to get after killing the griffin, so he had to lie. Then he looked at the girls and noted that he had thought it through well, so he shouldn't bring this topic up again. Chloe looked at him and said that she would do her best to prepare everything necessary. The protagonist looked at her and thought that killing the griffin in chat at the beginning of the game was almost impossible. Eliza looked at the protagonist and he thought about it, because no one had succeeded in doing this before. Then he smiled and added that of course, if you don't take him into account. Kevin took the stick and noted that then he would explain the plan to them. He wouldn't repeat it, so he should listen carefully. Then he stared at the map and noted that this was a hidden path. Then he imagined the griffin and thought that it was impossible to kill the griffin here using conventional methods. Kevin opened his mouth and thought that it was hidden and only revealed to veterans of the game. The girls looked at him carefully. They were following the stick on the map. Kevin opened his mouth, thought that he was a veteran who had completed Inner Lunatic 26 times, and asked if they understood. The girls opened their mouths and shouted that they understood everything. The protagonist looked at the girls and thought that this was the reason why he wanted to kill the griffin in chat. Then he smiled and added that it was simple, but he would also receive a good reward. The sun shone over the wall and Kevin noted that then the explanation was over, tomorrow he would act according to the plan. The horse bit off the carrot, after which the protagonist stroked his head. The protagonist squeezed the sword and said that if he did not put his life on the line, he would not survive. Kevin gritted his teeth and thought, because this is the world of Inner Lunatic. Leaves fell into a puddle. The monster stepped in a puddle. The protagonist looked at the crowd of monsters and asked if it had started. Let everyone get ready. Eliza and May opened their mouths and shouted that they would do everything. Harry narrowed his eyes and noted what he would do. Then he put his hand out and shouted that they only had one chance. Let him remember that. Harry looked straight ahead and wondered why he felt like he was experiencing this moment for the first time. The soldiers looked away and the protagonist's brother wondered if it was probably because he had become Kevin and the only strategist. The protagonist looked at the monsters. Chloe opened her mouth and asked if he would really be okay. Then she saw the protagonist's hand and added that she had already told him about this yesterday, but it was too dangerous. The protagonist smiled and asked to trust his protagonist. He would not die. Chloe opened her eyes. Kevin jumped off the wall. Then he flew down and thought that this was the moment. Then he smiled and thought that the moment when he made a promise that he could not fulfill because he was terminally ill. The protagonist grabbed the sword. Then he jumped away from the wall. He grabbed the bottle. Then he threw it at the stone golem. The liquid flowed down his face. Then the protagonist slashed him. Kevin slashed the monsters. Then he opened his eyes and said that if he had not made this promise, he really could have died. The monsters ran at the protagonist. Then he jumped forward and thought that they would become his steps. The soldiers on the wall put their hands out and Kevin thought that he would be able to enjoy this damn game longer. Then he slashed the monster and added that which had become reality. Kevin smiled. Then he looked at the griffin. He carefully stared at the wing and noticed that here he was. Then he opened his mouth. The griffin glared at the protagonist, who wondered what they would start. Looking down, the bird screamed. The guy smirked slightly. The people watched from the wall in surprise. There were a bunch of dead monsters on the ground. The bird flew to the guy. A question arose that it was not sleeping, right? Looking straight ahead, Eliza said that she had never seen a knight who could fight like that, asked what was even possible. Gritting her teeth, May said that she knew he would be good. But who would have thought that they would not be able to follow his movements at all? Looking to the side, the girl added what the Reinhafer family was. The girl turned around when she heard that it was a family famous for its swordsmanship, and also a place where countless internal skirmishes took place over the right to inherit the black sword. Putting her hand on her chest, Chloe said that this is what the Reinhafer family is. Looking straight ahead, she added that in. Suddenly, the girl said that it was safe to say that young Master Kevin was the most worthy candidate of all. The guy grabbed his head in pain. Looking away, the girl thought about how she still didn't understand why young Master Kevin didn't pay attention to the bad rumors about himself, but she was sure that he had his reasons. Looking down, the girl said that apparently the rumors were untrue. Leaning on her hand, May said that apparently he had his own reasons for pretending that he was good for nothing, although she had no idea what they could be. Chloe grinned and said that yes, she thought so too. Taking a step forward, she added that so, please let them play along. Bowing, the girl said that she was sure that this was just a role he decided to play. After all, he was a wise man. Suddenly, Eliza interrupted her and asked that he wanted her to hide his true face. Yes. Smiling, the girl said that he shouldn't worry, and May added that they would keep quiet about it. The girl smiled back. The bird's eyes lit up. It made a sound. The guy looked at it in fear. All the guards froze in fear. The guy watched the bird from the wall. Biting his finger, he thought that Kevin, he wants to fight this. He's definitely crazy. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. Frowning, the protagonist looked at the bird. Suddenly the bird jumped up. The protagonist froze in anticipation. Kevin suddenly turned around. The guy nervously raised his hand. He clenched his teeth and thought that the devil, in any case, will do what he was told. Turning around, he addressed the soldiers and said that while the griffin was near the fortress walls, they should just wait, and when he gave the order, they would fire the ballistas. Looking at the guards, he asked if they understood. The guards answered in one voice, "Yes, sir." The cannon was pointed upwards. Harry turned around. Suddenly, the griffin began to fly down. A glow emanated from the ballista. Stretching his hand forward, the guy shouted that now. The arrow flew rapidly towards the bird. The griffin looked at the projectile in surprise. The projectile accurately hit the animal. The hero watched as the bird fell down. Holding the potion in his hands, the protagonist thought that in order to defeat the griffin, he needed to neutralize its ability to fly. The hero removed the lid of the flask with his teeth. The empty flask fell to the ground. A message appeared above his head that he had used the metallization potion. His stamina temporarily increased by 1, and then he thought that he had already prepared. The guy angrily shouted about what he said. How dare he ask her for something so insignificant? The guy asked in surprise what the ballistas would do, said they could ask someone else. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. Raising his finger up, he replied that he would then fight the griffin. Harry put his hand to his face and thought, and then asked how many ballistas were needed. Standing in front of the griffin, the protagonist thought that he knew Harry had good instincts, he would be useful. The griffin was lying on the ground, and the hero thought that all that was left was to test the potion's effects. Kevin, his eyes wide open, added that he would also prove himself. The hero appeared in the reflection of the eye. Suddenly the griffin flew up sharply. The animal rushed forward. Red eyes appeared. The griffin looked away in bewilderment. Suddenly he abruptly fell to the ground. Standing in the smoke, the protagonist asked what was worrying him about everything not going his way. Coming forward, the protagonist said that he understood why. Usually, such wounds are not a problem for him. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The griffin rose from the ground, and Kevin said that it was because he was a griffin, a high-ranking monster. There was a wound on the animal's wing, and he said that the ballista that pierced his wing. Looking at him, the protagonist added that it was soaked in tons of his favorite poison. Saliva flowed from the griffin's mouth, and the hero said that he couldn't wait for what would happen to him. In about 5 minutes the real pain would begin. Suddenly, the animal raised its paw up. Grinning, the hero said that in. The huge clock struck 12:00. The hero smiled broadly and said that he didn't need more. The griffin reached out with its paw to him. Kevin's eyes widened, thinking that this pressure was not at all like in the game. Smiling, he added that however, gears were flying around the animal. The griffin looked surprised to hear that it was not he who would die. The animal had been hit many times. Swinging his sword, the protagonist added that at least not today. Looking to the side, the hero turned to Harry. Looking ahead in surprise, the boy wondered if this was really the Kevin he knew. Clenching his fists tightly, Harry said okay. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted fire. 2 projectiles flew at the griffin. Raising his head, the protagonist sighed. Beams were emitting from the hero's weapon. Stretching his sword forward, Kevin said it was time to finish. A blow flew at the griffin. It screamed loudly in pain. The soldiers looked at him in fear. The people on the wall nervously watched what was happening. Purple beams flew from the protagonist. Rushing forward, Kevin spoke of the black execution. The griffin also rushed forward. A blow was struck on the animal's paw. The hero chopped off the griffin's paw. Blood was dripping down Kevin's face. Suddenly the animal looked away. The protagonist grabbed the weapon tightly. The hero dealt many blows. Standing next to the griffin, he put the sword back in its sheath. The clock hand was moving toward 12. Suddenly the clock struck the exact time. Breathing heavily, the protagonist clenched his teeth. Kevin looked down. A golem and a monster appeared in front of him. Suddenly something flashed in front of the hero. Looking away, Kevin grinned. The crowd joyfully exclaimed for the hero. A notification appeared that he received 60 days for defeating the griffin. He had 179 days left to live. People were happy about the hero's victory. Looking at the hero, the girls smiled. The hero raised his head and asked, "What? That's pretty good." Perplexed, Harry thought, "Damn, how is this even possible? The griffin is a high-ranking monster." The monster's eyes glowed green. The image of a griffin appeared, and the guy added that even such a monster was afraid of some brat. Gritting his teeth, Harry thought that in order to defeat such a thing so easily, he would have to be at least at the level of an academy professor. Lowering his head, he added that he would have to acknowledge his strength. The guy froze, looking at the protagonist. The family crest appeared, and Harry thought about the fact that Kevin Reinhafer, if everything he showed was true, there was a huge chance that he would be the heir to their family. Harry looked down and thought. He grabbed the wall tightly, then he relaxed his hands. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he needed to be in good standing with him. The protagonist climbed the wall to the people. Dead monsters lay on the ground. The griffin was dead. Folding his arms, Harry said that he would be busy moving the remains of the griffin, and he would have to distribute the loot. The protagonist stood in bewilderment. Leaving, the guy said that for now let him go and rest. The hero looked at the door. Kevin grinned and thought that he seemed to have scared him quite well. Great. A book appeared, and the protagonist thought that now was the time to use the hidden reward. The protagonist waved his hand. A message appeared that the display of information about the item he had received. Basic information about the griffin heart was written. That the category was different, the rank was high, the attribute was wind, the characteristics were none, and the conditions for use were none. A message popped up that the special effect was the heart of a griffin, a wild robber. It could be used to create an elixir. You could create an elixir that changed endurance and agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could either increase or decrease these parameters. A door to the room appeared. There were several empty flasks on the floor. Holding the heart in her hand, the girl said that as he said, the power of the wind can be found in this heart if used correctly. They will be able to make elixirs that they had previously only heard of from rumors, to which she replied that he did not have time to wait. Standing in front of the girl, the hero said that he would use this heart to create an elixir, asked how long it would take. There was a scroll on the floor, and the girl replied that it all depended on the specific situation, but with her current tools, it could take a long time, to which the hero replied that he would provide everything necessary. Folding his hands, the protagonist said that he would also use this chance to make an offer to the two of them, and then turned to Eliza and May, saying that he would like to hire them as servants for the Rhinafer family. The girls looked at the hero in surprise. May, confused, said that they were just commoners, to which the hero asked what was so important. Kevin looked down and said that if they had the talents he needed, he would use them, and they had no reason not to use him. Narrowing his eyes, the hero added that, however, he would never allow a dog to bite its owner. A heart with chains appeared, and the protagonist thought that in any case, at this time no one knew how to properly use the core of a monster, especially if it was an item that dropped from a hidden boss, the victory over which was not originally implied. The castle glowed brightly, and the hero continued that the creation of something like this is only possible for a genius. Raising her head, Eliza said that this would never happen. He saved their lives, they would trust him and follow him for the rest of their lives. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he liked this answer. The girls smiled, and the hero thought that for a start, he got two genius characters. Closing his eyes, Kevin said that they would leave in 3 days, so let them get ready. The elixir will be created in secret after returning home, asked that he did not want anyone to see it. They understood him. A door to the room appeared. The protagonist walked straight. The girl followed him. The protagonist took a step forward. Suddenly, the girl behind him stopped. Looking at the hero, Chloe said that he was completely different from what the rumors made him out to be. Turning around, the protagonist asked what she meant. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the part about him being an arrogant person who doesn't care about anyone but himself, she knew that at least that was definitely not true, and then asked what she could promise her. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that no one knows when that might happen, but raising her hand, Chloe said that if he ever had a hard time, despite her low status, he should let her know if she could help him. She didn't understand why people didn't like him. The protagonist froze from what she heard. Turning around, Kevin replied that it was good. If that happened, he would turn to her. The girl was confused when she heard that she was going to stand there. The nights were cold these days. She should go faster before she got sick. Chloe grinned contentedly. Then she closed her eyes with affection. The hero was lying in bed and said that he knew what she was going to say, so he shouldn't say anything. It was so embarrassing, to which she replied that it was okay, it happened sometimes, he was still growing after all. A blush appeared on the hero's cheeks. There were reports that he had received a negative effect of a level 2 cold due to frequent illness of the 3rd level. He had received a negative effect of a chronic cough of the 4th level, to which Kevin thought that it was so ridiculous. Suddenly the guy shouted that both young masters had returned home. People on horses entered the gate. The man was surprised to see the hero. The girls looked away. Someone asked if these were the new servants of the young master Kevin, to which he received the answer that yes. From the crowd it was heard that he had lost his temper again and had dragged women with him, 2 more. Apparently, even if it seemed that the predator had become a little better, he was unable to improve. Quietly, he wanted trouble, then what if he hurt him? It was quite possible that his head could be cut off. He and his pleasures with women. The rumor that he had cleared the forest of the missing child must have been a lie, yes, but the patriarch said that it was true. He would hardly have lied. Frowning, the protagonist thought, no matter what he did, he could not get rid of the role of a good-for-nothing since things were like this. Adjusting his hair, the protagonist asked that they had no other business. They must have a lot of free time since they were lounging here. The protagonist was sitting on a horse. He was surprised to hear that he was addressed. Looking at the hero, the man said that the patriarch had requested a personal meeting. Looking straight ahead, Kevin thought, here it is. A nightstand in the office appeared. The protagonist stood in front of the man. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he had come. Sitting down, the protagonist replied that yes, he had heard him calling him. Squinting, the patriarch said that he had something to tell him. He was sure that he also had something to share with him. The hero raised his head in surprise. Sitting at the table, Theodore said that he had heard that he had done a lot. Everyone was able to return from the smoke and he was able to clean it of garbage. A dead man appeared. A bird's wing flapped. An image of a guy appeared, and the man added that even Harry recognized his abilities. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked again. There were papers on the table. Theodore replied that yes. He said that if it were not for him, he would not have been able to finish his nightly practice. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered that Harry, what the hell he had thought up. Putting down the scroll, the man said that however, he had not called him here for such empty talk. Handing over the paper, the patriarch said that he had proposed the impossible, done it, and brought honor to the family. The hero took the scroll in his hands, hearing that therefore he would fulfill the conditions he had set. The protagonist looked at the seals. Kevin slightly opened his mouth. The protagonist grinned, hearing that the child would become his. The protagonist bowed and said that he thanked him for his generosity. The man tapped his finger on the table. Theodore put his hand to his face. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered what was going on. He wanted to talk about something else. Suddenly, the man looked at the hero. Sitting in a chair, the man turned to Kevin. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, hearing that he wanted to take his place. The man narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The hero began to get nervous and wondered why Theodore suddenly started acting like this. A bird flew over the tower. The guy suddenly looked at his watch. The clock showed the moments of the battle. The bird's eyes turned red. Clutching the clock, the guy said that the griffin was dead. The guy turned around, hearing that the bastards from Rhinefer made their move. Holding a chess piece in his hands, the man said that as far as he knew, he received the child, and it was given to the youngest son. The guy told Frank to prepare for war, to which he asked that they would be fine. Looking to the side, the guy said that this is the family that stole something important from him. He has nothing more to lose. Bowing down, the man answered approvingly. Suddenly Frank froze, looking down. The man smirked slightly. The man was holding the hand of a girl. The girl looked away. Crouching in front of the girl, Frank said that the time would come soon. Putting his hand on her neck, he added that the day when he will receive this kingdom. Looking at the girl, the man smiled and said that in the day when she wakes up. The furniture in the office appeared. The patriarch was sitting at the table. The hero lowered his head down. Then he raised it slightly. Stretching his hand forward, the man turned to the patriarch and said that perhaps it was too early to ask such a question to young Master Kevin. He knew how hard it was to be the patriarch of the Rhinefer family. Closing his eyes, Theodore answered that no. Looking at the protagonist, he said that it should happen now. Turning his back, the man apologized and said that he did not agree with him. Or rather, he believed that young Master Kevin was not ready for this yet, asked that there was still the first young Master Harry wasn't there. Pounding his fist on the table, the patriarch said that it was not for him to decide. Bowing, the protagonist said that he did not want the position of patriarch. He was afraid of the number of responsibilities that would stand before him. The armrest sparkled, and the patriarch asked that he was his son and was still afraid of this position. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what and why he couldn't be afraid. The man frowned, looking at him. Then Theodore closed his eyes. Sitting opposite the hero, he said okay, for now he would accept his opinion, to which the hero thanked him. Folding his arms, the patriarch asked what but he knew, said that genius talent cannot be hidden, people are weak creatures who will always test him. The protagonist slightly opened his mouth. Leaning over, Kevin said yes, to which the man replied that he could go. He must be tired after the journey, to which the hero thanked him for his concern. The blue sky was visible outside the window. Approaching the hero, the girl asked what the patriarch scolded him, to which he replied no, let him not worry, nothing like that. The protagonist said that everything went well, to which the girl remained silent. Coughing, the girl said that she prepared Eliza and May's chambers, to which the hero replied that she did a great job. Standing in front of the hero, Chloe said that it was nothing special, she was just doing his maid's job, to which he replied that if the whole world was built on the concept of should and shouldn't, people would hate each other and would not be able to interact at all. The girl put her hand to her face and thought, hearing that she had done a good job. Bowing, Chloe thanked the hero. Lowering her head, the protagonist thought that everything was getting serious. The coat of arms appeared, and Kevin thought that the best place with education for magicians and knights, Elden Academy, he should become the best there. The man looked at the patriarch. Closing his eyes, the patriarch said that, in fact, he expected this from a conversation with his son. The man stretched out his hands and said that he felt it was too early to talk to young Master Kevin like this. If he really knew the meaning of his position, his answer might have been different. Pointing to the side, the man said that no, his eyes, they were the eyes of a man who had already decided what he would do in the future. The hero looked back, and the man added that when he said that he was afraid of something, it was not his position, and not him. The hero looked straight ahead. It was heard that it was something bigger, something fundamental, a fear similar to that experienced when looking into the abyss. Looking down, Theodore thought about death. Now he was afraid of death, but why was he so afraid of it? Stretching his hand forward, the man said that maybe he was wrong. Looking down, the patriarch heard that he thought that a possible reason was what happened to Madame. Theodore grinned and said that it was true, maybe he blamed him for this. The protagonist looked at the portrait, and the patriarch added that for him he was just a weakling who failed to protect his mother. Jonathan put his hands behind his back and said that besides, it seemed to him that young Master Harry had started to act with something even bigger. The patriarch looked down and said that it was clear. There were dead monsters lying on the ground. The monsters were flying from the sky. Suddenly, they flew up sharply. The guy looked up at the sky. The guy stretched out his hand and said that his father should agree and give up the Duke's power. There was a pile of things lying near the girl. The girl was standing in the middle of the room. She looked to the side and asked what she thought. Did she look okay? Holding the things in her hands, the woman asked if this was the same outfit she had seen 20 times already. Walking from side to side, the girl said that this looked good. This was not bad either, asked what and what jewelry to wear. The shoes were shining brightly, and the maid asked why she was so excited. Smiling, the girl replied that of course, they were talking about her entering Elden. Sighing, the maid said that she was not asking about that. A portrait of the hero appeared, and she added that she was talking about young Master Kevin. They would meet for the first time after they were engaged. Smiling, Lena lowered her head down. Putting her hand to her face, she asked what she thought would be better suited to something more luxurious, right? In a rage, Lena asked that she was not answering her sincerely at all, she was so indifferent to it, to which the maid replied that it was like that every time. Bookshelves appeared. Empty flasks stood on the floor. A man entered the room. The protagonist turned his head to the side. A tired girl was lying on the table. Raising her head, she said that he had arrived, to which he replied that he had. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that the elixir, asked if she was okay, said that she didn't look very well. Closing her eyes, May replied that it was always like that with her when she focused on something. At such moments she looked after her, and the girl added that she was the best. Extending her hand, Eliza said that okay, enough pleasantries, it would be better to let them take a look quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away. He was looking at the glowing flask. The protagonist reached for the elixir. He looked at the flask. A sign about the wind elixir appeared. The category is a consumable. The level is advanced. The attribute is wind. The stats are endurance +1, agility +3. The conditions of use are none. The special effect is none. The girl nervously asked what happened. It was written that the effects increased by 200% due to the fact that the elixir was made by a brilliant alchemist. Grinning, Kevin thought that he finally got it. A glow appeared around the flask, and he added that the elixir of wind not only permanently increases stamina by 1, but also the hidden stat of agility. The book glowed brightly, and the hero thought that agility and the hour of genius were the perfect combination. Memories from the battle arose, and the protagonist thought that getting this item here was definitely a good decision. He did not expect anything else from a genius alchemist. Looking at the girl, Kevin thought that if she had not joined him then, it would have been hard. Smiling, the hero said that he was doing well. The hero brought the flask to his mouth. He began to drink the elixir. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared around the hero. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist smiled. Looking to the side, the hero said that since the preparations were finished. Walking straight, the hero asked that it was time to go to Elden. The hero's characteristics were written: the name Kevin, the gender is male, the race is human, the main element is darkness, the achievements are none, the good traits are a genius swordsman and fighter, a genius in determining mana, a genius memory, nerves of steel, a genius actor, neutral is the revelation of emptiness, the bad ones are terminally ill, often sick, cold hands and feet, possessed. The hero's statistics were written: endurance is 6 and 1, mana is 9, luck is 10, will is 11 and 1, charm is 26, the skills are an hour of genius, average swordsmanship of the dark family, southern sword technique, ignition, visible transformation, 150 days left to live due to an incurable disease. A genius in determining mana was activated when his mana level rose to 10. A huge palace appeared. A man rode in on a horse. The man got off the carriage. The protagonist looked away. There was a whisper in the crowd that the white hair and lavender eyes might be the youngest son of the Rhinefer family, to which the guy replied that he had heard that he was going to enroll in Elden. Someone whispered that this troublemaker was there, to which he was told to watch his words. If he heard, they would be finished. The protagonist smirked slightly. Looking to the side, Kevin asked what was so noisy. A dog was barking somewhere. The guys fell silent in fear. The protagonist confidently walked straight. Chloe looked at him. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. The man was controlling the horse. The girl took a step forward. She looked straight ahead excitedly. Looking at the protagonist, she turned to him. Looking to the side, the hero said that it seemed that she had also arrived early. A notification appeared that the genius actor had temporarily staggered. He staggered. The girl held her hand out to the side and said yes. They were always discussing the Elden Academy entrance ceremony. Emma turned to the girl and told her to come out and greet young Master Kevin, to which she asked in surprise, The girl began to fidget and shouted that he should wait a minute. The girl took a step forward. Lena got out of the carriage and looked straight ahead. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she was the ambassador in the first place. Looking straight ahead, Kevin thought that, but he didn't expect things to turn out this way. Suddenly, the sword fell to the ground. Holding his hand out in front of him, the guy asked what she said. Raising her finger up, the girl asked again and said that she said that they were planning to match him with Lady Lena. Everyone already knew about it, to which the protagonist replied that that was the problem, he didn't know about it. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that even after he checked everything, it turned out that their families really agreed on this engagement without even warning them. God, what's going on? Raising her hand, Lena turned to the hero and said hello. Looking to the side, the hero exclaimed. Approaching the hero, Chloe whispered that this must be Lady Lena, his fiancée, to which Kevin replied that he asked her not to say this, didn't he? Smiling, the girl asked how he was doing. Looking to the side, the hero said that he was doing well and asked how she was. Smirking, Lena replied that she was too. Suddenly, a horse made a loud sound. The protagonist and Lena turned around at the sound. Kevin was looking at the carriage. Looking ahead, the hero thought, here she is. A girl appeared in front of him, and he thought that one of the genius characters of the Elden Academy. A spark appeared between the hands, and the hero thought that the star of trade and the head of the rival in family, which dominated the entire continent. The girl was getting out of the carriage, and the hero thought about her name. She smiled and said that they should just take a look, and the hero thought that in addition to that. Putting her hand to her face, Alina asked if this was young Master Kevin from the Rhinehafer family, said that she did not know that he was entering Elden. She was glad to see him, and the protagonist thought that this woman was very aggressive towards old Kevin. Looking straight, the hero asked again that it was she. Lowering her head, Alina answered that yes, it was she. Memories surfaced in the girl's head and she said that the noble woman from the merchant family, whom he looked down on, she was Alina, did not expect to meet him like this. Looking at the girl, the hero thought about her name. A pile of coins appeared. The protagonist thought that the only child of the rival in family, whose wealth can affect the entire continent, and also one of the stars who will dominate the financial market in the future. The girl closed her eyes, and he added that her nickname is the Fox of Wealth. Looking away, Kevin thought that more than that. A message appeared that the genius actor was temporarily shaken. Alina smirked, and the hero thought that she had met Kevin when he was younger. Kevin looked straight ahead. A little girl stood in the middle of the crowd. Suddenly, she looked away in surprise. Kevin folded his arms and asked that someone as insignificant as she considered herself to be noble. What a pity, thinking that you can buy status with money, thinking that this will change her family's past. The hero and the girl stood in front of each other. The girls looked at them in confusion. Someone said that she should go away, and the girl was confused. Frowning, the protagonist looked at her and thought that she could thank Kevin himself for her current attitude towards Kevin, although now it was his problem. Damn it. The hero turned his head to the side. Lena looked at him in bewilderment. Alina smirked, and the hero thought that he could not believe that there were two characters who had driven a sword into his heart. Smiling broadly, the girl asked what was going on, said that he was not acting like he usually did. Looking at her, the protagonist clarified that and how he usually behaved. Putting her hand to her face, Alina said that she thought he knew himself, asked that he was one of those people who like to hear the truth from others. Frowning, the hero thought that the hell, he couldn't take a break at all. Raising his hand, Kevin said that if he was going to make a scandal, he should get lost. Smiling, Alina replied that, as expected, nothing had changed in him. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked what he wanted his confession. Smiling, Alina apologized and said that she didn't need anything from a good-for-nothing from the Rhinehafer family. Purple particles appeared in front of the hero and he thought that he knew that she didn't see anything good in him, then she would look at her features first. It was written that insight was activated, displaying information about Alina. A portrait of a girl appeared. A message appeared that the name Alina, gender female, age 15, race human, main element wind, achievements no, traits good genius accountant, genius actress, bad northern sword technique, vanity, pride, characteristics, endurance 5, mana 7, luck 9, will 7, charm 21, skills passive skills rich merchant's eyes, active skills no. The hero frowned and thought that her features were not too different from what he knew, at least in this he was lucky. The man held the family crest and the hero thought about it. The girl raised her head up, and the hero thought that their middle name was bought by Alina's father, who was also a merchant. Although Alina despises her status, she has no choice but to use it. The protagonist thought that, to put it simply, she was the embodiment of anger, but old Kevin literally stirred up a snake pit. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist whispered that from her side, he really was the worst person in the world. Bowing, the girl said that okay, she should probably go. Unfortunately, she did not think that they were capable of wishing each other luck. Looking at the girl, Kevin said that he might not do that to someone as low as her, to which she replied that bye then. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they were going. The Elden Academy entrance ceremony would begin soon. Lena, her eyes wide with surprise, said that it was okay. Looking at the palace, the protagonist thought that he could not get rid of Lena, who was stuck to him. After all, they were engaged, he just needed to make the most of her. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that he needed to be on guard. The interior of the palace appeared. People were slowly walking down the corridor. Looking at what was happening, the hero said that as expected, children of prominent families had gathered here. People were talking to each other, and the hero thought that some of them could be very useful. They needed to be recruited in a way that would not affect the story. Images of people appeared, and the hero thought that the strongest characters. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that, however, if he lured them to his side, it would change the original story. He needed to approach this with all caution. Looking into the crowd, the hero said that it seemed like many were looking at him, and then asked what he was not imagining, to which Chloe replied that he was right. Many nobles were looking at him. The girls turned around angrily. Covering her eyes, the girl said that it seemed like he was quite popular. Putting his hand under his jacket, Kevin said that yes, to some extent he was definitely popular, and Lena said that but it seemed that they were looking at him with malice, asked that this could be called popularity. The conference stand appeared. Someone asked that everyone could hear him. The whole crowd suddenly fell silent. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it had finally begun. All the people began to bow. The girl licked a lollipop. She slowly walked up the steps. Raising her hand up, she greeted everyone. People looked at her in surprise. Questions arose that she was small. Who was this child? Where were the professors? There was a noise about what this child was doing at the sacred entrance ceremony of Elden Academy. She was lost, but she greeted them. Maybe she was just being polite. Looking at the girl, the hero thought, what fools. Kate leaned against the stand, and the hero thought that she was a real monster. She cannot be judged by her appearance. It was written about a girl named Kate, gender female, age unknown, race unknown, main element ice, achievements, solis, expansion of the academy, Elden, one of the 4 elders. Good traits are a genius in detecting mana, carefree, no neutral. Bad traits are an inferiority complex, low, acts nice, lazy. Characteristics are stamina 21, mana 26, luck 8, willpower 22, charm 10, passive skills sea of mana, ruler's blessing, active skills water ball, ice beam, blizzard. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that it would be better to appear in a good light in front of her. The girl exclaimed questioningly, to which Kevin replied that it was okay, just let him behave quietly if he did not want to die. Smiling, Kate said that it was nice to meet them, introducing herself as the dean of this academy. Putting up 2 fingers, the girl said that they did not know yet, but a glow appeared around the girl and she added that if she heard anyone call her little again. Smiling widely, Kate said that they would die. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the girl said that this declared the Elden Academy entrance ceremony open, to which someone asked again. Raising his hand, the guy said that they had not heard of such a rule, to which she replied that of course. With wide eyes, the girl said that this was the new dean's rule to weed out the trash. The people looked at the glow in surprise, and she said that all of them. Writing appeared under the crowd. Grinning, Kate said that she hoped they would survive. The protagonist looked at the light in amazement. Frowning, he thought that this was all starting. He carefully watched the glow. Suddenly, people began to evaporate, and Kevin thought that he had to survive no matter what. The people were lying on the ground. The man clenched his teeth. Looking at the students, he yelled at them to get up right now. Pointing to the side, Paul said that they were fucking brats, asking how dare they sleep right in front of him. They were completely crazy. The people continued to lie on the ground. Suddenly, the man noticed someone standing up. Paul looked away thoughtfully. Looking at the protagonist, he thought that it seemed like he was the only one conscious. Gritting his teeth, Kevin thought that he somehow managed to stand, but the side effects of forced teleportation cannot be simply ignored. The man narrowed his eyes at him. The protagonist slowly approached the man. Stopping, the hero objected in his head. Looking at the man's bald head, Kevin thought that it was just as glowing as in the game. It was like he had a halo above his head. A portrait of the man appeared, and the hero added that the story said that he once had long hair. The man folded his arms, and the protagonist thought about Paul, a combat instructor and a student who graduated from the academy back in the old days. The players gave him a nickname, a damn disrespectful nickname given to him because of his bald head. He moves pretty well. Frowning, the hero thought that if he got close to him, nothing bad would happen. The man lowered his eyebrows. Pointing a finger at the hero, Paul asked what was this, white hair? What was he looking at him with such pity? Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that damn, it was so unobvious, he somehow did not even notice, and then replied that nothing like that. It was written that a genius actor was activated. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that he would tell him right away so that he would remember. He has very good instincts. If he decided to think something bad about him, he would regret it. The protagonist raised his hand and asked to tell him about the entrance test, asked that they could talk about the rest later. The man replied that it was okay, But before that, these idiots needed to be woken up and advised to cover their ears, otherwise they might explode. The hero covered his ears with his hands. A blue glow appeared on the man's hands. Suddenly, Paul clenched his fists. People started to stand up, hearing the scream, asking what kind of sound it was. Looking away, the guy asked what kind of bastard did it. Suddenly, a blow flew at his head. Looking at him menacingly, Paul said that he was that bastard. What kind of problems? The man's bald head was shining brightly. Holding his head, the guy looked at him. The man furiously said that he was not only cursing at him, but also frowning, asked that he wanted to die, to which the guy apologized to him. People carried others on stretchers, and the man said that they should carry the students who had not yet woken up to the safe zone. Standing in front of the students, Paul said that now he would tell them about the entrance test of Elden Academy. The hero looked straight ahead. Many monsters appeared, and Kevin thought that in short, on this island made with magic, they must hunt monsters. As a reward for this, various crystals will fall from them. The less mana they have, the more expensive they are. A glowing crystal appeared, and the hero thought that the question arises, isn't it better if they have more mana? The crystal was shining. The hero grinned and thought that in fact, everything is not so simple. A blue glow was emitted from the man's hand, and Kevin thought that in the entrance test they look at two things. The first is their sense of mana. The students were lying on the ground. The hero stood among them and thought that this had already been partially tested and recorded after they were transferred by forced teleportation. Blue particles were flying, and he added that the second part of this test would be how they can sense the smallest particles of mana. Such an ability helps mages show themselves well on the battlefield. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they initially filter out jewelry from stones and wondered what was happening now. Standing in front of the students, the man said that this place is a labyrinth created by the dean of the Elden Academy. Kate, there are many monsters in the area that such brats as they definitely cannot cope with. The guys looked around, listening to the fact that therefore he will make an exception and allow them to form teams. The hero looked at the sparkling flask. All the people looked at the weapons in surprise. Folding his hands, Paul said that the maximum number of people in a team is 8, advises to start quickly. A bird flew over the crowd. The guy looked away in surprise. Turning around, the man said that he would wait for them at the top. The crowd heard that he still had questions. He left, yes, and the guy put his hand to his head and said that his head still hurt. Who would have thought that he would hit his head? The students looked at each other. Alina turned her head to the side. Suddenly, someone extended a hand forward. The girl asked if anyone else wanted to help the princess with her. Smiling, the girl said that if they worked with her during this test, she would reward them. All the students turned to look at the protagonist. The hero turned around and began to leave. Grinning, Kevin thought that inner lunatic. Chains and a lock appeared, and the hero thought that normal results would not help to survive in this damn game. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that the most important thing here is knowledge, so that his sick body becomes stronger. He must monopolize all the advantages. The protagonist stopped near the mine. Rushing forward, he said to do it. The hero grinned and said that he needed to go alone. The people were standing on the ledge of the rock. Paul grabbed his hat. Putting his hand to his face, he said that no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand how the new student could not only withstand the dean's magic. A portrait of the main character appeared. Looking at it, the man added that he also decided to go into the forest alone. Looking ahead, the man asked that he was completely fearless. Sighing, he said that no, it was not like that at all. The main character turned around, and the man said that it was not for nothing that he lacked fear. It seemed that a diamond in a dung heap was still a diamond. Let him show what he was capable of. The hidden dragon of the Rhinefer family. The man frowned and said that he should show his talent. The blade was covered in blood. A dead monster lay on the ground. The main character was leaving the battle. Many jewels appeared behind him. Suddenly, someone looked out of the cave. The girl smirked slightly. She looked at the hero leaving. Suddenly, she took a step forward. Blood splashes appeared. A dead wolf fell to the ground. The girls were fighting monsters. Confusedly looking to the side, Lena wondered where Kevin had gone. She was going to go with him. Pointing at Lena, the girl asked what she was doing, said that she was entrusted with protecting Princess Penelope. She must devote herself to killing these monsters, to which she replied that it was good. The girl stood in front of a bunch of monsters. Holding a precious stone in her hands, Penelope said that they had risen quite high. She believed that the purple crystal was a crystal of the highest rank, to which the girl replied that most likely not. After all, this was a test by Kate, one of the 4 elders. She thought there must be something else. Lowering her head, Penelope said that she would agree. The girl clenched her fist and looked to the side. The guy was breathing heavily and holding a sword in his hand. The tired people wiped their faces, and she added that but in their current state, it would be difficult for the guys to get up. Looking straight ahead, Sarah thought that she couldn't just give up. Looking at the princess, she thought that she had promised her that she would help her take the highest position. Putting her hand to her face, The girl thought that the current arcane empire was rotten to the core. She should sit on the throne to return the empire to its former glory. She should help it in any way. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was still okay, asked that if she was also ready, maybe they would gather those who were not too tired and move on, to which Sarah said that she had also thought about it. Penelope looked away in disappointment. She tightly squeezed the stone in her hand. Then she relaxed her hand. Lowering her head, the princess said that okay, let's go on, they will have to endure a little more. The protagonist was breathing heavily. Kevin looked away. It said that the negative trait was in effect, cold hands and feet level 3. His movement speed and breathing had worsened, all his stats had decreased and were now moving slower. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he knew this would happen. He clenched his fist tightly. With a flick of his finger, fire appeared. Suddenly, he looked at the menu in surprise. It said that the penalty of cold hands and feet was removed due to basic ignition magic. Looking at the inscription, the protagonist thought that if he wanted to use this damn body, he first needed to get rid of the cold. Looking up, Kevin said that he seemed to be close. The protagonist began to walk straight through the forest. He confidently walked through the snow. Sighing, the protagonist said that this is exactly what the Ice Witch Kate would do. Raising his head up, the protagonist said that he understood that this was the top of the mountain, but somehow there was too much ice. The protagonist looked down and sighed. Then he closed his eyes. Purple rays appeared from his hand and he thought that although this place looks like an ordinary island, in fact, it is not. The ice began to crack quickly. The mountain was filled with a glow, and the hero thought that Kate created this place, an artificial labyrinth, and everything here is made of magic. Glowing monsters appeared, and he added that therefore all living beings and monsters that appear here are also made of magic. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that how much mana does she have? Then Kevin grinned slightly. Clenching his fist, he added that but it does not matter. More and more cracks appeared on the ice. Birds flew over the forest. The ice monster struck. Several ice monsters appeared in front of the hero. Looking at one of them, he thought that ice trolls, they are known for a huge amount of health and regeneration. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is one of the monsters that killed a bunch of newbies, but this does not apply to him. The golem struck near the hero. The monster behind the hero swung its club. Dodging, the hero looked up. A monster appeared above his head. It extended its club straight to the hero. The hero watched it strike carefully. The hero deftly parried the troll's strike. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that even though Kate was obsessed with talented students, she would not drive applicants into a corner. A dark forest appeared, and he thought that, moreover, ice trolls could not be killed by some students. They were at least of medium-low rank. If this happened in reality, the students would simply be cut to pieces. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what this meant. A huge crowd of monsters stood in front of the hero. The girl peeked out from behind a tree. Dodging the monsters' attacks, the protagonist thought that in this test, the trolls have a special attack pattern. The first attacking troll will always be in the center and start with a vertical attack, and the second will perform a horizontal attack. Although the radius is larger than the first, the attack speed is also lower. The monster extended his club forward, and Kevin added that the last one will perform a piercing attack. This one is the weakest. Smiling, the protagonist said that therefore she can simply parry the attack. The protagonist swung his sword. He turned towards the monsters. Suddenly, he extended his sword forward. The protagonist hit the monster with his sword. Bloody splashes appeared in front of the hero. The hero swung his sword. The hero looked at the blood from the monster. Defeated monsters lay on the ground. The hero extended his hand to the monster. Taking out a precious stone, he said that he had found a gray crystal. Taking the crystal in his hand, the hero thought that it was because of them that he did not pay attention to the other crystals. The gray crystal? This is a hidden item that Kate hid here. He can exchange it for the scroll that he needs the most. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that the hour of genius, after this part of the story, he will strengthen this skill. The stone in the man's hand sparkled. Standing in front of the girls, she said that they must already be in first place, to which she answered that then she was looking forward to the announcement of the results. Smiling, the girl said yes, and the other added that she really was incredible. Looking straight ahead, Alina said that yes, not bad, and thought that they seemed to be saying that this is enough for a good result, but remembering the hero, she added that why her heart is so uneasy. The girl looked thoughtfully straight ahead. The man took her by the shoulders. She asked that she quarreled with the young master of the Rheinhafer family. Why did she do it? Standing in front of her, the man asked her what he hadn't told her to become a family that no one would look down on. The man lowered his head. Looking at the girl, he said that higher, they needed to climb much higher. She had to lure him to her side, even if she had to give up everything she had. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Remembering her father, she thought that he had never thought of her as his daughter. Putting her hand to her face, Alina thought about Kevin. Why did he disappear immediately? If it was much better to take this test with someone, maybe he knew some secret about this test. the girl thought, looking down. Raising her hand, the girl said that she would like to propose to her. Smiling, Elena said that if they go even higher with her, the reward from the Rivalin family will be simply incredible. The girl asked that she did not like the crystal, and the other said that if they go higher, they might get hurt. She thinks it is too dangerous. Raising her hand, the girl asked, well, yes, after all, for a big risk and a big reward, no. Looking at her, the guy said that he would go, and the girl added that she would too. Raising her hand, the guy asked to let him go with them. Lowering her head, Elena thought that it all came down to money. She did not know what Kevin was thinking, but nothing bad would happen from checking. Smiling, she asked that then they would go. Snow-covered trees appeared. Standing in front of the corpses of monsters, the protagonist thought that the reason why he took such a big risk and went alone was simple: the game was worth the candle. A scroll with inscriptions appeared, and the hero added that the chances of enhancing the Hour of Genius were close to zero. If not for the hidden dexterity characteristic that he discovered, it would be almost impossible. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that even if he attracted attention, nothing could be done. Suddenly, he turned his head in surprise. The protagonist made a sharp swing of the sword. Kevin looked away in confusion. Smiling, the man said that he did not expect to meet him again in such a place. Raising his hand, Charlie said that he was glad that they met again. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He froze in confusion. The guy smiled, looking at him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist thought that this was strange. This should not have happened. The guy smiled. Statistics appeared. Name Charlie, gender male, age 15, race human, main element steel, no achievements. Good chars are a genius of the sword in battle, a brilliant medic, neutral or competitive, cruel to the strong and soft to the weak, bad or lazy. Intrusive, despises dust. Characteristics: endurance 10, mana 8, luck 2, will 10, charm 25. Skills: passive skills are the peak of sword techniques, active skills are the unification of the divine sword, the sword of the wanderer, the living sword. The guy grinned, and the protagonist thought that one of the strongest characters in Inner Lunatic and one of the 3 emperors of the sword. Memories popped up in his head, and the hero added what such a character is doing here. In this chapter he should fight the protagonist, and he should have inspired him by deciding to save Elena, who was in danger. Looking down, the hero thought that he should wait. The guy pulled out his sword sharply, and Kevin added that something was wrong. The hero deftly parried the blow and thought that where was the protagonist who should fight him. Grabbing the sword, Charlie said that he was interested in what he was carrying, so he would have to give it to him. The genius actor was activated, and he gritted his teeth and said that he was a pathetic worm. Dodging the blow, the protagonist thought that if he was right. The protagonist parried the blow and thought that the protagonist who should be in this world does not exist. The hero pulled the sword forward sharply. Looking to the side, Kevin thought that this meant he should stop him here, and then asked that he would take responsibility for knocking history off course. Holding the sword in his hand, Charlie said that he did not know what he was talking about, but he immediately found something suspicious because when they met in Chad, he already handled the sword perfectly. The protagonist lowered his head and asked him what he was talking about. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he seemed to be worried about something, asked that he would just give him the sword and they would go their separate ways, said that the black crystal seemed to be how to get the highest grade. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the hero asked what if he refused, to which he replied that then he would have to do everything possible to take it from him. The protagonist stood in front of the guy. Looking at him, Kevin said that it was disgusting, so this is what he had planned from the very beginning. Grinning, Charlie said that I see, apparently nothing can be done since they were already caught. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that maybe he would become one of the strongest characters, but his talent had not yet taken shape. The candle hung on the clock, and the hero thought that maybe he was a genius, but if he used the Hour of Genius, he would definitely win, but he could not use it in this fight. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Elena's image appeared, and Kevin thought that if there really was no protagonist in this world, he would have to save her. Grinning his lips, the protagonist thought that maybe it was a lottery, but he had no choice. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that he was not the only one who knew the secret. Grinning, Charlie replied that since he remembered his name, he doubted that he would ask him to be gentler. The protagonist said the man's name. Looking at him, the guy smiled. Pulling out his sword, the hero said that he knew that he entered the academy to uncover the secret of his master's death. Grinning his teeth, Charlie said that he was a bastard. Grinning, the hero asked that he was ready to talk now. The students walked through the mountains. Elena looked straight ahead. Turning around, the princess addressed the girl. Looking at her, she said that she knew that she would get here. Bowing before her, Elena said that she would not dare to stand in her way. Then the girl said that the protagonist and the boy were fighting, and she added that she wanted to make sure of something. The boy rushed forward with a sword in his hands. The hero deftly dodged the blow. Standing in front of the girl, Penelope said that it was clear, but they did not plan to engage in meaningless battles, to which the girl turned to her. The protagonist frowned, and the girl said that objectively speaking, unless they were seriously injured, it would be very difficult to defeat these two. Charlie angrily clenched his teeth, and she added that besides, if they suddenly decided to team up because of their interference, they would be in even greater danger. Sarah clenched her teeth in confusion. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Placing her hand on her chest, she said that she would follow her orders. Watching the boys fight, Alina thought it was strange. Kevin, who knows he must be good for nothing. The girl gritted her teeth and thought, when did he manage to become so strong? The girl looked at the princess. The protagonist and Charlie looked at each other. Looking at Lena, Sarah asked what was watching their fight, to which she exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she didn't know that the Destroyer of the East would be among the students. I think his name is Charlie, to which Lena asked that she knew who Kevin was fighting. The girl closed her eyes and said that she did. The guy swung his sword, and she said that he was a gray wolf, known since his early years for killing countless bandits in the East. The protagonist swung his sword, and she said that it was clear, but the fifth son of the Reinhafer family also appeared in a new light to her. Sarah crossed her arms and said that she didn't expect him to handle the sword so well. If he weren't a lustful good-for-nothing animal, he would have made an excellent knight, to which Lena replied that she didn't think Kevin was that lustful. Looking at her, she asked how she knew, to which she remained silent. The guy angrily swung his sword and said that he was a bastard. Looking at the blow, the protagonist thought that he was hesitating, a natural reaction. The boy was fighting a man, and the hero added that it was because he was his only teacher. The man narrowed his eyes, and the hero thought that yes, and besides, he died. Dodging the attack, Kevin thought that it was because of that brat from Miller's Academy. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the boy said that he had enough politeness. Suddenly, he abruptly struck the hero. The genius actor was activated. The protagonist smiled and asked what was going on. Holding back the guy's attack, the protagonist said that it was not he who killed his teacher. Suddenly, the hero abruptly deflected the guy's sword. Charlie struck the hero many times. Frowning, the protagonist thought that his attack pattern had become simpler. He may be a genius character, but the hero reflected the attacks and added that he was still young. The swords abruptly rushed upward. The protagonist plunged the weapon into the boy. Charlie's mouth opened in pain. The protagonist ran back. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy exhaled. Looking straight ahead, the guy grinned. Suddenly, he rushed towards the hero. Looking at Kevin, he said that they would see if he could repeat it. The hero grinned and said that he could easily. The hero's leg appeared. He thought that his attacks were becoming sharper. He could not drag this out any longer. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. A glow emanated from the blade, and the hero thought that when he used his teacher's sword technique, the living sword, his defeat would be inevitable, because it was not for nothing that this technique of the Emperor of the Sword. The protagonist clenched his teeth. Rushing towards the hero, the guy said that he was distracted. The guy swung his sword sharply. The hero clenched his teeth and made a sound. Frowning, Kevin said that considering how he was trying to take away someone else's, he really was just a lowly commoner. Charlie's trait, contempt for the nobility, was activated. Looking at the hero, the guy said that the ones who made this world like this are the nobility. While in a fight, the hero said that this is ridiculous, he just needs someone to hate, he is just wasting his time. The guy's swords collided. A spark emitted from the sword. Grinning, the hero asked what would suit him if everything ended like this. It seems he does not want to hear about his teacher. Suddenly, the guy looked away. Seeing many students, the protagonist thought that he just needed to drag out time a little more. The monster that attacks Alina will appear exactly at 9 o'clock in the evening. A system notification appeared that it was now 20 hours 58 minutes. Pointing to the side, the guy said that he could get information from him after cutting off a couple of his limbs. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he thought that nothing would happen to him for harming the nobility. Looking away, Charlie replied that he would think about it later, asked if he thought they had too many spectators. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he didn't care, the next attack would be the last, to which he replied that he was confident. The guy rushed forward and said that he would test his confidence. Suddenly, Charlie's eyes widened. The hero in front of him grinned. A clock appeared, and the hero rushed towards the guy. Looking away in surprise, Charlie thought that. Looking straight ahead, the hero told him to get lost. The hero made a sharp swing of his sword. A black spot appeared, and Kevin added that he did not have time for him now. Wide-eyed, Alina thought that he suddenly sped up, even though he was fighting the strongest student. The girl froze in shock. Suddenly, she looked away. Looking ahead, she thought that something was coming, a black shadow. It was moving very fast, it couldn't be. Alina looked in surprise. Looking at the monster, she asked what the Night Wanderer was. The monster appeared in front of her, and the girl thought that she would not be able to dodge, she would die here. The monster's eyes lit up, and she added that it was pointless. Holding her head, Alina said that she was scared. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in amazement. The girl froze, looking ahead. The protagonist struck the monster. Kevin looked at the girl and said, "What a pathetic sight." The protagonist stood in front of the girl. Opening her eyes in surprise, she asked why he did this. Putting away his sword, the hero replied that he could not believe that she could not defeat even one monster by working as a team. Remembering the girl, the hero thought that this was actually amazing. A monster appeared in front of Elena, and he added that the Night Wanderer was a high-ranking monster and that it was not originally in Kate's labyrinth at all. The hero looked at the rocks and thought that because the real monster was the protagonist. A silhouette of a man appeared, and Kevin thought that the man who killed Teacher Charlie was the reason why he got into this at all. Looking away, the protagonist thought that Elena must have died because of him, but her cold nature softened after the protagonist saved her. The hero stood in front of the girl and thought that, however, it didn't mean anything now. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and thought that because the protagonist no longer existed. Elena gritted her teeth. Approaching the hero, the girl said that what cruel words, even though he saved Elena, what just happened was abnormal. Bowing, the hero said that she must be a princess. The princess held out her hand and said that the instructors Elden and Kate were responsible for this situation because ordinary students could not defeat the Night Wanderer. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that their enemies do not choose their opponents. How strange, he thought that she understood this better than anyone. The girl put her hand to the side and said that he should not dare to insult the princess. Putting her hand on her side, Sarah asked that he did not agree that this was an abnormal situation, was not that why he helped. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that dark pink hair, vertical pupils, it must be Sarah, the princess's closest assistant and the future head of the family. A snake appeared, and she added that the snake of greed, she is not close to the Rhinefer family. After all, why would a dark family communicate with a holy family? Such a development could not have happened in Inner Lunatic. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he had nothing to say to the dog of the holy family. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked what he was insulting the family now. Standing in front of them, the protagonist asked what and what if yes. The man furiously shouted that it was enough to quarrel among themselves. Jumping down, Paul said that damn bastards. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked that the test was over. Turning around, the man answered that yes, the test was stopped. The protagonist handed him the crystal, to which he replied that he did not think that someone would still get the black crystal, and it was surprisingly incredible, and it was full of surprises. The protagonist stood in bewilderment. Looking straight ahead, he heard that Kevin, who got the black crystal, would take first place in the entrance test. Lowering her head, the princess heard that everyone who got the purple crystals would share second place. Objections. Someone raised their hand up. Looking at the man, she asked what about the attack of the Night Prowler. He took it into account. She did not think such a monster belonged here. They demanded an explanation. The man raised his finger and said that they would investigate. Looking at Elena, Paul said that he understood that this was not enough because the cadet was in danger, so Cadet Elena would receive separate compensation. Turning his head, the man replied that the white hair would also receive a special reward for saving another cadet. Turning around, the protagonist replied that he did not need it. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he should not interact with Elena anymore, no matter how things turned out due to the fact that there was no protagonist in this world. After all, he should not deviate too much from the original plan, especially if he accepted the reward. He would have to admit that he did it deliberately. It is necessary to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. The protagonist walked away. Suddenly, Elena turned to him and asked why he saved her. Looking away, Kevin thought that he knew that he couldn't just run away. The genius actor temporarily staggered. The main character turned around and said that he was dealing with the monster, and she just happened to be there. The girl stood there in bewilderment. Kevin closed his eyes and thought, damn, he screwed up. A fox appeared near the scale. Elena, as her nickname, the Fox of Wealth, implies she is cold and calculating, and she also believes that everything in this world can be bought, even loyalty, but people were riding in a carriage. Looking out the window, the girl asked why he saved her. He even refused the instructor's reward. A memory of the hero saying that he was dealing with the monster, and she just happened to be there, popped into her head. The girl said that what a ridiculous lie. The guy in front of her said that he doubted that he was going to do that. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked, didn't she say that he was good for nothing? Elena replied that no, she doubted it now, it was not a lie, he must have had other reasons. The girl thought about it, hearing that it was like that. Looking at the guy, she said that she thought it was necessary to study it better, to which he replied that yes, he would conduct an investigation. The guy was surprised to hear that it was not necessary. Opening the scroll, Elena said that she would do it herself because if they found out that they were studying the Rhinefer family, everything would not be so easy. The girl looked at the inscriptions. The guy grinned and closed his eyes. The carriage went straight, and the guy said that yes. The windows of the building appeared. A view of a luxurious building opened up. The girl was standing next to the hero. Chloe asked in confusion that he was really okay. He was so pale, his hands and feet were freezing again. Kevin closed his eyes and replied that he had already recovered from it, so he shouldn't worry, and then thought that there was actually something to worry about. A letter appeared, and the hero thought that someone would have to take on the role of the missing protagonist. This was necessary in order to return his memories and understand who sent him this mystical message. No more unnecessary deviations could be allowed. The hero sat with his eyes closed and thought that Kevin was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Sharply rising, the hero said that there was still a way to do this, and the girl turned to him. Grinning, the hero thought that there was one way, the only way to take on both the role of the villain and the role of the hero in this damn world. Monsters lay on the ground. The girl stood among the corpses. A bright orange sky appeared. The masked man turned to the girl and said that the demonic people had begun to move. Then he added that he would wake up. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that a storm of blood would sweep across the continent again. As she left, she told him to prepare. They had to achieve their goal. He understood that. The girl put on her jacket. A brooch sparkled on it. As she left, she said that everything was for the sake of destroying the Arkham Empire. The guy was looking at the screen. The light from the monitor was reflected in his eyes. There is one thing that gamers who have played countless games think about in almost the same way. Namely, that the protagonist and antagonist are not so different, and the hero agrees with this. The man with the gun looked up. Kevin looked back at him. They both go through many similar situations, including the boss monster, which is absolute evil. In most recent games, the villains have experienced some kind of trauma, which makes them similar to the protagonists. To put it simply, even villains have reasons for acting the way they do. People have always gone crazy for villains. The hero looked down. He walked down the street in a hood. Then he opened his mouth. Of course, you can't say that the protagonist and the villain are completely identical. The villain will always remain a villain. He cannot become the protagonist. Kevin said with a smile, but that only applies to games. In a world that is heading towards destruction, and in which there is no hero, the villain will have only one option to survive. Namely, to become both a villain and a hero at the same time. Kevin looked to the side. The guy was standing straight. The light was pouring in from the street. He said that he did not like to risk his life, but he had no choice. It had to be done. The greatest villainous organization in Inner Lunatic, a group that wants to overthrow the Imperial family. The guy raised his hand up. There was a fire on it. Everything around him lit up with light. He was going to go to the lunatics. The people looked ahead. Opposite them stood 3 more people. They were all sitting at the table. The girl boredly propped her face with her hand. The man asked another, it would not be dangerous. Did he not know? He was told that he was the one who was watching the test. Oscar asked that he made a mistake again. He was told that he was a bastard. He told him he did nothing. Kate pursed her lips. Then she asked happily what they were doing there. The men smiled tightly and said nothing. The man laughed, offered to continue, and asked where they had left off. Kate asked in shock that she had not said enough and that she had already filled everyone in on the situation. They had not listened to her. The man thought about it. Then he said that the dean had spoken of an enemy who had appeared during the entrance test. The girl looked away and answered in the affirmative. She continued that most likely this man wanted Elden Academy to fall, as well as the entire empire. Kate said that Alina was just the beginning, and did they know why they were targeting the young star of the financial world in particular? Oscar replied that he did, because the merchants, controlled by the rival and family, were responsible for 70% of the turnover of goods in the Arkham Empire. The other man said that if their enemy was deliberately targeting the rival and merchants, then they already had their next target. The girl answered seriously that yes and no, what had just happened was both a warning and a challenge from the academy, and that they should prepare for what would follow. Everyone answered yes at the same time. The girl was about to get up from her seat. Then she went back. She raised her finger and said that there was one more person who could be dangerous. The man asked about the dangerous person. She answered affirmatively. In the memories, she was peeking out from behind cover. The guy was walking straight. She said with a smile that he was a student, the most talented of all the applicants. Oscar asked in shock who it was. Then he thought in surprise that Kate had someone whose talent she recognized, and that this was the first time since the princess. Kate said the protagonist's name. The man asked again about Kate, the good-for-nothing of the Rhinefer family. The girl answered affirmatively. She continued that this child. Her hand touched the door handle. She looked ahead. Kate put her finger to her lips and said that he could be stronger than her. A moment later, the man's mouth fell open in shock. The guy whispered that he had heard wrong and was told that he was good for nothing. Oscar's eyes widened. The sun was shining. The guy walked into a pub filled with people. The bartender called him a kid and asked why he was there and that he was lost. The protagonist thought that it must be Matthew. For the outside world he was the owner of the tavern, but his true face was slightly different. The guy said that the moonlight of a clawed feather in the name of the empire. The bartender pursed his lips. Kevin looked at him. Then Matthew told him to come in, although he had no idea why this man had given him a secret code. The hero asked with a smile that he was not going to introduce himself. The guy closed his eyes and said that his name was Matthew. Kevin turned away and said that he would go then. He was standing in front of the shelves with bottles. The guy thought that to get into the lunatic headquarters. Then he took the third bottle. After her, the first. After them, the eighth and fourth. Blue smoke flew around the protagonist. A bright fire rose up. He was affected by high-level magic. His mana will temporarily reverse its flow. Genius mana sense is deactivated. The player is transferred to the prepared location. Kevin lowered his head and thought that his stats were still too low. His head was spinning. The guy looked down. A weapon was put to his neck. A blonde girl appeared in front of the guy. She asked who he was. Kevin said her name with a smile. Blood began to drip from his neck. He said with a smile that he was the leader of the lunatics, the only one of the 3 sword emperors whose face was unknown to anyone, and that he had come to her. Penzi asked that he knew not only about their secret headquarters, but also about her, and that she would ask again who he was. The protagonist reached out for the weapon and said his name. He raised his hands up and said that he wanted to join the lunatics. The moon lit up the sky. The guy was sitting on the windowsill. He repeated the protagonist's name while looking out the window. Then he said that he thought he knew something about the old man's death. He thought that he already knew that his teacher had died, and that he doubted that he thought that one of the 3 sword emperors had died by accident. The voice said that it was a disgrace to the Reinhafer family. What a joke! He couldn't believe that they were lying so blatantly. He thought that maybe it was only for a second, but he had become faster than him. He had never seen anyone so fast in his life, not counting the old man, of course. The guy looked sadly out the window. He continued to think that all the information about him must have been manipulated from the start, and that the rumors about him and his behavior were all lies. He walked towards the bed. The guy lay down on the pillow and asked, "But why?" He continued that why would the Reinhafer family hide someone so talented, and that he didn't know why, but it was none of his business. Looking at the ceiling, he thought that no one would stop him on his way, especially not the nobility. The moon was shining through the window. Scars framed the boy's chest. His eyes were closed. The empress went crazy and tried to rule the country with tyranny, which led to the fact that the power of the imperial family was divided. Her daughter Penelope is known as a benevolent princess, and she is gathering strength to confront the first prince in the political arena. The boy opened his eyes. He was told that he would have to choose a side in order to survive. He was told to enroll in Elden Academy. Let him think about who he wanted to join while he was there. The man in front of him said that this was his last task. The boy grinned tensely. The man said that he taught him everything. A dark silhouette appeared behind him. The boy looked ahead in fear. The man fell into a pool of blood. A voice apologized and said that he was the first to leave this world. The boy sat up in bed and covered his face with his hands. He looked away in fear. The stone in his hand glowed brightly. He closed his eyes and said that if he died, he should leave him alone. The man got out of bed. Then he cursed and said why the dead man kept appearing in his dreams. The girl put a sword to the protagonist's neck. The board had basic information written on it. Name Penzi, gender female, age 20, race human, main element lunar. Traits good, genius of the sword in battle, aggression, mind's eye, neutral, unperturbed, bad, cruel, crazy, berserker, tense. Stats endurance, 27, mana, 24, luck, 4, charm, 25. Skills, passive skills, fighting spirit, piercing gaze, elimination, active skills, moon sword, master, mana explosion. Some information is hidden. The information will be updated as the plot progresses. The guy looked at Penzi, one of the 3 sword emperors, a monster that can stand on par with knights who reach their peak at 20 years old. Her mastery is incredibly difficult to achieve. He thought that in addition, unlike the dark sword art that he can only learn after becoming a patriarch, he can learn Penzi's techniques if he earns her trust. Of course, to prove himself, he must join the lunatics. The girl asked why the son of the Reinhafer family was interested in a criminal organization. He was inflicted with level 1 bleeding. Kevin replied that he wanted the Archheim Empire to fall. Pansy frowned and said what it was. The guy continued that she must already know. In order to crush the Empire, they first need to crush the Elden Academy. Kevin said with a smile that he would become her spy. The girl smirked and asked if he was sure of his competence. The protagonist said that of course. The girl looked into his eyes. Pansy said that he was steadfast and asked his name. Kevin said his name with a smile. Pansy called the servant. He bowed and answered. She told him to prepare the moon test. The servant was on one knee. Then he answered the girl affirmatively. He approached the guy, told him to put this on and follow him. Kevin took the thing in his hands. The moon illuminated the area. The guy looked up and thought that great, everything is going according to plan. The voice said after that to go up to the altar, kill all the enemies that appear there, and let him remember that the robe should not fall. The hero asked why. Daff replied that this was the only way he wouldn't be berserk. The hero looked at him and thought that he actually knew why he had to wear this robe. The abnormal berserk status. One of the worst traits. In exchange for the player's madness, it increases all skills to an incredible level. The voice said that the crimson moon, when exposed to its light, most people go crazy, or better said, they go berserk. There are 2 conditions for passing this test. You need to be under the light of the crimson moon and beware of the status it imposes. And you also need to defeat all the monsters. Initially, the game did not have any information on how to pass the test, because in a world with the protagonist, no one would want to join a villainous organization. And no one knew how to pass it, however. The guy smiled and thought that he would succeed. Pansy closed her eyes and said that now one of 2 things awaited him. She continued with a smile that either he passes the test and becomes a member of the Lunatics, or dies right here. The guy looked away. Then he smiled. Kevin said that he would look. Daff looked at the weapon in his hand. A drop of blood fell to the ground. The floor began to glow brightly. A glowing circle formed under them. Daff turned around abruptly. Someone was looking at them from afar. It flashed through his mind that this was definitely not the level that he could handle now, and that all the monsters were chimeras, at least of the middle level. Moreover, there were a whole lot of them. But there was one way. The guy abruptly took off his robe. Kevin looked ahead with a smile. Pansy thought with displeasure that he had gone crazy. The Crimson Moon imposed an abnormal berserk status effect on the player. Attention, he may lose control of his consciousness. Attention, if he loses control, he will no longer be able to return to normal. Kevin looked at his hands. He smiled madly. All the player's characteristics were multiplied by 1.5 times. The characteristics of endurance, mana, luck, will, and charm increased. The negative trait Berserk was activated, but Berserk does not affect the indicators of luck and charm. The moon above the people lit up with a red light. The Crimson Moon imposed an abnormal status effect on the player Berserk. Attention, he may lose control of his consciousness. Daff and Pansy looked at what was happening. The scoreboard said that attention, if he loses control, he will no longer be able to return to normal. The protagonist's eyes turned purple. He opened them wide. All the hero's characteristics were multiplied by 1.5 times. Name, Kevin. Gender, male. Age, 15. Race, human. Main element, darkness. Achievements, none. Good traits, Genius Sword and Battle, Genius Sense of Mana, Insight, Genius Memory, Nerves of Steel, Genius Actor, Neutral, Revelation of the Void, Bad, Terminally Ill, Often Sick, Cold Hands and Feet, Possessed. Stats, Endurance 27, Mana 24, Luck 4, Will 25, Charm 25. Hidden stats, Dexterity is inactive, Skills, Active Skills, Hour of Genius, Average Sword Mastery of the Dark Family, Combustion, Southern Sword Technique, Visual Transformation. Due to an incurable disease, he has 142 days left. The negative trait Berserk is activated, but Berserk does not affect the luck and charm indicators. Pansy thought that this brat, he was crazy. The hero smirked. Daff said seriously that he couldn't believe that he threw away his robe. It was the same as saying goodbye to life, and offered to stop him. The girl answered negatively. Then she frowned and said that he was one of those people who didn't care about warnings. She continued that whether he died or not, it didn't matter to them. Daff replied that he was from the Reinhafer family. He continued that Theo Reinhafer, if he tried to harm the Lunatics, it would be bad. Pansy said with a smile that this would not happen. She said that no, this definitely would not happen. They stood next to each other and the girl told Daff that firstly, she doubted that Theo had much fatherly love. Daff replied that he agreed with this. Pansy offered to watch first. Then she continued that this bastard definitely had a plan. The man said that he agreed with her. The protagonist stood with a weapon in front of the monsters. The monsters opened their mouths in fury. They were rushing towards him. The boy and the monster ran into each other. The protagonist's sword sparkled with black light. Something flew past him and he turned around. The boy thought that the whole world was drowning in red. This is a description of the entrance test of the Sleepwalkers. He thought that many of his characteristics had increased. Kevin continued to think that this was not all. His body had also become a little larger, and that now he was not so easy to deal with. The monsters were rushing towards the protagonist. Lightning flew out of his eye. He swung and made a crushing blow. Blood dripped onto his cheek. The boy abruptly cut off the monster's head. It rolled on the ground. The hero was breathing heavily and holding the sword in his hands. The monsters continued to rush towards him furiously. Daff and the girl looked at them. The protagonist thought that the Berserk status was one of the worst statuses in Inner Lunatic, and it could only appear under the Crimson Moon. He continued to think that, but he was originally going to use it. The guy thought that it was because of his talent. Thanks to 2 genius characteristics, the negative effect of the Crimson Moon was neutralized, the genius of the sword and battle, and the genius of mana sense. The negative status effect was temporarily neutralized. Kevin thought that everything was simple, and if you look at the level of these talents from the side of this world, it was unfair because he was the only one who benefits from them. Kevin held the sword tightly and thought, who cares? The guy jumped high into the sky. Then he cast a black execution spell. He cut the heads of many monsters. The girl frowned. Daff looked at what was happening in surprise. Thanks to the effect of the artifact Black Flame Ring, His life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Kevin smiled and said that if they had a problem with that, they should become terminally ill themselves. He waved the weapon around himself. Pansy opened her mouth in surprise. The guy bared his teeth and wondered what was making so much noise. The sword sparkled in the hero's hands. He exhaled heavily. A clawed paw reached for his feet. The protagonist approached the girl. Then he asked if the test was over. A little earlier, the girl watched the guy fight. Pansy said with a smile that she thought they should recognize him as a member of the Lunatics. Daff looked at her and said that there were not many people on the continent with such a level of talent. She put her hand to her mouth and shouted at Kevin that he had passed and that he could come back. The protagonist continued to fight. Pansy asked in bewilderment that he had been consumed by madness. The man answered that it could be and that they should kill him. Blood spurted into the protagonist's face. He cut off another head of the monster. There were severed limbs lying around the guy's perimeter. Kevin frowned. Daff and Pansy were looking at him. The bright moon was illuminating everything. The guy asked if the test was over. They answered that yes, it was over. Pansy said that Theo had created a monster. The man looked at her and said that yes, they were right. Kevin thought with a smile that he had succeeded. The girl thought that Kevin, and he was an interesting guy, and called the servant. He bowed and answered. He handed the guy the thing and said to take it. It was a robe that only members of the Lunatics could wear. Equipment received. The guy happily looked at his hands. He received a lunatic member robe, displaying information about the received item. Basic information: name, lunatic member robe, categories, equipment, rank, intermediate, advanced, no attribute, characteristics, willpower +1, equipment conditions, must be a member of the Lunatics. Special effect: he gains the special skill Moon Oath. Lunatic members can recognize each other by the robe pattern. This robe is made of black spider threads, neutralizes all light status effects. Display information about his new passive skill. Active skill: name, lunar oath, rank, advanced, attribute none, effect, only works when the robe is equipped on him. There is a shining lunar pattern on the robe. The pattern can only be recognized by members of the Lunatics, so it is not available to the gaze of other eyes. Additional option: depending on the game time, after 18 hours, when the day turns into day, his attack power will increase by 1.2 times. Kevin thought with a smile that this is great. The guy was standing in front of people. Kevin thought that the subjugation of lunatics, the passive skill Lunar Oath, is also useful in many places. He continued the thought that it is a pity, of course, that it can only be used at night. It is a passive skill that increases his attack by 1.2 times, and what is rare in Inner Lunatic. The guy looked at his characteristics. He thought that, and he also received 6 additional will points. Kevin closed his eyes and continued the thought that he had the best results. Then he looked in front of him. Pansy looked at him questioningly. She said that it seemed like he wanted something else from her. The guy replied that as far as he understood, he showed the best results in the lunar test. He turned around and continued that therefore he would like to receive a well-deserved reward. Pansy twisted her hands and thought. She smiled and said that not bad, an impudent newbie, although she wondered how much longer he could be so impudent. She asked Daffa to bring it. He agreed. Then he handed her the mask. She said that it was an artifact that the lunatics had recently obtained. The Moon Shadow. Pansy said that this artifact creates a clone. Then she continued that it would help him in his espionage activities inside the academy. The girl asked how it was, and if he was satisfied now. Kevin answered with a smile that he was definitely. Kevin happily thought that he finally got it. He took the mask in his hand and continued the thought that the Moon Shadow. He can use the Moon Shadow artifact, creating a clone of the player. Please let him enter his name, traits, and basic information. He thought that this was why he had contacted the lunatics so early. Kevin continued to think that with this artifact, he could make a clone. The boy thought that it meant he could play both the hero and the villain, which is why this artifact was so important. He brought the mask to his face and thanked the captain. Pansy told him to listen carefully and that there were 5 ranks in the lunatics, not counting the captain and vice captain. There were 3 more ranks. She continued that since he had just joined, he would be the 3rd rank. Kevin replied that it was good. Pansy replied that it was great and told him to look forward to his first mission. She frowned and said that she hoped he would not disappoint her. The boy bowed and walked towards the bright portal. The girl smiled and said that this child was quite interesting, and did Daff agree? The man bowed and replied that he agreed. Then he continued that he really couldn't understand how he hadn't gone crazy under the crimson moon. She looked at the moon and said that she understood why it was misleading him, because people who weren't geniuses wouldn't last even 5 minutes under the crimson moon. She said with a smile that even a genius would hardly fight without a robe. She clenched her hand into a fist and continued that it meant he was ready to put his life on the line. Daff replied that he agreed. Pansy suggested that they watch him for now, and that they would see if he would entertain them, and how useful he would be to the organization. The protagonist appeared in some room. Matthew said with a smile that it seemed he had finished with his business. The guy looked at him and replied that yes, you could say that. The protagonist thought that the others would definitely ask why he decided to risk his life on the altar. He continued the thought that but in fact he didn't do it. The moon appeared before his eyes, and he thought that it was possible to resist the berserker, having 2 genius traits, a genius of the sword and battle, and a genius sense of mana. In simple terms, he can use the power of the crimson moon. The bartender said that he believed he got what he wanted. Kevin asked him what business he had with him. Matthew replied that it was simply somehow unfair, and that he was the only one who introduced himself. Kevin asked again. The bartender replied with a smile that when people introduce themselves, they usually both say their names. The protagonist replied that he was Kevin, and that they were done. Matthew answered in the affirmative and said that he would see him later. Then he continued that it was difficult to keep up with the academy schedule, but since they were talking about him, he believed that hiding his power would be even harder. The guy walked towards the exit. The bartender said with a smile that in any case, he should not stand out too much there. The light was shining from the windows of the building. Kevin stood near the room and thought that everything seemed to be going according to plan. The servants called the young master. Chloe angrily asked how he dared to run away on the first day of school, leaving his maid alone. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at her and thought that it couldn't be. She seemed to be sleeping when he left. The girl asked the young master if he was listening to her. She closed her eyes and said that she had already told him many times not to do dangerous things, and that there were already rumors about him within the family. She put her hands to her chest and continued that there was still a chance to rehabilitate herself. The guy turned away and asked how her day was, and as far as he knew, the maids and servants also went to classes. The girl folded her hands. She lowered her eyes and said that nothing special. Kevin looked at her and thought that something definitely happened. He continued the thought that there was nothing to be done about it, even though these were lessons for maids and servants. They were still the lower nobility, and that since Chloe was now a commoner, they could easily find fault with her. Chloe looked down at the floor. He handed her a bag and told her to hold it, and that if any problems arose during the lessons, she should open this bag. Chloe took it in her hands. The girl asked in surprise what it was. Kevin smiled and said that he would open it only when he got into trouble. He continued that it was because this item could resolve any situation. Chloe asked in surprise that she could not open it now. The guy closed his eyes and answered negatively. Although she curtsied and said that it would be fine if she found herself in a similar situation, she would definitely open it. Kevin replied with a smile that it was fine, but there was no need to doubt. If the need arose, he should open it without thinking. The girl answered the young master with a smile that she understood. They looked at each other. He was successfully admitted to Elden Academy. The protagonist looked at the sign that he had completed the first part of the main story. He thought in surprise that finally, a new message had arrived, and did he want to open it? The guy pointed his finger at the sign to open. Feathers flew into the air. Kevin's eyes widened. A girl with wings appeared in front of him. The guy extended his hand towards her. The protagonist opened the new message. The voice said that good afternoon. If he received this message, it meant that he had managed to enter Elden Academy, and that he knew that he would be able to enter the academy without problems, but he was still glad. The guy thought that the message was written in such a tone as if its author saw right through him. He continued to think in bewilderment that this person definitely knew him. The voice continued that but the trials were just beginning. He must have already faced many difficulties, but what awaited him ahead would be even more difficult, and only he could cope with it. The protagonist looked at the sign in bewilderment. The voice said that because he knew the end of this story, the man stood with a weapon in his hands. He continued that he understood that it sounded irresponsible, but he would try his best to help him. Kevin sat down and listened, that even if it was not much, he hoped that he would accept the gift attached to this message. The guy said that this time the content of the letter again did not help much. The board in front of him began to disappear. Kevin continued that he needed to think about everything. He said that it was quite possible that all this was being sent to him by the creator of Inner Lunatic. The fact that he could easily influence the system and send him these messages led him to this conclusion. The guy frowned and thought that therefore he should focus on completing the main story. He continued the thought that his lost memories and completing the game. The guy decided that it was enough to think about problems that he could not solve yet. He looked at the notification and said that he would look at what kind of gift he had sent. Then he pressed the button to show the character system. Kevin's mouth fell open in surprise. The name Theo Reinhafer was written on the board. The guy said stop. He pressed the button with Lena's name, saying that if his suspicions were correct. There were many signs hanging in front of him. Lena's photo was smiling at him. Then all the characteristics, features, and photos of Theo were shown. He thought what an incredible ability. Kevin's eyes widened and continued the thought that in general, in order to use insight in Inner Lunatic, he needs to see his target. He continued with a smile, thinking that everything was different now. He could check the status of any character he met at any time. Kevin said that he was glad that he had sent him this gift. He continued that, by the way, Theo was still a psycho. Then he said that he had increased his stamina by 0.2 in such a short period of time. The guy thought that he was already an emperor of the sword at his age and was still getting stronger. Kevin said that he was right. He thought that when he looked at Theo's stats, it dawned on him. The guy looked at his reflection in the mirror and thought that this world only looked like a game, but in reality, it was not one at all. Kevin cursed and said that everything was so complicated. He held a sheet in his hand and continued that it was good that at least the selection of classes went smoothly. The sheet said that team combat techniques, team magic techniques, history of the Archaim Empire, horse riding. The sun illuminated the space around. All the servants were standing next to each other. The girls looked at Chloe and whispered that it was her. They continued that she was the daughter of the Lavilla family who had become a commoner. Someone said that it was her, that she had no shame at all since she decided to come to Elden with her young master. The girls talked among themselves that if they were in her place, they would not dare to come here and that she must be looking for a chance to return back to society. They continued that she had a cute face and that maybe he could bewitch her. The girl said angrily that after all, she was the maid of that good-for-nothing from the Rhinefer family. She rolled her eyes and continued that from what she knew, he was a real lecher, she must be taking advantage of that. The girl asked if it was not obvious, another added that it was true. The maid covered her mouth and said that where her family was, although since this place was so unknown, she thought there was no need to worry about her. The girl folded her hands together. Chloe thought that she had already heard hundreds of different insults. She continued the thought that the fallen nobility had no future. The girl frowned and thought that, however, she could not allow them to insult young Master Kevin. Footsteps were heard. Chloe stood in front of the maid and asked if she had a free minute. The girls looked at her in confusion. One of them smirked and asked again about a minute. Then she said that she was the daughter of the Count, Giselle from the Flores family, serving the young master. She asked with a smile what she thought. Did she have time to talk to a commoner? Chloe said that she heard that she was spreading rumors about her young master. Giselle asked so what? She continued that it was not her fault that the whole society spoke negatively about her young master. The girl said that if she wanted her to apologize, she would not do it. Chloe lowered her head and thought that just like young Master Kevin said, status is very important in this place. She put her hand in her pocket. Then she started to untie the pouch thinking that there was nothing she could do about it. With a huge explosion, a small man appeared. Chloe's eyes widened. The protagonist's diagram was flying next to her. Giselle screamed that she was scared. Chloe looked at the projection and said that young Master Kevin. The man said that he was Kevin and that he did not know what happened here and that it did not matter. He continued that if Chloe decided to open this pouch, he was sure of one thing. He pointed his finger and said that she was. Giselle's mouth opened. She said fearfully that it was the son of the Rhinefer family. The guy said with a smile that they were already dead and for them to know that he would soon send their severed heads to their families. The servants looked at what was happening in surprise. Chloe stood silently nearby. She thought that the young Master Kevin, and this is what he thought was a normal way to solve problems. Giselle looked ahead in fear. Then she fell to her knees. The girl asked her name. Chloe exhaled and introduced herself. Giselle thought in fear that she had just sighed. This was bad. The Rhinefer family could destroy her entire family in a second. The girl fell face down on the floor and began telling Chloe to forgive her for such disrespectful behavior. She would never do anything like that again. She begged her to forgive her. Chloe looked at the maid lying in front of her and thought that, as the young master said, the problem was really solved. She continued to think that, but now there would be even more bad rumors about him. Chloe quietly asked what he was even thinking. Then she walked past Giselle. Everyone looked after her. The protagonist walked next to the girl. She turned to him and asked if he was okay. She continued that he had dark circles under his eyes. The guy rubbed his eyes and said he was fine. He smiled and said that he had finally managed to identify the items. There was someone standing in front of them. The guy adjusted his cap. Then he bowed and greeted the youngest son of the Rhinefer family. Kevin asked who he was. The guy bowed even deeper and said that he apologized for the late introduction and that he was Rick, a servant of Lady Eleanor. He continued with a smile that it was an honor to meet them. Kevin asked him again for his name. Then he thought what the hell was going on. The board said that he was shocked. A genius actor was activated. He was no longer shocked. The protagonist looked at the guy and thought that a dangerous character from the first half of the story had approached him. He looked at him and continued the thought that a lying Rick. In 3 months, he will betray the rival and merchants for the development of the main plot. He is a servant of a demon and a demon worshipper. Kevin continued the thought that in other words. The guy frowned and realized that he would hit Eleanor in the back. He twisted his hands around the punching bag and thought that an inner lunatic, the rule the enemy of his enemy is his friend, does not work. Looking at the guy, he thought that Rick was just a disgusting person. Hanging out with him was only hurting himself. The guy said that it was a gift to him from his mistress and that it was a very valuable artifact. He was holding a box in his hands. The protagonist told him to get lost. Then he thought that he was wondering what kind of artifact it was and that it was a poisonous apple, he should not take it. Rick asked again in surprise. Kevin asked what he wanted him to repeat. Rick opened his mouth in shock. The protagonist frowned. He began to stick out his sword. Chloe bowed to the guy and the hero walked away. The girl ran after him and shouted for him to wait for her. She said that his body was weak and that because of his fast walking he could fall. The guy asked why she thought he was so weak. The voice said that just recently, when he had a cold, his whole body was covered in goosebumps, his hands and feet were cold, and he had a temperature. Chloe said that she didn't think anyone could be that weak. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he wouldn't deny it, but he was fine now. They walked next to each other and Kevin said that he wouldn't die that easily. The girl replied that she knew. Chloe looked down and continued that it just wasn't easy for her anyway. He watched her say that he was always in the center of things. Kevin replied that he thought he was pretty popular in that regard. Chloe looked at him with displeasure. They looked at each other and the guy thought, well. The guy continued the thought that Kevin wasn't just her master, he saved her life. He looked at her and thought that, especially since heroes with the straightforwardness characteristic always worry about their loved ones. The girl said, by the way, why did he behave like that with that man? The hero asked again, what about Rick? Chloe answered that yes, he was much more emotional than usual. The guy put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her to listen carefully. Kevin continued that no matter what happened, he could not be trusted. The girl thought, interestingly, it was because of that situation with Miss Alina. She continued the thought that he usually did not behave like that. She was sure that he had a good reason. Chloe bowed and said that okay, she understood, and that on his advice she would stay away from him. The guy said okay. The guy passed by and it flashed through his mind that if you think about the future, you also need to keep your distance from Alina, otherwise they will attract too much attention. Kevin seriously said that now they should be much more careful. The guy was sitting in a huge hall. The hero frowned and thought that he thought so. Why the hell did he have to deal with such problems again? The man at the table said that today they would form teams that they would work on for the rest of the year. He sighed and continued that the most important thing in forming a team was to get to know each other better. The protagonist cursed and thought that he had been too optimistic. He grabbed his head and continued that he didn't think that he would have problems in the game due to the lack of friends. The man adjusted his glasses and said that the cadets who got along should form teams of 4. The man sighed and continued that they would be given 30 minutes to do this. Kevin closed his eyes and thought that nothing would work out and that an outcast like Kevin would not be able to find 3 more people for the team. The guy raised his hand and asked what if they couldn't form a team. The man replied that he would get an F and that he wouldn't be able to take the course again, so he should be careful. He continued that it was impossible to work alone, and did Kevin understand? The protagonist answered in the affirmative and thought that it would be an F right away. He thought that it was very difficult to graduate from Elden Academy, and if he got an F he would be expelled immediately. Kevin thought that he couldn't let that happen. The man called the princess and asked to let her help. Another girl stood up and asked the princess to let her help. The guy asked the guy sitting next to him to team up and that he had seen his skills. Someone else asked another guy to team up with him. Kevin closed his eyes and started thinking that he needed to figure out how an outcast like Kevin could make friends. The guy called Alina and asked her to join his team. Even though you couldn't tell by looking at him, he was quite the athlete. The girl answered with a smile that no, and suggested that Alina come to her. She would treat her to a special dish that only her family could afford. The girl confidently walked forward. Then she stopped. She folded her arms and called Kevin. She said with a smile that it seemed like he would not like her gift. The guy swallowed loudly. Alina asked what he thought and if he would give him a chance to return the favor. The guy asked what she was talking about. The girl fixed her hair and said that she was suggesting that they join forces. The protagonist frowned and thought that although it sounded arrogant, he immediately understood. Looking at Alina, he continued the thought that in the end he would have to team up with her, and besides that, Lena came up to him and suggested that they team up. The guy looked at the girl and thought that another burden had hung on him. Extending her hand, the girl suggested that the protagonist team up. Lowering his head, the hero thought, God, he had completely forgotten about her, one problem after another. The girl lowered her head sadly, and he added that he understood everything. A fire flew past Lena, and the hero thought that she was very kind, and whether she liked Kevin or not, she must be sad that he became her fiancé. The girl folded her hands, and he added that she still wanted to help. Closing her eyes, the protagonist said that yes, they would drive him to the grave like that. Putting her hand to her face, the girl answered that it was unexpected. The hero frowned and asked again. Grinning, the girl said that she did not expect someone like him to have friends. The hero looked at her angrily and said nothing. Looking away, the protagonist thought that given how Kevin had behaved up to this point, he had nothing to refute, and for some reason this infuriated him. and Lena turned to the hero and asked that he agreed, yes. Raising her hand, the girl asked that they needed another person, yes. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that it seemed like his opinion didn't matter anymore, to which she replied that it was as if he had a choice. Looking away, Kevin said that as always, right on target, and thought that it was just like Alina said. The students were chatting among themselves, and the protagonist added that if he wanted to get his memories back, he needed to stay in this academy and show good results. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in order to pass the first episode, he needed to get into the top 10%. A monster appeared among the fire, and Kevin thought about the battle with the archdemon. The protagonist held a sword in his hands and added that it would be the first event in which he would need to play the roles of both a hero and a villain. The protagonist looked straight ahead angrily. Students appeared in the corridor. The guys were chatting cheerfully with each other. Extending his hand, the guy introduced himself and said that he was glad to work with them. Looking at the menu, the protagonist thought that fortunately, the last member of their team was an ordinary person. The guy's characteristics were written: name Joseph, gender male, age 15, race human, main element none, achievements none, good traits are the art of living, submissive, well prepared, pious, neutral none, bad is stupid, characteristics are endurance 4, mana 3, luck 3, will 2, charm 10. Looking at the guy's skills, the hero thought to wait. Grinning, the protagonist added that this is pretty good. The crown appeared, and the hero thought that maybe he has average characteristics, he also has something to surprise with, and this is the power of blessing. The girl reached for the glow, and the protagonist added that this is one of the most powerful skills in Inner Lunatic. It forcibly awakens the talent of the protagonist's team members. Having removed the menu, the protagonist said that it is a pity, of course, that it cannot be used directly on the protagonist. Looking at the guy, Kevin thought, but it's strange, why does some random character have such a rare skill? Usually only saints have it. Well, he'll figure it out later. Looking straight at him, Joseph said that he can't wait to work with them. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl said that she was Alina, she hoped that they would work together. Looking at the guy, the girl said that she was Lena, she was glad to be part of this team. Frowning, the hero asked why he even needed to introduce himself, said that he hoped they wouldn't drag him down. Hitting the table, the man said that it looked like all the teams had been formed, he hoped that they would all have time to meet by the beginning of next week. Gritting his teeth, the man said that even though they had only assembled these teams for one semester, well, the lesson was over, they could leave. The hero raised his eyebrows and said that he was a crazy old man, to which the girl said in surprise that he said it out loud, and Kevin replied that he knew. He wanted him to hear it. Putting her hand forward, the girl said that she thought that swearing at the professor was not very nice, to which the hero replied that he did not care, they had already formed a team anyway. Leaning against the door, Lena turned to the hero. Smirking, she asked what his class schedule looked like, said that she was asking just for the sake of it, to which the main hero thought that he could not believe that she was seriously asking this, it was obvious why she did it. Lena approached the hero and said that he was just curious. Yes, he was asking because he was curious. Taking the girl by the head, the hero asked that he wanted to know in which subjects it was easiest to get good grades. Yes, he thought he would tell her everything so easily. Gritting her teeth, the girl replied that it was not that at all, and the hero thought that he would not let her extract free information from him. The girl looked at the hero leaving, and he thought that never. The 4th district of the academy appeared. Someone said that she did not expect anything else from the Elden Academy, and Chloe said that there was so much to buy. Leafing through a book, the girl said grimoires, equipment, textbooks. Looking at the hero, the girl said that it was not surprising that it was so difficult for commoners to graduate from this academy. It was all about money, to which the hero replied that well, it did not apply to him. Holding the flask in his hand, the protagonist thought that in fact, if a person has talent, he will be able to graduate from the academy in any case, because even commoners can enlist the support of sponsors. Frowning, Kevin thought that if he has talent, money will not be a problem. Chloe was scared when she heard her come here. Looking away, the girl said that it had become noisy here. Looking at the crowd of people, the protagonist said that completely different people gather in this area, anything can happen. The protagonist turned his head to the side and said that they should not pay attention to it. Kevin asked what it was, his eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, the guy clicked his tongue in displeasure. Pointing his finger forward, the guy shouted that if he was not going to buy anything, he should get out of here. He was bothering other customers. The guy lowered his head, and the protagonist thought that the son of one of the 3 main dark families, the young patriarch of the Marvis family. The guy held the flask in his hand, and the protagonist thought that he must have no money at all now, his family had recently gone bankrupt. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he was a good person, he hoped everything would work out. Leon looked at the guy and said he was sorry, he was just trying to make a reasonable purchase, to which the guy asked what reasonable purchase. All he did was touch his goods. Gritting his teeth, the guy said stop talking nonsense and let him get lost. Eldian's standards had clearly dropped. He couldn't believe they accepted a beggar. Leon lowered his head. Suddenly, he raised it in surprise. Green light appeared around his feet and he asked again. Stretching his hand forward, the guy said that his family may be poor, but he can't forgive the fact that he called them beggars. Looking at him in surprise, the hero thought he was crazy. Rushing forward, Kevin thought that maybe he was crazy. He couldn't believe that this guy could provoke him. The hero ran forward and thought that there were a lot of people in the 4th district. Did he really decide to use mana in front of everyone? Black magic. Suddenly skeletons appeared near the guy. Chloe asked in surprise where he was going. Turning around, the protagonist replied that the boy had gone crazy. His eyes showed that he was about to do something. He needed to stop him, to which she asked that he could tell all this from his eyes. The hero angrily shouted that he often saw them. The girl was perplexed. Looking at the skeletons, the guy said that he was an idiot, asked that he even understood what he had done. Gritting his teeth, he asked what and how dare he, and someone said back. The hero emitted a glow, and he turned to the guy. Holding the sword in his hand, Kevin added that he should leave here immediately. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that if he did not want to die. The guy behind him asked that he was completely out of his mind. Yes, he knew who he was, to which the hero replied, "What nonsense." Someone interrupted the hero, removing the hood from his head. People looked at him in surprise. Turning his head, the hero asked that he knew who he was. The orange sky appeared. Looking away, the girl heard something. The maid closed her eyes, listening to what she wanted to say, that even though she was on the same team with Kevin, he did not want to reveal his schedule to him. Looking out the window, the girl asked that it was because he was currently experiencing adolescent syndrome, right? Turning around abruptly, she asked her to answer. The girl froze, waiting for an answer. Smiling, Emma said that how could she know what he was thinking, suggested that he calm down a little. Looking away, the girl answered that she was trying to be mature. Memories popped up in her head and she added that she should not judge people too quickly and not interfere with Kevin. Lowering her head, Lena said that but still. Emma looked at her in thought. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that if everything continued like this, she would definitely be sad for at least a few days. What should she do? Leaves were falling from the sky, and she added that if she had known that this would happen, she would not have said anything like that. The chariot was moving along the road. Sitting in the carriage, the girl asked why her fiancé was so cold towards her, to which she replied that he was just going through adolescence. Looking down, Lena asked again, and Emma replied that boys always acted like that at that age, grumbling all the time and pushing people away. Peeping with one eye, the maid thought that it was around then that she began to develop feelings for him. The girl looked out the window, and she added that at that time she did not think that it would be a big problem. Maybe she should have just kept quiet. Putting her fist to her face, the girl thought that yes, she was sure of it, Miss Lena definitely liked Master Kevin, and since everything turned out like this. Looking at the girl, Emma said that she felt that these were not Mr. Kevin's true feelings, to which she asked what he meant. Looking away, the girl replied that he was already her fiancé. He must be trying to separate his personal life and studies at the academy. Suddenly, Lena grabbed her hands and said her name. Smiling, Lena said that she knew that she understood relationships, to which the girl asked again. Leading her, the girl said that her words were filled with experience. Now she will always ask her for advice, to which Emmy turned to her. The girl was happy, and the maid mentally apologized to her. Looking at her, she wondered what she. Smiling, Emma thought that she had never dated anyone. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The girls turned around in surprise at the sound. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was Emma, the maid of the Stillreiner family, and asked if she could find out the reason for his visit. Turning her head, the girl greeted him. Putting her hand on her chest, Belina said that she and Lena were on the same team in one of the subjects, and she wanted to know if she had a free minute. Lena asked again in surprise. Looking away, the maid said that if she had not made an official appointment, then she should do so in the future. The girl smirked slightly. The girls were surprised to hear the name Kevin. Looking straight ahead, Alina said that she wanted to talk about him. The door was slightly ajar. Lena walked out of the door. She opened her eyes in surprise when she heard that it was nice to meet you. Adjusting her hair, Alina said that today was their second meeting. Frowning, the hero asked that he should introduce himself. Looking at him, the guy wondered what the white hair and purple eyes were. Looking at the hero, he asked that this was the son of the Reinefer family who entered the academy, to which the hero replied that he did not like to repeat himself. Pointing his hands to the side, the guy told him to forgive him. He did not recognize him because of the robe. Turning around at him, the main character replied that he should get lost while he was kind. The hero's eyes lit up and he added that he hoped he would not have to repeat himself again. Running away, the guy replied that he did. Leon froze in confusion. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that he was actually talking to him. A glow emitted around the skeleton. Suddenly, he swung at the hero. Someone said that he was talking. The hero struck the skeleton with his hand. Frowning, Kevin asked what with black magic. Purple light emitted from the hero's hand. The hero put his hand to the skeleton's head. The skull fragments fell to the ground. Looking away, Kevin said that yes, it was as if he was asking to be arrested. Leon exclaimed in surprise. Looking at his hands, the guy said that for sure they were forbidden to study magic until they came of age. He had not thought about it. Leaning over, the guy apologized and thanked for the help. Looking away, the main character said that since he understood everything, he should quickly buy what he needed and leave. Catching the bag of money, Leon heard that if he didn't have enough, he should take it. Inside the bag was a bunch of coins. The guy looked at them in surprise. Looking away, Leon asked why he was helping him. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that if he wanted to make him a debtor, it wouldn't work. Standing in front of him, the hero replied that such pennies were nothing to him. Kevin turned his head away and added that, however, he couldn't say that he was doing it for nothing. The guy looked at him in surprise. Turning his head away, he answered approvingly. The guy stretched out his hand towards the skeleton. The skeleton suddenly began to evaporate. Leon stood quietly in place. Looking at the coin, the guy asked what this money was to shut him up. Looking at him, the hero heard that the power to command the undead. He felt from him a unique power that belonged to the Marvis family. Suddenly, rays began to emanate from the coin. Throwing the coin, the guy said that there would be no deal. The guy looked straight and asked why he owned the power of his family. The girls were sitting at the table. Lena opened her mouth and asked if she wanted to talk to her about something. Alina looked at her and wondered what was going on. She was not like she imagined, very elegant. Maybe Kevin had feelings for her. Then she raised her hand. Then she smiled and thought that no, this could not be. For someone like him, an engagement is not a limitation. She remembered reading the letter and added that she would have to speak directly. Then she smiled and noted that Kevin was a dangerous person. Then she turned and noted that firstly, he was the son of one of the 3 dark families. Alina took a sip and added that there were also many bad rumors about him. Lena opened her mouth slightly. Then she tilted her head and noted that she did not think Kevin was a bad person. Then she remembered standing in front of the protagonist. The nobles were talking to each other. Alina looked away furiously. Then she clenched her teeth and noted that she wondered if there were people who shared her opinion. Lena opened her eyes. Alina looked at the girl and thought that Lena was a strange person. Why such an honest girl like the useless Kevin? Then she strained her gaze and added that he saw anger in her eyes directed at her. Lena looked at the girl furiously. Then she opened her mouth and noted to let him clarify everything. Maybe Kevin is not perfect. She does not think that he will do anything bad. Then she clenched her teeth and added that it is difficult to understand him because he is very cold in communication, but this is only a small part of him. Alina raised her cup. Then she turned her gaze and noted that she heard about their engagement, but this is not enough to blindly support him. Then she put the cup down and added that she herself knows this. Engagements between noble families are worthless. The girl opened her mouth and noted that she trusts Kevin not because of this. Alina smiled and noted that people cannot change so easily. Lena looked at the window and noted that maybe this is true, but she hopes she remembers that Kevin saved her. Alina turned. Then she remembered how she stood in the snow. The girl remembered how the protagonist fought the darkness and heard that if he had not been there, she would have definitely died. She thinks she understands it herself. Then she remembered how she looked forward. Lena opened her mouth and asked why she still treated him like that. Alina narrowed her eyes. Then she covered them and said that it seemed she had said too much. Then she stood up and added that they needed to end their conversation there, grateful that she had taken the time. Lena gritted her teeth and said goodbye. Alina turned around and headed for the exit. Light fell on the roof. The girl put her hand on her elbow. The guy came up from the side. Then he smiled and asked how her conversation went. She looked upset. Alina turned away and asked what she thought was the most important thing for a merchant. The guy smiled and noted that of course it was the eyes that questioned everyone. Alina dropped her gaze and thought that doubt was precisely what had given her the nicknames of the Fox of Wealth and the Star of the Financial World. Then she remembered the forest. Then she remembered how she stood alone and thought that he had really changed. Alina raised her hands and thought so as not to deceive herself. Then she clutched the dress in her hands. The girl gritted her teeth and said that it simply couldn't be true. Too much time had passed. Leon released the energy. Kevin turned around and told everyone to get out. Then he gritted his teeth. The villagers began to run away from the energy. The protagonist began to release his energy. Then he turned around and noticed that it was a magical barrier. Kevin looked straight ahead and thought that the situation had become complicated. No matter how obsessed with money he was, he couldn't use his family's secret power in front of everyone for so long. Leon put his hand out and said that if he wanted to negotiate, he should have taken something for it. Kevin smiled and asked if he meant that he should offer him something. It concerns his family. He doubted that he could bribe him with anything. Leon turned his gaze to the protagonist and said that it was as if he knew him so well. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that his family was one of the top 3 dark houses, like the Reinhafer family, and they had a lot of influence. Leon released green energy and remarked that he didn't like that he used the past tense, and Kevin said that he himself knew that his family was far from what it used to be, the Sylvesters. Leon pursed his lips and fell silent. Kevin remembered the battlefield and said that he knew that they used the territorial war to overthrow the Patriarch Marvas and take most of their land. Leon lowered his head. Then he opened his mouth and asked if he was trying to use the fact that he had more information than him, using his desire for revenge. Kevin smiled and said that no, he was not interested in such stupid goals, he wanted the resurrection of his family. Leon picked up his chess and heard that he would be recognized as the new patriarch, and his family would once again be the head of the continent. Kevin smiled and added that wasn't that his real goal. Leon lowered his gaze and remarked that not bad, it seemed like he knew him well. Then he put his hand out and asked how he got the Marvis family's powers, and Kevin replied that it was by chance, he only recently found out that this power was his family's. Leon turned around and remarked that he believed him, and Kevin asked if he was going to ask questions. Then he opened his mouth and remarked that he had already said what he wanted to hear. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he wanted to know not where he got his power from, but how much he knew about him. Then he strained his gaze and added why he decided to intervene. Leon put his hand out and remarked that he was glad that he got his answer, in the future he would definitely repay him. Then a cloud rose and Leon added that not with money of course. The protagonist turned around and remarked not to worry, he was not expecting it. The next day, the sun was shining on the palace. There was ice in the pond. The protagonist walked along the pavement. The girl smiled and thought that this day had finally come, Kevin's salvation, light and a place to rest. A clock appeared above the protagonist's head. Then he grinned. The gears hung in the air and the protagonist thought that the hour of genius, among the main characters of the prophetic dream, is the strongest skill that only those who have the genius trait can have. Kevin looked at the computer and added that this is a kind of DLC for the prophetic dream, after which a flurry of notifications appeared. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that at first he bought it because it was his favorite game, but when he bought it, he did not even know what was in this DLC. If not for this decision, he would have died several times. Just thinking about it gives him goosebumps. Kevin grinned. Kate picked up the lollipop and asked if he was a monster raised by the Reinhofers. Kevin opened his mouth and noted that it was quite rude to call a person a monster. Is it too much even for the dean? Kate stepped on the ground and said that is not so. Otherwise. Then she smiled and added how it could be explained that he went to fight the ice monster without fear. Then she opened her mouth and noted that no matter how much she thought about it, she still did not understand why such a talented person was looked down upon, as if he were a fool. Did the head of the family really have such an unclear eye? The girl looked down and noted that this could not be. Kevin looked at her and thought that she had doubts about him. This was logical, because in the original Kevin was good for nothing. Then he looked down and added that not now. The main character straightened up and noted that the dean should not think about what kind of person he was in the past, and Kate noted that of course he was right, but he knew what. Then she looked at the lollipop and added that she admired his talent. She could not help but be interested. Then she put it in her mouth and added that it practically made her want to steal it. Kevin gritted his teeth and remarked that he didn't think the dean could say such a thing. Let him pretend he didn't hear. The girl was peeping in the cave. Then she smirked. The protagonist held out his hand and remarked that besides that, they had transformed and were watching him. The girl smiled and asked if he noticed that this was true. Let him see how long he could hide it. Then a scroll appeared. Kevin smiled and thought that he finally got it. Kate put her hand under the scroll and remarked that this was why she called him a skill enhancement scroll. It maximizes the effectiveness of one of his abilities, a very valuable thing. The protagonist looked at her and remarked that this was the first time he heard about this. Then he reached for the scroll. Then he squeezed it with his hand. The girl looked at the lollipop. Kevin looked at the scroll and thought that he felt some kind of tingling, or it seemed to him. Perhaps this was a foreshadowing of what would happen next. Then he opened it. Then notifications about the artifact appeared. The protagonist extended his hand to the artifact and answered yes. Then he moved his hand away. A bright light appeared around him, after which he received a plus to the skill hour of genius. Fire rose behind the protagonist. Kevin smiled widely. Then he looked at the gears and thought that hour of genius is a skill that is difficult to develop. Since the ability is initially cheating, there are a few ways to do this. The scroll began to disappear and Kevin noted in his head that one of them is to use the scroll. Getting this artifact at an early stage is the best gift. Kate opened his mouth and asked if he got the desired result. Kevin looked at her, thought that he could not continue this any longer, and answered that yes, if she had nothing else to say, he would go. Kate smiled and noted that she could go. He was probably tired during the test. The protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that there was no point in lying further. Then he closed his eyes and noted that everything had already happened. Then he turned around and added that they needed to keep things within limits. He wasn't going to gossip with her, and Kate yelled at him to come back and rest. Then she looked at the lollipop and heard him sincerely thank her for her generosity. Kevin went into the aisle and thought that, as expected, Kate was a dangerous girl. He would have to be more careful. Kate was sitting on a bench. Snowflakes fell from the ice. Kate licked the lollipop and noted that she couldn't wait to see what kind of monster it would turn into. Then she looked straight ahead and asked if that wasn't right. The sun was shining on the palace. The man held out his hand and said that in this way it was necessary to study the properties and characteristics of each element. Kevin closed his eye and thought that the basis of the Empire's magic in the original is not discussed in detail, but it is not a particularly important pair. Oscar opened his mouth and Kevin thought that he plays a key role in this episode. Then notifications with the professor's skills appeared and he thought that he was not particularly strong, but it is better to know for sure. Kevin stared at the professor. Roz opened his mouth and the protagonist added that it was rather surprising that he became a professor at the academy with such skills. Then he looked at the protagonist and thought that this guy was emitting such energy that he even ignored his classmates. I wonder what skills he has. The dean is also very interested. Then he raised his fist and said that not only the people who entered Elden, but all the people on the continent have their own attribute. Today they will learn what their own attribute means and go through the process of its manifestation. The protagonist leaned on his hand. Then he raised his head when he heard his name being called. The professor looked at him and asked if he knew what his attribute was. The protagonist looked at him and replied that it was darkness, and Oscar asked what characteristics the attribute of darkness had. Kevin gritted his teeth and noted that unlike the four main attributes, it was cloudy and did not mix well, but its basic destructive power was very high compared to others. Since it was difficult to handle, the number of families and magicians who had such an attribute and could use it correctly was limited. Then he remembered Leon. Oscar looked at him and asked what attribute was analogous to darkness, and Kevin replied that it was a divine attribute. Oscar bit his lip. Then he smiled and asked that if so, in a clash of these two attributes, which one would be superior? The protagonist looked away and noted that the divine one. The professor's hand trembled and he noted that usually family members do not accept their own attribute. In any case, it seems that student Kevin is special, then he will ask something else. Then he put up a finger and noted that if someone with a divine attribute wants to fight Kevin, what should that student do? Kevin smiled and noted that before he notices. Then he folded his hands and added that he will kill him, so he is sure he will not have any regrets. The students looked back in fear. Oscar gritted his teeth and wondered what the hell he was talking about. The protagonist raised his hands and smiled. The sun is shining on the roof of the houses. The guy was sitting on the bed. Then he looked at the cap. Then he clamped the bandage in his teeth. Mike lowered his head. His veins bulged. Then he opened his eyes and was covered in dark veins. Mike stood up. Then he looked in the mirror. Then he leaned on it and said that now if he tried, he could really become a real demon, not a fake. A hand came out of the mirror and the owner noted that it was exactly as he said. The devil smiled widely and noted that soon he would stop being a man and would be able to become a real demon, a demon that does not age and exceeds the lifespan of a man. Mike smiled. Then he knelt down and noted that he was glad he would do everything possible to revive the Archduke. The devil smiled. The guy grabbed his cap. Then he threw it on his head. Then he looked straight ahead and smiled. The professor looked straight ahead. Kevin smiled and said that before he noticed, he would kill him, so he was sure he would have no regrets. Oscar gritted his teeth and said that he would kill without regret. He did not expect such an answer. Kevin put his hand out and said that he apologized if his answer was not correct, but he thought that this was the most effective way. Oscar opened his eyes and thought that the protagonist had an unwavering gaze, a stately posture. He was sure that he was speaking sincerely. The protagonist looked straight and the professor added that it was difficult to understand why the dean was so interested in him. Then he opened his mouth and asked to bring the imp. Then he turned his gaze and noted that they would conduct a test for magical abilities. The professor looked at the protagonist and thought that he needed to get rid of this arrogant upstart. Then he raised his hand and added that in order to forge a sharp sword, it must be sharpened hundreds, if not thousands of times. The assistant brought a cart. Then he grabbed the sheet. The girl opened her mouth. The professor smiled and noted that the demons in front of them were of the lowest level, recognized by the association. They are called imps. The demon was sitting in a cage. The guy ducked and shouted that it was a demon. Oscar stood in front of them and said that he was very aggressive, but not dangerous. Since he was physically weak, the cadets would definitely cope with him. The students opened their mouths and said that although he was not a high level, he was still a demon, which was expected from Elden. The professor held out his hand and noted that they should concentrate. Didn't they decide to study at the Elden Academy themselves? Then he introduced the two warriors and added that they should remember that their ultimate goal was not to become a mage or a knight. Their goal was to destroy all the demons that existed in the world. Then he raised his finger and noted that for this he needed to get used to the essence of a demon unknown to them. The students looked at each other. The protagonist folded his hands and heard that now they would need to subdue this imp in the cage with their magic. Then he opened his mouth and thought that he had some strange feeling of discomfort. In the original, practices with the use of demons were not carried out, at least until the second year of study. Then he stared at the demon and noted in his head that this was strange. The professor put out his hand and noted that they should put out their magical power in their palms and direct it to the target. Then he looked at his watch and added that they had time for the test, 15 minutes. Then he looked away furiously and thought that no matter how great Reinhofer was, he definitely did not expect to see a demon in the first lesson. Since he was a first-year student, he would definitely shake from the demonic whisper. This would definitely rein him in. The protagonist stared at the demon. The professor clenched his teeth. The demon covered himself with his hands and shook. Oscar opened his mouth and wondered what it was. Then he turned to Lena and heard that she would not do this anymore. The girl raised her hand and remarked that she felt strange. The girls opened their mouths and remarked that she felt dizzy. The protagonist raised his hand. Then he looked at the demon and asked if they could change his imp. The professor opened his mouth. Kevin gritted his teeth and wondered what the hell was going on in this classroom. Oscar held out his hands. Then he leaned over and asked how he scared the imp, and Kevin replied that, like he said, he hadn't even started. The professor opened his mouth and shouted that he felt like a fool for underestimating his talent. Then he strained his gaze and added that he would give Kevin a chance. Then he held out his hand and told him to listen carefully. For free he would give him the chance to become his chief disciple. The protagonist tensed up. Then he stared carefully and wondered what a chief disciple was. Then he imagined office workers and noted in his head that it was something like an office slave. The students smiled and remarked that it was envious. He should definitely agree. Kevin put his hand out and remarked that he was refusing. The head student, isn't that the same as a servant? The professor hunched over. Then he opened his mouth and asked if he was refusing. A scream went through the entire room. The students winced. The girls looked at the protagonist in surprise. The girl raised her hand and thought that she didn't believe it. He refused. What the hell was this guy doing? Kevin looked away. A few hours before the incident, Paul ran after the professor and said that this blonde kid was incredibly strong. Then he clenched his fist and added that he was a little crazy, and Oscar remarked that in any case he was only a freshman. Then he turned and added that it was too hasty an assessment based on his performance alone, but he exceeded expectations as a freshman. Paul opened his mouth and said that the problem was that he was stern. Even the dean confirmed it. Kevin obviously had talent. What else was needed? Something hit the back of the professor's head and he heard that 4 wise men had confirmed that this guy was incredibly talented. Then he put his hand out and noted that he had to see it with his own eyes, so stopped talking about it. Then he turned around and heard that he was a pompous turkey. They would go together. The professor opened his mouth and asked if he was refusing. Then he put his hands out and asked why. The students looked at them and said that he was talking. He was a professor. You can't miss such a chance to become his main student. He chose him as the best student. The students looked at the protagonist and said that he could become his main student, and this kid was just missing such an opportunity. He really was the craziest person in the Reinhofer family. He thought too much of himself. Kevin looked at them and thought that let them say what they want, but he still will not change his decision. The problem's because of this Aliner. Why should he be bothered by this whole farce? Then he put his hand on his forehead. The student raised his hand and noted that he had a question. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked why he gave Reinhofer a chance to become his main student. It seems to him that there are many other suitable students for this place. Then he pointed at the girls and added that besides, his subject is magic, he thinks that a princess is more suitable for this place. Kevin folded his arms and thought that he was trying with all his might to suck up to the royal family, although he is quite smart. Then he let out a breath and added that he needs to remember him. The professor opened his mouth and said that it was the professor's role to decide who to choose as the main student. If he just chose someone, it would be suspicious. The students looked at him in surprise and heard that a scandal could break out, even because of his preference for Reinhofer. After which he opened his mouth and noted that he was confident in his choice. Then he turned his gaze angrily and added that now he would tell them why he chose him. The professor looked at the protagonist with affection. Kevin gritted his teeth and wondered what this madman was doing. He would not become his student anyway. Oscar spread his arms and noted that they needed to talk about the effect of his magic on the imp. The sun was shining on the university tower. The protagonist raised his hand and thought that adding everything up and shortening what Oscar had said. Then he introduced the imp and added that the first, he doesn't know how, but he quickly defeated the imp. Even with low-level demons, it's hard to figure out. No wonder Lars was interested in him. The guy put out his hand with the crystal. The protagonist stared straight ahead and noted in his head that the second, the power he possesses, the genius of magical perception, he doesn't know exactly, but Oscar has been studying magic for a long time. The professor wrote down the data on a sheet and Kevin thought that since he understands this, he can easily distinguish an ordinary guy from a genius. Oscar opened his mouth. Then he folded his hands and noted that for these reasons Kevin is the best of the best, he can become his main student, and the protagonist noted that he can't. The professor spread his hands and noted that he has time to change his mind. Then he put his hand on his shoulder and added not to make premature decisions, and Kevin noted that he was drooling. The protagonist turned around and noted that she was better than him, so he would be immensely grateful if he left him alone. The professor opened his mouth. Alina looked at the protagonist calmly. Lena clenched her teeth from nerves. Penelope opened her mouth and noted that she had heard that he was different from all the members of his family, and Sarah noted that she felt sorry for him. Then she turned her gaze and added that she was interested in him. Penelope looked away and noted that she was just curious about him. Then she clenched her fist and noted whether he would bring light to the Imperial family or become darkness that would cover it. Kevin leaned on his leg. Then he wiped his chin and said why he was acting like this, smeared it all with honey and licked it. Then he clenched his fist and asked why there were no normal people in the prophetic dream. The protagonist raised his head and said that however, since he refused him, he thinks it will be easier for him now. A bright light was burning from the house. The tired protagonist looked straight ahead and heard that something bad had happened at the academy. Kevin smiled and replied that there was something bad. Then he remembered how the professor told him to become his student. Then how the professor pestered him in the cafeteria. The protagonist looked at the toilet. The professor climbed onto the door and asked if he wanted to become his main student. The students looked at this in surprise. The professor put his hand out and said if he had thought it over, would he now become his student? Kevin gritted his teeth and said that there is a limit to everything, and this is beyond it, and the professor said that irritation gives him charm, he likes it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that Professor Oscar offered him to become his main student, and Chloe said that she thinks there are reasons for his refusal. Then she stared at the protagonist and added that however, he wanted to say that this was the same Professor Oscar who was in first place in the theory of magic. Then she clenched her teeth and added that it was strange, she remembered him as a professor with a good reputation, why was he acting like that? Kevin opened his mouth and said that he also thought he was a normal person. Then he looked out the window and added that this idiot had problematic characteristics. Light was shining from the huge building. The warriors held out their swords and shouted to stop, not to retreat. The bloody blade dragged along the carpet. Nisha moved forward. Then he put the sword aside and heard if he had heard the master's order. The master ordered not to let anyone in. Nisha smiled and noted that it was sad. Then he took a step forward. The guy passed through the warrior. Nisha held out his hand and asked how much time had passed. Then he saw dark hands embrace the man and added that the Grand Duke is always by his father's side. When it's time for them to be weak, he always raises his head and will take everything upon himself. The man gritted his teeth and said that it sounded like he wanted it. Nisha closed his eyes and said that it was not difficult for him to do. Then he opened his mouth and asked where he hid the sword. Theodore opened his mouth and asked what he said. Misha gritted his teeth and noted that he was talking about the Sword of Darkness. He was talking about the petrol. The protagonist stared straight ahead. Nisha introduced the long-haired guy and asked where the head of the house hid the petrol that belonged to Jin. Then he introduced the dark sword. Theodore raised his hand and asked how he dared to mention the name of the first head of the family. He had completely lost his mind. Misha smiled and said that it had some meaning. The sword gave both strength and power. As a nobleman, he had the right to it. The man opened his mouth and remarked that he knew nothing. Misha looked at them and remarked that he, the father, knew so well that they had left the woman to die. The butler tensed and wondered what he would do if he spoke of her to the head of the family. Theodore looked at him and asked which woman he was talking about. If his mother, then he should not speak rudely of her in front of him. Misha opened his mouth and remarked that it was his mother, Scylla von Orl. Then he remembered the portrait and added that this woman had been his mistake, and in the end she had remained only a guest for the Rheinhofer family. Theodore lowered his head and told him to go away. Then he gripped the armrest and told him to go away. Then he clenched his teeth and remarked that he did not want to cut his son's throat with his own hands. Misha turned his head and said that he would regret it. Theodore and the butler looked at the boy and heard that soon everyone would find out, everyone in the Rheinhofer family. Misha opened the door and added that it belonged only to him. Theodore looked at him calmly. Then he clenched his teeth and said that it was his fault, all of this was wrong. The butler looked at him and noted that no, wasn't he the one who decided to dedicate his entire life to the Rheinhofer family. However, he was afraid that if the public found out that Mr. Karen had conspired with demons, it could affect the family as well. Then he raised his fist and added, therefore, he thought he should quickly choose his successor. Theodore raised his hand. The butler looked at the letters and said that that was exactly what was going on. A letter had finally arrived with good news. Then he squeezed the scroll and added that Mr. Kevin had taken first place in the entrance exam to Elden, and Theodore said that if he remembered correctly, the academy had a new dean. The butler opened the scroll and said that it was so. He also heard that the four sages recognized Mr. Kevin's abilities. Theodore looked away. The butler looked away and thought that maybe Kevin was still growing slowly, but then seeing his abilities, he realized his potential. Then he remembered how the protagonist was struggling. Then he nervously hunched over and added that someday Mr. Kevin would sit in this place. He saw how dark energy was coming from the chair. Oscar smiled and noted that he would become the main disciple. Kevin gritted his teeth and noted that he did not want to, and the professor said that he would give him subsidies and he would be able to graduate from Elden Academy for free. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he had enough money. He did not know about it. The Reinhofer family is very rich. Then he looked displeased and added that honor is for fools, it is a luxury. The professor opened his mouth and asked the protagonist to try, and Kevin thought that because of him, his ears would soon start bleeding. The protagonist let out a breath. Chloe looked at him and asked that if she told him honestly, he would listen to her. Then she opened her mouth and added that she found out more about Professor Oscar. It turned out that he used to be different. They say that he was a persistent professor who taught inferior students. Kevin calmly looked straight ahead. Then he put his hand on his head and noted that she was right. He could not escape this fate. In any case, no matter how madly upset he was about him, as soon as he saw his shortcomings, he would immediately abandon him. The professor clenched his teeth. The protagonist looked at him and noted that although he had talked about it yesterday, he still could not understand why such a great professor wanted him. Then he opened his mouth and added that he wanted to hear the real reason, not why him. After which he straightened up and noted that why, he needed an outstanding student. The professor gritted his teeth and asked if he had much time. The protagonist looked at the window and replied that he probably knew, but he was considered trash. Then he folded his arms and added that he had plenty of time. Oscar laughed and noted that he had won. Then he looked at the protagonist and added that now he would tell him about the old days. Let him drink some tea. It was the highest quality herbal tea obtained from Rivelin, and Kevin noted that he was listening. The professor began pouring tea and noted that he needed it, not because he was an outstanding student, but because he needed to finish his research. Then he straightened up and added that it was for weak people who could not use magical power. Then he looked down and added that this research was the purpose of his life, so he needed a top student. Oscar looked at his reflection and noted that he could not watch innocent people die, unable to do anything, not even able to fight. Then he gritted his teeth and noted how his son was. Kevin looked at the professor carefully and thought that playing a prophetic dream, they do not learn the stories of all the characters. As usual, after the incident comes the next phase. The professor remembered standing near the academy and said that he is the eldest son of Viscount Celeste, does not have special abilities, entered Elden and rose to a high rank. Then he remembered reading and added that in practical exams, he always received mediocre grades. Other students ignored him. The neglect did not disappear anywhere, even if he was the best in theoretical exams. Then he remembered how the students looked at him. Oscar remembered sitting in a room with his wife and said that he always raised his low self-esteem. With the help of research, putting in a lot of effort. He got the position of professor, and he also married a girl, but no one fully recognized him. Even becoming a professor, his achievements remained unrecognized. After which he remembered looking at the crowd and added that all his research and work was published under a false name since everyone ignored him. Then he remembered his wife holding her son in her arms and noted that in the meantime he and his wife had a son whom they loved very much. The professor remembered his son and said that his only son grew up and entered the Elden Academy, and then, having overcome all the difficulties, he graduated with honors from the academy, and then his son told him, "Father, he will help to glorify his name." Then he put his hand on his chest and the professor noted that he was incredibly happy. Oscar remembered the battlefield and noted that his son fought in the Emperor's detachment and went to the front lines. He wanted to win and raise the flag with his name, thereby bringing glory to the Celestia family. After which he remembered his bloody hand and added that his son died in this war. Oscar remembered his son's corpse and noted that at the very beginning of the battle, he died after being hit by an arrow that was filled with magical power the size of a speck of dust. Then he remembered the field of corpses and asked what he now understood, why he continues to do research for students who do not have magic. Kevin looked down and thought that it was trivial. Most likely, in the world of prophetic sleep, there are hundreds, if not thousands of similar stories, but why? Then he turned his gaze, after which he looked at the professor and noted in his head that the back of the professor, whom he saw from the monitor, and the back of the professor, which he sees now, felt different. He was a little imbued with his loneliness. The professor was looking out the window. Kevin approached him and noted that after hearing his story, he became even more confident in this matter. There are more qualified students who can help him. Then he raised the edge of his lip and added that the one who will listen to his stories more seriously and attentively, he thinks that this is the kind of person he needs. Oscar opened his eyes. The protagonist opened the doors and noted that they would see each other at the next class. Oscar stared at the photo. He looked closely at his son. Then he smiled and noted that nothing had changed. Night had fallen outside. The protagonist got out of bed, thought that the news he received upon his return was truly shocking, and asked who had returned. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that they said that Mr. Misha had returned to the family. The Knights Guardians of the family held a funeral service. Kevin clenched his teeth. Then he looked away. Then he introduced his brother and thought that together with the first Prince Louis, in the game A Prophetic Dream, it brings one of the worst endings. The protagonist looked at the window and grinned. Chloe opened her eyes when he heard if she had recently visited the family. Then she looked at the protagonist and replied that she had. The butler Redwold contacted her and asked her to come for a while with Rona. Kevin looked up and thought that his mother, that is, his second wife, who is especially beloved by Theo, is annoying him, not Priscilla. Then he remembered Misha and thought that he did not know whether she hated him or not, but if so, he could hurt Chloe. Kevin squeezed his eyes and thought that in any case, why did this bastard make enemies? Then he looked up and asked what he did this time. Chloe looked away. Kevin gritted his teeth and thought that this bastard, so he did something, and Chloe noticed that Mr. Karen offered her a job offer. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked again. Chloe looked away. Misha confidently walked towards the maids. Then he passed by. Then he turned his gaze to the side and asked whose maids they were. He looked closely at Chloe. The girl turned sharply, hearing her being called. Misha looked at her and noted that he seemed not to see her. Chloe bowed and said that she was Mr. Kevin's personal maid, glad to meet him. Misha opened his mouth and asked her to stop bowing. Then he smiled and offered her to be his maid. She had abilities, he knew. Then he gritted his teeth and added that she had everything to satisfy him. She was ambitious. Chloe turned her gaze and said that she held the position of Mr. Knox's maid. Misha gritted his teeth and heard that in any case, she would have to refuse him. Misha narrowed his eyes and asked if she knew who he was, why the hell she was acting like this. Chloe looked down and heard that this Kevin gave her a lot of money. Then she opened her mouth and replied that it was simply because she decided so. Misha gritted his teeth and asked if she decided so. Such things were not permissible for a commoner. The second maid looked at her and heard that he was right, but Mr. Kevin appreciated her, but she didn't even know what kind of person he was. Chloe smiled widely and noted that, moreover, she herself really wanted to court the protagonist. Misha looked away, thought that serving such a strange guy was some kind of nonsense, and said that he would give her 3 times more than he did. Chloe bowed and asked him to forgive her. Misha clenched his teeth. The girl looked at the protagonist and noted that he offered her to become his maid, saying that he would raise her salary. Kevin looked down and asked how much. Chloe closed her eyes and answered that 3 times more than he had. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that he had money, but the main story hadn't even started yet. He couldn't spend too much money now, so he would have to let Chloe go. The girl looked at the protagonist questioningly. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Then he extended his hand and pointed out that if he gave her 3 times as much, he could give her that much too, so she shouldn't worry and concentrate on her work. Chloe opened her eyes. Then she grinned. Then she closed her mouth and apologized. Kevin opened his eyes and wondered if she was laughing at him. Then he opened his mouth slightly and asked if she had moved on to Misha, and she replied that of course not. Chloe closed her eyes and said that she would not move on to Misha, and she didn't need a raise, she was fine with everything. The protagonist straightened up and asked why she was laughing, and she replied that she couldn't answer. Kevin folded his arms and pointed out that it was an order, and Chloe noted that she had simply laughed because she had thought of something funny. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that she was lying to him very badly. Then the girl looked away. Kevin folded his arms, thought that in any case, Chloe did not leave him, and said that Misha, if he suddenly caught her, he would not let her go. Then he walked to the door and thought that of course, after he became stronger, the students were training on the playground. The protagonist imagined the man in his arms and thought that at the Elden Academy there are 5 mandatory courses for first-year students. The first, the history of the Archeim Empire, the history of Arden, the creator god who united the kingdoms. This history is now forgotten by people, and this course is taught orally. Then he looked at the races and added that the second year, horse riding. Then how the students shake hands and noted that the third year, etiquette and chivalry in academic life. The magician summoned a pentagram and Kevin noted that it was the 4th year, the basics of imperial magic. Then he opened his mouth and added that it was the last, hardest and most difficult course for him. The students were running around the playground. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought that this was some damn physical education. Kevin was running at the end. Then he started doing pull-ups, after which he sat down on the grass. The guy came up from the side and noted that no matter how much he thought about it, it was strange. The protagonist spat out water when he heard that it seemed like he was not strong in everything. Then he wiped his lip and asked what he was talking about. The guy gritted his teeth and said that although he shows high results in terms of exams, he thinks he has a precise limit to the growth of his physical abilities. Kevin released dark energy and heard that it was as if there was some kind of wall that he could not break through just like that. The protagonist stared ahead and thought that as expected from the teacher Elden, well, of course. Then he remembered the man in chains and added that, as he said, the limit of his growth is 15 or half of his maximum health due to the peculiarity of the time limit. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that despite the fact that he is a teacher, he still allows himself to speak out against him, and the man said that he asks to forgive him if he was rude, but it is better for him to listen to his words. Then he put his hands out and noted that it is dangerous when he has so little strength. This can lead to a reduction in his life. Kevin looked at the notification and thought that how can he not notice this if there is a countdown in his heart. Then he looked closely at the notification. Then he clenched his teeth. Charlie turned his gaze. Then he opened his mouth and said that no one really knows him. He took first place in the entrance exams and now he hides his strength. Then he stared at the protagonist's back and thought that this is definitely related to how stupidly he behaves. The protagonist turned to him. Then he smiled and asked him if he wanted to fight again. There were villagers walking around the street. Kevin walked down the street. Then he turned around and heard someone say that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. Rick smiled and noted that he was the youngest son of Mr. Reinhofer. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Then he turned his gaze and wondered why this little rat was bothering him. The villagers walked through the village and Rick said that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. Then he smiled and added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then he stared at the protagonist and asked if he was the youngest son of Mr. Reinhofer. The protagonist stared at him and wondered if his real name was Auschultz de Nefer. Then he imagined the demon and wondered if he was the same as Louis von Arkham, the worst creator of bad endings. Kevin stared at the notification. Then he looked down. Then he imagined the girl and the guy and thought that later he would attack Alina, trying to kill her. The hero is a traitor. In short, this hero should be avoided first of all. Kevin opened his mouth and noted that he had given him a gift earlier. What did he need? Rick smiled and noted that it was nothing special. He just saw the young Master Reinhofer, a nobleman, walking alone and without guards, so he became curious. The protagonist clenched his teeth and noted that it was none of his business. Rick smiled and noted that of course. Then he folded his hands and noted that it was fate that they met like this, whether he wanted help with his shopping. In any case, there was still time. Kevin grinned and noted that he thought this was not what the head of Reborn ordered him to do. Rick opened his mouth and noted that a good nobleman is one who can turn a blind eye to the fact that a servant does not follow certain orders. Then he looked up. Kevin stared at him. Then he strained his gaze and thought that he needed to find out his true intentions. There was a reason why he decided to contact him. Rick smiled, heard that he did not like it when they talked too much, and replied that it was good. Then he bowed and added that he would remember his wishes. The sun was shining on the house. The maid handed over the paper and noted that here were the materials she asked for. Alina extended her hand and thanked him. Then she stared at the letter. She looked at the photo of the protagonist. Then she put her hand on it and wondered why he saved her. Alina pursed her lips. Then she froze in her chair. The girl pressed her lips and noted in her head that there was no reason for this. Then she presented 2 coats of arms and added that firstly, there were no friendly deals between the Reinhofer and Reborn families. If he wanted to win, he could have immediately accepted Coach Vernon's offer, but he did not. Then she remembered the man holding out his hand with the crystal. Alina clenched her fist and thought that the Reinhofer she knew would never have saved him. Then she turned around and thought that after the situation in the Forest of Lost Children, he had obviously changed his behavior and he didn't know why. Then she froze on the chair. The girl closed her eyes. Then she raised her hand and imagined Rick. Rick smiled and she thought that his recent behavior was very strange. His power was growing. Alina looked at the chair and thought that in any case, she couldn't do anything about it. Then she put her hand on the folder. Then she stood up and looked out the window. The girl stared straight ahead. Then she closed her eyes. She remembered the man grabbing her and shouting that it was stupid. Why did she do that? The man opened his mouth and shouted that if that was the case, she should have just kept quiet. Little Alina looked at him with tears. Then she remembered the church. She went inside with her mother. Alina looked at her crying mother. Then she turned her gaze forward. Then she stared at her mother in the coffin. Alina lowered her head. Then she raised her crying eyes. She hugged herself and stared out the window. Kevin stopped near the shop. Then he stared at the ball and heard that in fact, there was no need to buy good quality magic spheres that were used in magic lessons. As you rise in the class ranking, they will give you better things. Then he stared at the cauldron and added that he recommends buying pots and a ladle for alchemy made of steel. Rick smiled and noted that most of the things are in the classrooms, so he only needs to have the bare minimum. Then he pointed at the goods with his hand and added that the store over there in the back is Ms. Alina's store. They supply goods at low prices. Then he raised his hand and added that there is also something else. Kevin stared at him and thought that although he does not want to admit it, Rick definitely has talent. Then he looked at how he communicates with people and added that his feature is a swindler and a passive skill of negotiation management. If he were not a minion of the demon, he would have recruited him. Maybe he should think about it. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Rick put out his hand and noted that he thought they bought everything they needed, and Kevin said that it was enough. Kevin gritted his teeth and noted that, however, he still did not want to tell him the real reason why he found him. Rick opened his eyes, after which the protagonist grabbed him. Then he slammed him against the wall. Kevin gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted from him. Rick smiled and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist slammed him against the wall and noted that he better not waste his time. Rick grinned and noted that he thought they would have a quick conversation. Then he smiled wider and added that he would tell him directly, after which red energy appeared around. Kevin turned and thought that this was a barrier that blocked sound. Rick opened his eyes and said to betray the Reinhofers and serve Prince Louis. Kevin looked at his trembling hand. A dark sign appeared on the guy's chest. The protagonist gritted his teeth and noted that he did not serve Prince Louis, he served the demon. Rick opened his eyes, after which a demon sign appeared on his chest. Rick released more red energy and noted that the master knew a lot. Then he smiled. The protagonist tensed up, after which the devil appeared behind the guy and Rick said that in any case, his master would not like it. Kevin gritted his teeth and asked if he really believed that the master would fulfill his wish. Rick smiled and noted that of course he would. The protagonist let him go. Then he gritted his teeth and said that he hoped he would not regret it. Rick began to button his shirt. Then he twitched. Kevin stepped aside and said that, by the way, if he dared to insult him or his family again. Then he looked at him furiously and added that he would kill him. Rick gritted his teeth and noted that he would remember this. The protagonist headed to the main street. Paul looked at the students and said that since everyone was already there, they needed to start the lesson. The guy opened his mouth and asked that this was the same crazy instructor. The student adjusted his glasses and noted that they should be careful. Then he looked at his comrades and added that calling a person with hair bald was normal, but calling a person without hair that way could be considered an insult. Paul cringed in anger. Then he folded his arms and thought that it was calmer. He couldn't just smash them because of his head. Then he stared at the students and noted that he would first tell them about the location of the first lesson, the Clarial Plains. Then he stared at the green plain and noted that it was the famous place of the Elden Academy, where many amazing trees and plants grow. Paul opened his mouth and noted that here they would learn the basics of horse riding. Then he put his hands on his hips and added that they should try to ride the horse they were given, or the horse they had brought with them. The students opened their mouths and said that he hadn't had time to look around at all, that some of them had their own horses. The girl opened her mouth and noted that she had never ridden one. The two opened their mouths and noted that they had come to Elden Academy to learn how to ride a horse. They had no choice, it was a compulsory subject, and he knew he could be expelled. Kevin opened his mouth and called Carl. Then he stroked his horse. The students approached the horses and heard them try to saddle them, to hold on tightly to the saddle so as not to fall. The protagonist looked at Charlie and thought that he was holding on pretty well, although, considering that he lived in the East, he must have ridden a horse or a camel more than once. Then he strained his gaze. The girls looked at the protagonist and noted that it was an obsidian horse. Then they stared at his face and added, "Where did a good-for-nothing get such a steed? The Reinhafer family is very rich, although the Rivalin family is richer." Kevin looked up and thought that Carl was indeed a great horse, a privilege of being a veteran player. Then he sat up straight in the saddle. Leaves were falling from the trees. The boy opened his mouth and shouted that he had done it. Paul looked at him and shouted to praise his horse and try to take a few steps. Then he smiled and added that since everyone had managed to saddle their horses, it was time to start the race for this lesson. The students looked at him in surprise. Paul folded his arms and heard that some of them were riding a horse for the first time. The boys opened their mouths and shouted that there was no point in this at all, this horse was trying to kill him. The other students looked straight at him and noted what kind of madness he was, angry because he was called bald. Paul hit him on the back of the head. Then he opened his mouth and noted that the rules were simple, everyone would ride their own horse. Then he looked into the forest and added that to the nameless forest which is on the edge, after which it will be necessary to return back, the first to return will receive additional points. The students stared straight. Kevin looked at the teacher and thought that the only thing simpler than these rules was his hair. Then he looked away and said that it did not matter now anyway, and Lena asked what he said. Then he went to the horse and noted that nothing, let him better get down to business. The main character imagined how the horse was surrounded by red energy and thought that although horse riding is an ordinary activity that all students attempt, a very important event will now happen. In this episode, a demonic man will appear for the first time, and according to the plot, the main character must deal with him. Then he imagined a guy with a sword. Then he looked at the foliage and thought that Ruger, the demonic man who will appear in this episode, will imprison all the students in the nameless forest, after which the main character will defeat him along with the rest of the cadets. Kevin imagined the battle with the demon and noted in his mind that this is a classic course of events in this episode, but now the hero is gone. Then he squeezed the reins. Kevin imagined the students and thought that he wondered how the situation would develop without a leader. Considering that there are many talented individuals here, he must act carefully, but he definitely cannot sit on the sidelines. Then he strained his gaze. Lena looked at him and asked if he wanted to go with her. Then she looked away and noted that she was not afraid, just that something might happen. After all, the forest is a dangerous place. Alina came up from behind and said that she saw that he was so confident in himself that he was ready to worry about others during the race. Kevin gritted his teeth and asked if she could lag behind him. Alina looked displeased. Then she went to the horse. Lena smiled and said that it looked like this really was a race. It would be best to return as soon as possible. Then she gritted her teeth and added to go forward. She does not treat the horse very well. Kevin opened his mouth and noted that the race is not important now. Then he walked away. Lena looked straight ahead and thought that if the race is not important, then what is? Paul opened his mouth and told everyone to get ready. A moment later, on the command march, everyone started. The protagonist galloped at the end, after which everyone began to accelerate. The guy turned and shouted that he would not lose to commoners who had never even ridden a horse before. The protagonist began to approach from behind. Carl glowed blue, after which the protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he knew. The protagonist saw a red magic circle under his feet. The edges of the circle began to glow brighter. The guys opened their mouths and shouted what it was. Kevin looked at them and noted that it was teleportation magic. Let them stand still. After which he gritted his teeth and added that if they did not want to die. Then the circle lit up blindingly. The whole earth shook. Leaves began to fall on the grass. The demon stepped on the ground. Then he raised his hand. Then he stared at the hand. Roger gritted his teeth and noted that finally there was an opportunity for revenge. Kevin sat on his horse, shouting for everyone to stand still. The guy discontentedly told them not to move if they did not want to die. The hero got off Carl. Kevin looked after the running horse, saying that he hoped for him. People could not understand what was happening and what kind of red magic it was. There was a magical field all over the territory, which was burning brightly red. Everything calmed down. The heroes were lying tiredly on the grass. The girl held her head in displeasure, asking the guy where they were now. The heroine answered in surprise that they had just recently been on the plane. Kevin looked away discontentedly, hearing people asking if this was a quest. The guy's eyes looked away. Kevin looked at the red magic, saying that it was teleportation magic and that it was very different from the Dean's magic since its formula was very unstable. The heroine looked at the guy, asking if he knew what was going on. Kevin looked at the girls and said that he was trying to understand it, but he was sure that people not involved in the academy were to blame. Sarah asked the hero with bewilderment what he was talking about and that they also wanted to listen. Kevin looked at the girl with displeasure, telling her to know her place since she was not even a princess. The guy calmly said that he had no reason to answer. The girl was angrily angry. The heroine looked at Kevin with bewilderment, asking about people not from the academy using teleportation magic. The girl asked the guy what he thought about it. One of the heroines was also interested in why the guy decided so, because it could have just been a test that the professors gave them. Kevin looked away thoughtfully. The hero answered that they were in a game that was known for its difficulty. Kevin looked at the boys, answering that the magic seemed too unstable. The system window showed that a genius actor had been activated. The formula was disorganized, evidenced by the fact that the formula did not take into account the safety of the transferred subjects at all. One of the heroes silently answered that the formula was indeed strange, so the professors would not endanger anyone. All the boys shouted that they did not need to do this to the children of noble families who entered Elden. The guy answered that Kevin was saying everything correctly. Penelope looked closely at the hero, saying that he was right. The formula was very unstable, so it was easiest to assume that someone from the outside was involved. The girl, incomprehensible, began to say that her brother could have been involved. The hero calmly answered that they needed to get out quickly. The guy calmly answered that it was not worth staying in such mana for too long. Sarah was shouting discontentedly about the dark families trying to take everything into their own hands. The heroine was shouting that they needed to prove their words first. Penelope called the girl back, saying that they were right and if they stood in a vortex of unstable mana, it would be very bad. The princess replied that they could die. The heroes began to say in fear that the magic circle was really drawn very strangely. The guys were shouting that the princess was very sharp-sighted and yet she had studied magic before them. Charlie looked at the heroes with displeasure, not saying anything to them. The sword was quickly obtained. The hero started shouting at everyone to be quieter. Charlie asked the guys if they smelled blood. The guy answered that it was a mid-rank monster. Charlie looked at the guys confidently, saying that it was right above them. A blackbird quickly flew up in the sky. The leg bounced off the ground. Charlie quickly scratched its wing with his sword. The hero confidently answered everyone to get ready. The bird flew up. Kevin looked at the bird, approaching the guys. The hero confidently answered that in such a dangerous situation, he himself would take command. The heroine could not believe that the guy could handle it. The guys did not understand why Kevin took command if he could not do anything. Penelope looked away in fear. The heroine looked at Kevin, realizing that he was the first to defeat the monster, whose presence no one even felt. The guys looked at him carefully. Everyone could not change why Kevin changed so much. Grass, field. The man looked at the time with displeasure, saying that they didn't know how to ride horses at all. The hero couldn't understand why no one had returned yet. Oscar was rushing towards the hero, shouting that they were having real problems. Paul was surprised and asked the guy why he came if they were supposed to have a class with the second year. Oscar was worried and asked the man where the students were now. Paul started to have some kind of strange feeling. Oscar was shouting loudly that someone had used demonic power in the academy and that a huge magic circle had been activated 3 hours ago and the tracks had led them to the plane. The hero was shouting loudly that they needed to go. A horse started running from the side. The men noticed that it was the horse of a white-haired student. It was written on the paper that they needed help. Paul silently replied that they needed help. Oscar was shouting that they needed to hurry. The men knew it would take them at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest and it was too late for teleportation magic. The teachers hoped they would all be okay. The heroes stood quietly in the forest. Kevin held the sword, looking at it carefully. The girl sadly replied that she did not want to admit it, but they were making the right decisions. Kevin looked at the girls, replying that they did not need an apology. The hero began to ask Penelope for the right to take command. The princess answered worriedly that it could be dangerous. The heroine replied that she would personally look after the students. Kevin called the boy discontentedly. The hero asked to tell him the protocol for emergency situations. The boy calmly replied that the main priority was to protect the imperial family, and command would be given to the strongest knight or mage. Kevin replied that Penelope was the only representative of the imperial family. The heroine looked away. Kevin understood that the mana of light and the power of punishment that everyone possessed was passed on only within the imperial family. The guy answered that he was obliged to protect everyone, since this was the law of the empire. Penelope looked away with displeasure. Kevin answered that he was the first to react to the attack. The guy answered that he was the only one who figured everything out. The princess looked at the guy in surprise. Kevin asked him to personally manage the lives of everyone present, including Penelope herself. There was displeasure on the heroine's face. The girl displeasedly understood that he wanted to become a leader who would manage their lives. Kevin looked at her with incomprehension. The hero could not understand what was wrong with her. The guy calmly raised his hand, saying that if there were no other candidates, then he would. Kevin smiled, answering that if someone had more talent than him, then he would gladly give up his place. The guys looked at him carefully. The guy smiled slyly. He realized that if something happened during all this, then the real leader would be responsible. The guy understood that Kevin would not be able to predict everything. The protagonist stood with his back to him. The guy laughed, answering to do what he wanted. Kevin watched him carefully. The hero answered fearfully that the guy had a very scary look. The sword stuck into the ground. Kevin began to calmly tell everyone that from now on they should follow his instructions, and if they refused, then everyone would be punished. Penelope and Sarah stood calmly and watched this, saying nothing. The heroine silently looked away. Kevin answered that they would start moving and now they needed to follow him. Alina looked at the hero, saying that he should tell them where they were going. Kevin answered discontentedly that he explained poorly, so they should follow him. The guy walked into the bushes and thought that all these heroes were surprised how many times he went through this chapter. Trees. Kevin smiled, saying that he was a veteran of this game. A cave. People were shown in the magic ball. A muscular arm with long hair. The demon sat on a chair. The monster began to get up. The hero began to shout to his assistant. Someone's teeth appeared from the darkness. The demon began to ask the huge monster to get rid of all the unblown flowers. The hero stretched his hand to the power. Magic penetrated his palms. Magic flowed through his veins. The monster filled with power, holding his chest. His fist pointed upward. The demon shouted to his boss that he would not disappoint him. A pendant fell to the ground. The demon stood calmly, looking at the magic ball. He calmly answered that he could take revenge for being abandoned. Roger looked closely at the magic ball. It showed Oscar and Paul on horses. Oscar's face radiated confidence. The demon began to look at him with a smile on his face. The boss emitted his magic. The forest. The heroes stood near the three monsters. Kevin calmly answered that now they need to divide the roles. The guy answered that the two heroes should help him. Charlie laughed, answering that he would play along with the guy. Leon said that he lacked skills, but he would be happy to help. Kevin was glad that he had the strongest first years on his side. The hero looked away. He answered that there were two ways to get out of this forest. Kevin answered that he needed to destroy the barrier from the outside. but you can just defeat the spellcaster. Penelope looked at Kevin in surprise, who said that it could be dangerous. The princess heard him in fear as they told him that they had no choice. The guy calmly answered that the professor would need about 2 days to get to the plains, and that was if he went straight, so the best option would be to try to survive and try to kill the spellcaster. Kevin calmly understood that he already knew that the first way would not pass this event. The guy understood that if they wanted to get out, they needed to kill Roger, a demonic man living in the forest. The company calmly stood in a circle. The hero calmly answered that first they needed to get food. All 3 dead monsters would only be enough for 2 days. Charlie asked the hero with displeasure what they should eat. The guy smiled, telling Kevin that he was wrong. Charlie touched the animals, answering that demonic animals were poisonous. Kevin calmly said that he knew that they should not eat the local plants. Charlie began to ask the hero with surprise why they made them eat all this, because even in the East during the famine they did not stoop to such things. Kevin realized with surprise that only his stomach pain was bothering him. The guy shouted at him to shut up, answering that he knew what to do. There were plants in his hand. Kevin looked at Leon, telling him to summon the undead and order everyone to protect the boys from the monsters. The guy looked at Charlie with displeasure, saying that he wanted him to protect the princess. The hero laughed, saying that in the future he would definitely be distinguished. After a while, the boys left. Kevin decided that it was time for him to start. His hands were holding a stone. Kevin, with a smile on his face, held a special thing. Everything was starting to fry. The boys couldn't figure out what it was. They kept shouting that if they ate it, they would definitely die. The plants were carefully laid out on the meat. The boys began to notice that the color of the meat had changed dramatically. Kevin looked at everyone carefully, saying that he simply used the plant to neutralize the poison that was in the meat, since the crimson zagresnake can neutralize the poison contained in the meat of monsters of medium rank and below. The horned boar was one of those monsters. People smiled, answering that they had already read about it in a book. No one understood how the Rhinafer family could know this. Kevin looked at Penelope with a smile on his face. The guy began to ask her what kind of meat she liked, medium or rare. The hero answered that he excluded the option of well done. Kevin remembered that the game once said that such meat is thrown away. The finished pieces of boar lay on the table. Penelope began to watch it carefully. The heroine could not refuse him. Oscar shouted loudly to Paul. The man calmly answered that this demonic man was at least of middle rank and this was a mortally dangerous situation. Paul answered his assistant that he and Professor Oscar were going to save the students. The hero understood that the other elite professors were currently on other missions. Paul did not understand what those sounds were. Oscar was surprised and asked the director if he was eating. The ball asked if they heard it. The guys looked at the ball with confusion, trying to hear her words. The girl calmly answered that they would be fine. The heroine ate cookies, saying that if they were second-year students, the situation would not look so dire. Paul answered in surprise that they were first-year students who had recently entered the academy. Oscar shouted that they had not even studied basic magic. The ball hung up. The professors could not understand why the girl did this. The hand was holding the horse. Paul shouted that he would do everything himself. Oscar looked at the man. The man was thinking about his best student, Kevin. The professor calmly said that he would not allow him to die in such a place. The guys were sitting by the fire. Kevin began to develop blood in a circle. Leon, surprised, asked the guy why he was spilling blood everywhere. Charlie calmly said that such a smell repels monsters and they often do this in the East. The hero calmly answered that travelers are actively vulnerable at night. Penelope approached the guy. The heroine smiled and thanked the hero for the fact that all the students were safe. Kevin answered fearfully that this was not the end and there were a lot of monsters around and they still had not defeated the magician. The guys understood that their night would be long. Penelope calmly answered that she knew everything. Her eyes were directed to the side. The girl began to apologize for Sarah's behavior since she was simply biased against dark families because of their reputation. Kevin, incomprehensible, did not like the way events were developing. The guy calmly answered the girl that she could not worry about someone like him and she should not thank the worthless one who was thrown out by his own family for anything. The girl answered that she did not agree with this. The heroine calmly replied that she trusted the guy who could save a large number of people without any doubts. Penelope calmly replied that she would accept help even from a demon. Kevin looked at her, saying that it was dangerous to say that. Penelope smiled, replying that she was just joking. Kevin thought with displeasure that the girl's switch had turned off. Penelope is known as the Princess of Good, but her biggest flaw was her maximum utilitarianism. The guy understood that the girl was a dangerous character, ready to sacrifice her life for the sake of her ideals. The girl's nickname Princess of Good could easily turn into a cold-blooded princess. In her hands was a bag of magic. Kevin calmly replied that now they would split into teams of 4 to put up tents. He replied that he had some good fabric, so he needed to come and take the canvas. The hero heard a lot of rumors about himself behind his back. After a while, everyone was setting up tents. Kevin answered that they needed to be more careful. The girl stood next to him and listened to him answer that he hadn't said anything. Kevin decided that he needed to determine the order of the night shift. The hero understood that there was another problem with this scenario. Kevin understood that if they didn't kill the magician who had put up the barrier as soon as possible, it would be impossible to get through. The guys and girls were calmly going about their business. Everyone began to yawn. Someone began to lie down on the ground. Kevin had a sword in his hands. The guy slowly walked away. The hero understood that if they didn't manage to kill him, then they wouldn't be able to complete the main story. A shield was glowing brightly in the forest. The guy opened his eyes in displeasure. The hero quickly stood up, not understanding what it was. He began to shout to the princess that they had a problem. Penelope heard in fear that a huge number of monsters with mana were heading towards them. All the guys were calmly standing next to each other. Sarah shouted at Penelope to stay behind. Charlie realized with displeasure that boar's blood could not scare away stronger creatures. No one understood what to do. The heroine began to notice that Kevin was not near them. The book burned brightly, radiating magic. Leon confidently said that he left for a while and left the fight to him. Sarah shouted with displeasure that he wanted to protect the princess, but left anyway. The guy said that he did not run away. Someone's paw stood on the ground. A huge number of monsters looked at the guys. The leader shouted that they would not be able to deal with so many monsters, but Leon asked everyone to be silent. Not long before this, Kevin gave something into Leon's hand. The guy looked at the stone in surprise. Leon understood that a huge responsibility was placed on him. Magic was everywhere. Leon tried to understand the outcome of this battle. The sword was completely covered in blood. Someone was quickly walking towards the guys. Leon calmly answered that the guys' lives now depended only on him. Night fell. There were a lot of codes around the cave and everything was closed. Kevin walked around this field. His foot touched the magic circle. The guy started looking at the system window, which said that the genius of magical perception removes the limitation of magic. Kevin stood with swords and asked how long he would hide. Roger looked at the guy with a smile on his face. The monster noticed that he was an ordinary student. Roger was surprised that he was able to not only identify his location, but he was also stupid enough to challenge him to a fight. Kevin looked away, realizing that his acting master was activated. The guy laughed and said that he would only open his mouth when he himself was worth something. Roger looked at the hero with incomprehension. The hero began to get angry, asking Kevin how he dared to say such a thing. The foot got off the ground. The monster quickly ran towards the hero. The demon began to fight the guy, placing his palm on the sword. Kevin quickly moved his sword hand in different directions. Roger looked at his burnt hand in surprise. Anger came over his face. Kevin calmly replied that he didn't need to tell him who he was. Nerves played in his body. The monster screamed angrily and said that he would tear a confession out of his dying body. The demon quickly ran at the hero. His eyes were filled with anger. Roger was surprised to notice how his fist removed all the magic. The demon's hand was cut off with quick movements. Kevin confidently told the monster not to get distracted. The hand quickly fell to the ground. The guy was surprised that their age difference was not that big. The weapon wounded the demon's body and Kevin himself replied that despite having demonic powers, he was just a man. The monster answered the hero that he shouldn't say anything, that he was already celebrating victory in his thoughts. The hero noticed that the monster was weaker than him. The hand reached for Kevin, not having time to do anything. The guy's eyes radiated confidence. The main character fought, and the system windows responded that his melee genius was activated and they broke the enemy's attack. The guy calmly replied that such attacks were nothing. The hand reached out and tore the monster's hand apart. Roger lay tiredly on the ground. Kevin calmly asked the monster that he didn't think it would work. The demon looked away with displeasure. The monster understood that he should have been careful from the very beginning. The demon silently looked at the hero. Roger asked the hero with bewilderment how he dared to humiliate the one called the Duke. Kevin pointed his sword at him and replied that he had enough and that was the end. The monster clenched his teeth. Someone from the side shouted at him to stop. Kevin looked away with bewilderment. Oscar began to call the guy. Kevin asked him what he wanted. The professor bowed his head and said that it was all true and Roger was his student. The monster with a smile on his face asked the man not to talk nonsense. Roger asked Oscar if anyone considered him a student. Oscar heard the demon answer that he was abandoned and then expelled from the academy because he lost his value. The demon shouted at the man with displeasure that he was impudent. Oscar clenched his fists. The professor answered that he did so because he was worried about the future. Oscar, looking sad, said that he did not want his fate to befall him. Roger looked at the man in surprise, who answered that this is why he decided to expel him from the academy because he was too persistent in his quest to fight. The demon calmly answered that they have the right to choose their own destiny. The monster answered that he was made a laughing stock. Oscar answered sadly that he did not know that this would happen. The professor asked the hero if this magic was worth everything that had happened and everything that had happened. Oscar remembered the place with Roger. There was calmness on his face. After a while, a smirk appeared. The monster answered that he knew that it was all over for him. Roger quickly stood up, jumping on Kevin. The monster confidently ran at Oscar. Roger decided to take the professor with him to the grave. The hero looked away in confusion. Oscar tried to hide with his hands. His gaze was full of confusion. Kevin calmly answered that the deeds he had done could not be undone. The guy answered that he had those too. Kevin began to stand behind the monster. Roger didn't understand what had happened. The system window responded that the acting master had been activated and the guy's synchronization had increased rapidly. Kevin smiled, saying that it was a very unpleasant feeling. The hero calmly looked away. Roger ran around without one arm, confused. The hero looked at the system window, which said that he could lose his mind. The guy had cut up his entire body. The demon looked away with displeasure, screaming in pain. The hero stood calmly. The guy began to turn his head sharply. Behind him, Roger was screaming loudly in pain, unable to do anything else. The ashes began to dissipate. Oscar looked at all this with confusion. There was pain in his gaze. His head quickly drooped. Kevin looked at the professor. The hero listened to him attentively. Oscar sadly asked what he should do now. The guy asked the hero with confusion what he was talking about. The professor calmly replied that their beliefs and research had always been on the side of the weak. The hand was on the ground. Oscar took the land, saying that he was not sure it was worth it. The man replied that he could not protect even one student, so he did not know whether it was worth continuing the research at all. The hero replied that he had spent all his purpose in life. Kevin looked away. His hand wiped his face. The guy replied that he was not at all aware of the relationship with that half-demon. Oscar was surprised to understand that the hero had to complete and publish his work, since only then would the game have enhancing artifacts and a strengthening system. The professor understood that the hero had to continue researching, but something held him back. His hands clenched into fists. Kevin looked away with displeasure. The guy saw that the system window said that the hero himself was experiencing emotions. It began to rain. Kevin calmly told the professor that his story had nothing to do with him. The hero thought that using the professor was the best choice. The guy calmly replied that he did not consider the research so useless. Oscar sadly asked the guy if he didn't see how powerless he was. Kevin answered that the professor looked pathetic now. The guy understood that the professor had really touched him now. Kevin understood that every word hurt him. The hero stood next to the professor. The guy calmly answered that he was quite lazy. Oscar looked at Kevin in surprise, who asked him not to give him too much work. The guy answered that he also didn't like tea and preferred coffee. Kevin answered that he didn't need money and that he didn't even mention his reputation. Oscar asked the guy with confusion what he was talking about. Kevin calmly answered that his research required the exact opposite. The hero was sure that it was worth it. Kevin was surprised that this was the same gamer as he was. The guy was sitting next to the professor. His feet were dirty. Oscar looked at the ground without raising his eyes. Kevin confidently answered that he was ready to become the best student. The professor looked at the guy in surprise. The hero answered that if necessary, he was ready to fulfill all the requirements. Kevin smiled, saying that he could cover him while he paid for his son. The shield dissipated. The hero stood near the dead monsters. Charlie tiredly put away his weapons. Leon looked at the monsters. The hero began to answer with incomprehension that it was not only Kevin who was abnormal. The guy understood that these animals were completely different from the usual zombies. The guys understood that it felt exactly the same way. Penelope could not believe that the hero always had an army of the dead. The girl was surprised by such information. The princess immediately began to understand that all these rumors were true. The heroine began to tell Sarah that she needed to look after Leon. The guy held the stone in his hands, looking at it carefully. Leon looked at the highest level crystal, without which he would not have been able to win. The hero thought that Kevin could see the future. Someone from the forest began to call the guys. The heroes fearfully stepped aside. Paul ran out of the forest, shouting and asking if everything was okay. Charlie looked back with displeasure. Penelope answered that someone had left the battlefield. Paul bowed to the heroine, answering that he had hurried as much as he could. The man asked to tell him who had left and not returned. Penelope was sure that it was only thanks to him that they were all safe now. Leon answered that it was true. The hero answered that the mana crystal that Kevin had given had helped a lot. All the people said that it had solved many problems with food in the camp. Paul looked away in surprise. Everyone said that he was not as bad as many thought. The guys answered that there were many rumors about him, but it was all nonsense. One by one, Paul listened attentively to everything the guys were saying. The man did not understand what it was. Paul calmly understood that everyone knew that such a huge teleportation circle created by a half-demon could only be destroyed from within. The hero did not understand what had happened, considering that Oscar himself was not that strong. Paul began to think about Kevin. the building, a guy was sitting at the table. His hand was holding a pen, writing a letter. Kevin was looking at the system window, which said that acting skills were activated at an average level. His eyes were looking down. After that incident, the hero had to become a student. Kevin began to obey Professor Oscar. The professor adjusted Kevin's sleeves with a smile on his face. The hero covered his eyes, offering his hand. Oscar looked at the guy, realizing that in order to unlock the system artifact, he definitely needed research. Kevin understood that in the game, the professor did not die and now everything was completely different. The hero understood that if he was not saved, he would have to save himself. Kevin apologized to the professor, saying that he did not expect such an unexpected touch. Oscar laughed, saying that he knew the guy did it on purpose. The hero asked the professor in surprise why he knew, but still butted in. Oscar told the guy in surprise that he was pretending to be a good-for-nothing from a noble family. The professor calmly replied that if you look at the relationship between the nobility and the common people, you can understand that the laws have been broken for a long time. Kevin calmly replied that the professor should not say such things. The guy looked away with displeasure, answering that he was crazy. His hands touched the metal donut. Oscar left, answering that this time he recommended him along with Leon. The professor looked at the donut, saying that he recommended him to visit the treasury and get the artifact. Kevin asked with confusion that they really did it. The man calmly replied that he knew how to persuade. The hero calmly replied that it was an ordinary trifle to do for him. Kevin smiled, asking the man who told him that he was worried. The hero answered with a grin that he would gladly accept the gift. Oscar noticed that the guy looked much happier than when he became his student. Kevin began to think about the treasury. For the guy, this was a real jackpot. The estate. Kevin realized that this place belonged to the imperial family and the house of one of the nobility. There were many interesting artifacts in the house that would be most effective. The hero understood that if he got it, he would be able to develop faster. The foot stepped on the floor. Alina, with a smile on her face, said that she would never have thought that the guy would enter the treasury. The heroine laughed and told the guy that he found himself a good teacher. Kevin, displeased, told her to think what he wanted. The guy hoped that she would not create problems. Alina, with a smile on her face, told the guy that she wanted him to receive a well-deserved reward for saving her. Kevin, displeased, answered that the girl, as always, was complicating everything. The hand opened the door. The treasury quickly opened. Alina asked the guy where he was going to take him. Kevin began to smile. The heroine asked him, confused, what he said. Alina waited for the guy's answer in surprise. Kevin asked her if he should repeat it. The heroine calmly answered that she was surprised that the guy needed antiques. Alina began to smile. The heroine laughed and answered that she needed to check whether he was worthy of taking this item or not. The hero answered with surprise that no one had told him anything about this. Alina clapped her hands, answering that the merchants had complete power in the academy. The guy looked around in surprise. Magic began to fly everywhere. Kevin noticed that it was spatial teleportation magic, which he had seen more than once in the game. Alina asked the guy if he was surprised. The heroine ordered him to sit down. The guy answered that he would do so. The girl answered that they would not waste time, so they would go straight to the test. The hero understood that the girl wanted him to earn the artifact. Kevin understood that it would not take much time, since it was a formality. The girl asked the guy in surprise why he decided to save her. The hero began to look at the girl with incomprehension. Kevin asked the girl if this was a test. The guy began to look away. The hero opened his mouth. The girl extended her hand and said that she forgot to say something. Alina smiled, answering that lying wouldn't work on her. The guy clenched his teeth. Kevin realized that he had forgotten that a genius actor could see through another person's lies. Kevin looked at her with displeasure. The heroine laughed, answering that the guy had already said that. Kevin smiled, not understanding what to do. Alina calmly answered that it seemed like she had thrown the guy off track. The heroine looked at Kevin. She continued to smile, saying that he would lose if he didn't answer the question. The guy silently looked ahead. The hero realized that it was too risky for him to let go of the artifact. He realized that the girl herself would begin to suspect him if he tried to simply leave the meeting. The hero realized that the best solution would be to sort out the issue. Alina confidently answered that she wanted to know why they hadn't saved him. The guy answered that he needed it. Alina asked him in surprise for what purpose it was necessary. The guy just kept silent. The heroine looked at Kevin in surprise, who said that he needed her to implement the plan. The guy decided that he did not have to say what the plan was. Alina looked at him silently, her hands clenched into fists, and the heroine asked another question. The girl calmly looked at him. Her mouth slowly opened. Alina asked the guy about whether he saved her at that ball because it was necessary. Kevin answered in the negative. Alina did not understand what kind of help he needed. Kevin calmly answered that everything he said was true. The girl got angry and told the guy that having several secrets was very bad. The heroine began to get angry. She answered discontentedly that some people say that he has changed. Kevin did not understand why she was saying all this. Alina did not believe it. The girl silently looked at him. The guy told the girl to do as she knew best with displeasure. Kevin suggested that the girl blame him as much as she wanted. Alina was surprised to hear the hero answer that she was free with her feelings, so she could do as she wanted. The hero answered that the girl's attitude would not change. The guy understood that everything should remain like this. Kevin decided to finish the artifact and go about his business. The heroine looked away sadly. Her gaze was full of misunderstanding. The estate. Alina was sitting on the couch. The heroine did not understand why Kevin chose this artifact if there were many other options. The guy said with a smile on his face that it was not perfect. The hero did not know why Kevin would need the sphere. Alina could not understand what the hero was thinking. The girl understood that there were many other artifacts there. There were swords, shields, top quality armor. Instead, he chose an old-looking sphere. Alina did not know why he did this. The guy answered the girl that she shouldn't think about it so hard. The heroine knew that she didn't have much of a choice. The guy answered that they were doing well and that the capital's nobles and nobility were buying products in huge quantities from the coupon. Alina heard everyone saying that it was all thanks to her. The girl asked her assistant to continue watching Kevin. The hero answered that he would report everything. He said that the girl shouldn't worry. Kevin was sitting on the couch with the sphere in his hands. The guy looked at it, realizing that it was the sphere of the highest rank of the Great Sage. The windows began to show all the data about this item. Kevin was glad that he received it at such a stage. It began to emit magic. The guy understood that Alina herself did not know how good this item was. The sphere stopped emitting power. The guy understood that if he named the owner, he could raise his rank to the highest. The original owner of this artifact is one of the 4 elders who will appear in the future. Kevin understood that it was too early to activate it. He knew that if he activated the artifact, it would reveal its location, and at this level, the current effect of the sphere would be enough for him. The maid asked the man why he chose this sphere. The heroine answered that there were many artifacts in the treasury that were suitable for knights. Kevin smiled. The hero calmly answered that he would use magic, so he needed both items. Kevin thought that he simply forgot to say. The girl looked at him in fear. The heroine did not understand what to do with him. Kevin, with a smile on his face, answered that he was going to learn magic. Chloe, surprised, asked the hero if he could do fencing and magic at the same time. The hero calmly answered that if he failed, he would simply take money from his family. The girl, surprised, answered that she had praised his hard work. Kevin, surprised, asked that he had asked for this. The maid answered that sometimes the guy can be very nasty. The hero calmly answered that he was good for nothing. Chloe calmly answered that the guy liked to play with girls. The heroine answered sadly that she heard that the patriarch was exactly the same. The heroine calmly answered that he was repenting now. Kevin answered that he did not know about it. The guy lay down on the bed. The heroine looked away. Kevin heard that he had received a letter. The girl said that it was from the imperial family and they insisted that the hero read it personally. Kevin did not understand why they would write to him. The heroine gave him the letter. Kevin could not understand why the princess was surprising him with so much attention. The heroine answered that thanks to the guy she was able to survive, so she wanted to thank the guy. The princess wanted to invite the hero to the capital of the kingdom so that he could personally receive the reward. The guy understood that his time was at 9 AM. At the end there was a letter from Penelope. The hero did not understand what kind of reward this was. Chloe answered fearfully that it could be a regular trap. The heroine answered the guy that he shouldn't go because it was too dangerous. Kevin understood that if they wanted, they could call it any time. The hero asked the girl to stay here. Kevin answered that it was an order. Chloe looked at the guy fearfully. The guy decided to go to the base. This place was under the control of the Divine Family, which was equivalent to hell for the Dark Families. Kevin did not understand why he was being called there. The guy was thinking about Penelope. Kevin understood that when he played the game, he noticed a couple of interesting points, and one of them was that if you choose the genius of the sword and bow, you will go along the path of the sword, and if the genius of the sense of magic, you will go along the path of magic. The carriage. Kevin began to think about carriages. The guy understood that the player needed to make a choice between the opposing sides. The guy looked away. Penelope asked the guy if he had any business. Kevin calmly replied that he could not have any business. Penelope asked him not to say such a thing as it would hurt her. Kevin looked away. Among the camps, the imperial faction led by the princess was the strongest. There was also the trade faction, which had huge sums of money and determined the dynamics on the continent. Each of these factions handled business differently, but one thing was certain, that they had a deplorable relationship between the Rheinhafer house and the imperial family. Penelope smiled, replying that she was going to the lion's den. Kevin understood that she was trying to test the waters. The hero replied that he was not very happy about visiting this place. The heroine replied that they were going to the capital only so that she could present a reward for his help. Kevin replied that the heroine was taking her lies too far. Penelope understood that she had already been caught. The carriage was approaching the estate. Kevin, surprised, asked everyone what they wanted from him. The heroine continued to smile. Penelope replied that everything was much simpler. The estate. The heroine and the guy were getting out of the carriage. Penelope heard that a guest was coming to them and he was waiting for him impatiently. The man answered the girl that it was unexpected. The hero looked at the girl. Penelope looked away. Kevin greeted the prince. Penelope calmly answered the hero that he heard that he had to leave for the Northern War. The prince smiled, answering that the plans were noted. The hero calmly said that they had an important guest whom they had to meet. The prince replied that he would tell the emperor about it himself. Kevin said that he understood everything. The hero began to offer to meet more often. Kevin calmly said that it was a great honor for him. The guy did not understand why he of all people met this psychopath now. He was the first prince of the empire and the only person standing ahead of Penelope in the line of succession. Kevin silently looked away. The prince was the main creator of bad endings in the game. Kevin stood quietly to the side. The guy closed his eyes. Penelope looked away calmly. Sarah asked the princess in surprise if she was okay. The heroine calmly answered that she was a little tired. The princess looked at the guy, telling him to go ahead, where they would talk. Kevin looked at the girl, realizing that she and the prince had a bad relationship. Kevin decided that everything was possible. The estate. The hero was lying on the bed. Kevin understood that the time was coming to receive the reward, and while there was time he could rest. The guy continued to lie, closing his eyes. Kevin did not move, lying silently. Out of the corner of his eye, he began to look to the side. Taking the sword, the guy got out of bed. His face looked to the side. Someone was knocking on his door. The heroine asked the guy if he could open the door. Kevin squinted his eyes with displeasure. The door was open. The hero asked the princess in surprise what brought her at this hour. Penelope calmly answered that it was better not to keep her in the hallway. The heroine decided to come in. Sarah looked at the guy with displeasure, saying that the princess wanted to offer something. The girl calmly answered that she would protect this place. Kevin calmly looked at her. After a while, the door was closed. Penelope began to offer to sit down. The hero could not understand why the girl decided to come herself. Kevin had an idea. Penelope calmly answered that she would not take much time. The heroine answered that Kevin should promise one thing. The girl calmly said that the answer would determine whether he would be able to return to Elden. The heroine calmly answered that there was a possibility that the hero would not be able to return to the Rhinehafer estate. Kevin looked at the girl carefully. The girl offered the guy to become a representative behind the scenes. The hero said that he expected this to happen. Kevin said with displeasure that they wanted to make him walk. Kevin silently sat down on the bed. Penelope carefully waited for an answer. The hero calmly answered that he had a choice. Kevin looked at the girl carefully. The king sat on the throne. The man looked ahead. The king did not want to answer anything. Kevin greeted his king with a smile on his face. The man carefully raised his hand. The hero understood who he was. He was a knight of light and lightning who had earned a brilliant reputation in the past. But from that moment on, he lost his mind. Penelope greeted the king. The prince told the girl that he had a request for his father. The boy smiled, answering that he needed to reward the man who saved a member of the imperial family. Kevin answered that he only did what was necessary. The prince smiled, understanding that he had to be as careful as possible. The hero shouted to everyone that the boy would be rewarded for saving his sister. The prince asked the boy what he wanted. Kevin silently looked away. The hero was thinking about what he wanted. The prince was surprised to hear Kevin asking him if he could visit the Ark River. Everyone looked at the boy with fear. Kevin understood that their reaction was expected. The Ark is a mystical river that only the imperial family and divine houses have access to. It has an incredible effect, namely, it randomly increases characteristics. The prince smiled, understanding that this was impudence. The boy continued to watch with a smile on his face. The guys shouted that this cannot be allowed. Everyone shouted that this cannot be allowed, even for saving the princess. The boy angrily replied that only divine houses have access to this river. Kevin understood that, as expected, everyone was against it. The guy covered his eyes. Penelope shouted that this was impudence. The heroine shouted and asked everyone how they dared to raise their voices in front of His Majesty. The girl shouted that it was not written anywhere that only divine families had access to the river. Kevin could not understand why the princess was standing up for him. The hero hoped that she would leave him alone. The girl shouted to everyone that she did not like the extra noise. Everyone stood quietly. Penelope looked at the guy with a smile on her face. This worried Kevin very much. Her hands put the tea on the table. Penelope told Kevin that she would leave him alone. The girl asked the guy to remember the following. Kevin looked away. The heroine calmly answered that sooner or later he would have to answer for everything. Kevin understood that if the time came to choose, he should choose the princess. The hero understood that he could not make this choice obvious. Kevin asked the prince if he would fulfill his request. The hero looked at him with displeasure. A smile appeared on his face. People looked away in surprise, not understanding the prince's words. Kevin looked at him carefully. The hero shouted that you can't just break the rules. The prince decided to conduct a test. Penelope looked away in confusion. The hero did not expect such a development of events. The guy smiled, understanding that all these heroes love tests. Kevin asked the guy what kind of test it would be. The prince decided to duel the guy. Kevin could not understand what he wanted. The prince answered that the hero had excellent swordsmanship skills, so it would be logical to fight. The guy answered that the Ark River was sacred and only the worthy could access it. Kevin understood that he had proposed a great idea. The hero accepted the challenge. The prince left. The guy decided to see Kevin in an hour at the training ground and take any weapon he wanted. Kevin replied that he understood everything. Penelope looked at the guy with displeasure. The hero slowly walked away. The girl ran after the guy. Penelope asked Kevin about his desire to die. The girl asked him if he even understood what her brother wanted. Penelope screamed that the prince just wanted to show off. Kevin just looked at the girl. The guy confidently answered that he knew everything. The prince stood confidently, raising his hand. Kevin understood that if he lost, the prince's reputation would quickly grow. Penelope asked him in surprise why he agreed to this. Kevin answered that there could be another turn of events. The girl did not understand what this meant. The hero smiled and said that this was the option where he would win and not die. The guy asked the girl if she could support his choice. The prince was preparing for battle. They were creating equipment for him. The prince looked at the maid with displeasure. The girl looked at the guy, who asked her who she was. The heroine bowed in fear, screaming that he was the second son from the empire. The prince smiled, saying that no one dared to ignore him. The hero noticed that something was wrong with the guy. The girl bowed and said that he deserved his attention. The maid asked the guy not to worry. The hand slapped the girl. The prince asked her what she thought that he was worried. The hero asked everyone what they thought that he was capable of this. The girl asked for forgiveness in fear. The hero shouted at the heroine to behave more sensibly. The prince asked the maid in displeasure how long his father had left to live. The heroine did not answer anything. The hero shouted that everything would soon be his and then no one would have to worry about the future. The girl replied that she would never make such a mistake again. The guy started calling the head butler. The prince shouted at him to get rid of the girl. The maid asked her to give her a chance. The hero laughed, looking at her. The prince shouted that chances were only given to people of his level. The heroine continued to scream. The hero began to scream at Kevin that he could not change the outcome, which was already known. The guy was interested in the face the hero would make when he cried. The fight. The king sat on the throne with Penelope. The prince smiled calmly. Kevin looked away. The prince offered to give it his all. The hero understood that in the end he would have to play this show. Kevin answered that he understood everything. The man raised his hand. The fight began. Everyone understood that the hero would not be able to go against the family. The prince confidently ran towards the hero. Magic passed through. Kevin fought confidently. The guy could not understand why Kevin dared to raise his sword. The heroes fought confidently. The prince clenched his teeth in displeasure. Kevin smiled, answering that he himself had told him that he needed to give it his all. The fight continued. The prince still did not understand how they dared to raise a weapon against him. There was fear on his face. Kevin calmly answered that he was just following orders. The prince decided to play a game. The guy was shouting that Kevin would get off worse than that. The hero understood that Kevin was still a brat. The prince understood that he had a level, unlike the guy. People were watching the fight carefully. The man was shouting that the match would end as soon as one fell or gave up. The rules of the fight were very simple. The hero ran towards Kevin. The guys continued to fight. Kevin understood that the prince's fighting skills were not that high. The hero understood that maybe he had talent. Everyone understood that he did not care about the hero. Kevin looked at the guy. The principal was shocked. His eyes were closed. The hero slowly opened them. The prince did not understand why Kevin stopped. The guy asked the hero what he was doing. Kevin answered that he had no complaints about the fight. The prince asked the hero what he wanted. The guy began to offer to bet on the winner. His eyes were filled with misunderstanding. The hero began to smile. The prince answered that he agreed. Kevin decided to announce the conditions after the end of the match. The guy decided to say it right away. Kevin listened attentively to the guy. The guy's mouth was slightly open. The prince answered that if he won, the guy would serve him, not Penelope. Kevin asked him in surprise what he meant. The prince asked him not to make a fool of himself. He answered that Penelope was bewitched by him, so he saved her. Kevin continued to smile. The hero replied that he had no intentions. The prince continued to smile. The guy asked to become his knight. The main hero calmly replied that if the prince won, he would do so. The hero continued to smile. Penelope looked at the heroes with concern. The leg quickly rose. The prince began to understand that the outcome of this match had already been decided. Kevin silently watched all this. The guy understood that now he could not somehow look at him. There was confidence on his face. The guy had an artifact. Kevin understood that the main thing for him was survival. The prince laughed. The guy understood that there was only one way to save this armor. Kevin called the owner of the sphere. The ball began to glow. The system windows showed data on this item. The heroes looked at each other. The prince covered his face in confusion. He could not understand what the hero did. Kevin laughed. He looked carefully at the prince, saying that nothing was said about the rules. The hero looked at the guy in surprise. The prince was surprised that Kevin was using magic. The magic was incredibly powerful. Kevin calmly replied that it was a magic projectile. The prince gritted his teeth, looking at it all with anger. Magic began to emanate throughout the entire area. Something began to come out of the magic portal. Kevin smiled, saying that he hoped that everyone would be able to dodge it. The hero looked at the prince with a smile on his face. Arrows from the portal rushed down. The prince jumped back. The arrows hit the ground. He managed to dodge. There was an explosion behind him. The blonde thought something was really wrong. He raised his hand, protected himself from another blow with a shield. This is very strange. He received an unexpected blow to the back. Louis thought, how does he do it? Aren't the Rheinhofers famous only for their fencing? He staggered, thought, and suddenly he can do magic too. The prince spat blood angrily, thinking that talent doesn't matter here if you're not born with it. Kevin held out his hand, saying that he could imagine what he was thinking. The arrows began to spin in the air. The guy clenched his fist, adding that there was no deception or trickery here. He cited the impenetrable armor his opponent was wearing as an example. The blonde said with hatred, how dare this worthless member of the dark race mock him? The hero objected, didn't they start it? He explained with a grin, they decided to laugh at the dark race and spit on its successes, that's why they requested this competition. The girls watched the fight with excitement. He added how low the imperial race had fallen, that they were trying their best to force a competition in which they had all the advantages. The prince froze in bewilderment. He frowned. A glowing cube appeared near his hand. The light from the object became brighter. The opponents were surrounded. The blonde grimaced with disdain, thinking that the others could not see it. Kevin asked what he intended to do with this thing. Louis angrily replied that he did not dare to ask him anything. He noted with a grin that, of course, he had heard that he was crazy, but he did not think that he was so crazy that he would go against him. The hero looked coldly at the prince, who said that as soon as the battle was over, all the imperial knights would pounce on him. A smile appeared at the corners of Kevin's lips. He replied that they thought so. He pulled a glowing ball out of his inside jacket pocket and asked the dean if she would allow her cute student to die in such a place. A snow whirlwind flew at the opponent. The girl exclaimed that he was not cute at all. This voice sounded from the ball. She added that since it was his request, then she would help. The blonde asked anxiously, is this voice the newly appointed dean? The girl asked, haven't they met before? An image of Kate appeared from the ball. She called the prince by name. The dean noted that her student, although he is a grump, is very dear to her, and if they are trying to crush him with their imperial authority. Her gaze became crazy. She added that she swears by the status of one of the four sages, she will destroy them. Cold sweat slowly flowed down the prince's forehead. Kevin stood with his head down. He suddenly raised his head. The guy was smiling. The heroes were in a room with an elegant design. The guy said that it was presented to him as an award from the imperial family. Kevin was sitting on the couch opposite Kate, said that it was a token of gratitude for saving the princess. The girl raised her index finger and joyfully exclaimed that he should go. The guy closed his eyes, gloomily noted that he could die if he went. The dean took a bite of the cookie. He noted that she should know this too. The hero folded his arms and explained that not a single representative of the dark race had ever returned alive from the imperial palace. Kate broke the cookie and replied, well, yes, there is such a thing. The guy snatched the treat from her. He raised his hand so that the girl could not get it, asked if she really would chew during such an important conversation. Kate was indignant. Why the treats? Kevin leaned forward and sighed, asked to help him get out of this dry. He handed her the treat and explained that she only had to say the word, and the princess would leave him alone. Kate looked at him with a smile, objected, but then he would not receive a reward if he did a good deed. He must reap the benefits. Kevin folded his arms across his chest, angrily asked, what was the point if he returned in pieces, and how did it come to this? The girl raised her finger and explained that the achievements of magic had long allowed any cut-off part to be attached back, but she was not sure about the head. The guy could hardly contain his anger. He asked through clenched teeth whether it was possible to say such things to his student. The dean sat down on the sofa and asked what he would do if there was a way to take the reward and return alive from Talonpfizer. She moved her hand to the side. A magic ball appeared. The guy said that this could not be. His face was reflected in the sphere. Kevin was in the arena. He looked at the teacher, thought that Kate had given him this crystal. It was essentially a transmitter. Unlike other tools, this one was able to transmit mana over a distance. He turned his gaze to the enemy. Louis's armor sparkled. Kevin thought that even the prince would not risk messing with one of the 4 sages. The hero smiled slyly, quietly said, "Well, she turned out to be useful." Kate noticed that, in fact, she could hear him. The guy turned away, the girl's eyes flashed, added, "However, if he no longer needed help," he answered briefly, "He did." The prince stepped aside. He tried to catch his breath, suddenly turned to the dean, and even called her darling. Louis exclaimed, "This is a misunderstanding. If he knew that she valued this student so highly, he would not have done this." Kate looked at him indifferently, asked who his dean was here. No need to act as if they were on familiar terms. She was close with his father, but not with him. He did not even study with her. The prince recoiled. She called him a fool. He waved his hand to the side, asked to forgive him, asked how he could moderate her anger. Kate told him to ask for forgiveness. She smiled, added that she wanted him to apologize to Kevin, then she would forgive him. The hero grinned contentedly, thought that he did not expect such a turn. Louis trembled with tension. He said nervously, "Forgive me." Kevin answered triumphantly that he forgave him with all his magnanimity and generosity. Kate noticed how insincerely. She said that she would watch their fight to the end and hoped that it would be fair and honest, and also asked to remove this barrier. Louis waved his hand, answered discontentedly, "Okay." Kevin jumped up. Before the prince could finish saying that he understood everything, the hero was behind him. The guy's eyes flashed. He swung his weapon. He struck from behind. The opponent fell to the ground. The spectators were outraged. The old man exclaimed, "The spawn of darkness dared to harm the prince." The man with a mustache and beard was surprised how they allowed this. Penelope opened her mouth. She exclaimed in amazement, "How does he do this?" Sarah asked, "This Kevin? Does he have an extra life in reserve?" Penelope replied that this was not a case where one could only allow thoughts. He must have some kind of ace up his sleeve. The girl frowned, thought, "The power of the Dark family extends to the Empire of Arheim? This is absurd." She decided that it meant that there was something else that he could believe in. The girls watched the fight from the balcony. The princess said that it must be in the hands of Sarah. Sarah looked down, answered, "Exactly," although she did not want to admit it, but Kevin's abilities are incredible. She remembered the events in the forest, and what happened at the entrance ceremony. She added that, besides, from this fight it was possible to understand that he had no intention of joining the faction of the first Prince Louis. A soft smile lit up Penelope's face. She did not turn her head, said that now they should allow it. Sarah cautiously asked what her plans were. The princess brought her hand to her face. She leaned towards Sarah and whispered something, and she exclaimed that. She shuddered, clarified, seriously. Meanwhile, the servants ran to the prince. The guards sternly shouted that they should quickly move the first prince to the infirmary and not make mistakes. The butler turned to the maids. He approached a group of people and ordered, not a word to anyone about what they had seen today. Penelope watched what was happening with a smile. The prince was asked to come to his senses. Kevin stepped aside. The servants began to lift the victim. Night in the castle. The hero was sitting on the bed. He grabbed his head, said tiredly, "Barely survived." The guy remembered Louis, said that he really was a sick royal puppy. He thought that he should not rush headlong to a bad end. Kevin reached for the ball lying nearby. He thought that this thing of that girl could be useful. He tossed it in his hand, decided that it would definitely be useful not only at the beginning, but also in the middle and in the second half. The ball emitted black waves of flame. The boy said that it was undeniable that this thing made it a little easier to confront the prince. He raised his head, although he should not even dream of such luck next time. There was a knock on the door. Kevin flinched. His face became serious. He thought that the first prince, that bastard, had already come to take revenge. He grabbed the weapon, thought that he was too fast. The hero held out his sword and asked who was there. Behind the door stood girls in robes. One of them introduced herself. Sarah said that the emperor's daughter wanted to see him. Kevin was surprised. He expected to see the prince. He looked to the side, asked, "Now?" The girl impatiently answered, "Yes, now." The hero thought with concern, whatever the case, there was a matter that he did not want to deal with. He pulled the door towards himself, told them to go through. The princess entered the room and stood in front of him. She closed her eyes and walked past without saying a word. Sarah was standing by the door. The guy asked what the king's daughter wanted from him. The princess took off her hood. Kevin added that if she wanted to question him about the battle with the prince, they had already come to an agreement. She looked back at him and asked with a smile, "No, why would she do that?" Asked not to act so stupidly. Kevin looked at her questioningly, asked what she was talking about. Penelope answered with a smile, because he was drawing a picture where she was sitting with her brother at the same table. The guy remained silent. She offered to sit down. The heroes were sitting on the sofas opposite each other. Kevin reminded the princess that it was almost midnight. If it was not essential for her to discuss it now, then they could talk at any other suitable time. The girl folded her arms, answered that no, she wanted to now. The guy looked down, thought how one could discuss something at such a time. He was worried that if strange rumors appeared later, she would take responsibility for it. Penelope suddenly asked, was he worried that scandalous rumors might spread? Kevin turned away, admitted that yes, the fact that the princess was in the room of a man from the Dark family when the clock had passed midnight was a problem in itself. The corners of her lips slightly rose. She said that he was thinking about the same thing as she was. The guy frowned, indignant that. The girl put her hand to her chest, answered that rumors would definitely start, that's why she came. The hero opened his mouth in surprise, thought what nonsense, let this crazy woman explain. He immediately asked the princess to explain what exactly she meant. She addressed him by name. The guy looked straight at her. The girl's eyes were closed. She opened them slightly. The princess's light hair was shining. Penelope said that he should marry her. A bloody disc appeared in the red sky. Rays penetrated through the bars. Members of the organization gathered at a large round table. Pansy's hair fell over her eyes. She said, so. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked if it was true that a brave new knight was heading to the capital. The man with the scars on his face replied that yes, it seemed so. It seemed that there was some contact with the royal family. Pansy closed her eyes, turned to the man sitting opposite. Was he really going to trust and follow him? Did he seriously think he knew what trouble awaited him there? The girl with long dark hair folded her hands under her chin, smiling, answered that, as expected. It was Officer Marin. She waved her hand and asked a question. That's why children are no good. She immediately explained, of course, there must be a reason why the captain accepted this guy. But she still can't understand. The guy sitting next to her asked her to watch her words. Dark waves of flame emanated from Kyle. He asked if the captain needed permission from her to take a new member. The girl widened her eyes and began to justify herself to the deputy chief, saying that this was not what she had in mind. The guy scowled at her, noting that it was unacceptable to not observe etiquette, especially for organizations like theirs that incurred the wrath of the royal family. Pansy's eyes flashed, and she asked them to stop talking about the new guy. One of the officers hit the wall with his hook, causing a spark. The captain looked back at the guy who had entered. Greg said that he thought Marin had a point. He stood in front of Pansy, asking if it had been a long time since the sleepers had accepted new members. What unexpected wind had blown to make such a decision? Pansy grinned, saying that she was interested. That's all. Greg put the hook to his chin, suggesting that their captain could not have a rational interest in the new guy. Maybe it had something to do with his family. The chief said that it had nothing to do with the Reinhofer family. She added that it was true that Theo was collaborating with the sleepers, but the guy didn't seem to love his family. Kyle looked down, said that it was a bit surprising. Marin glanced away, asked if they should check it out. She put her hands on the table, added hesitantly, there was no reason for a member of the Reinhofer family to help a criminal organization, and she thought they needed to confirm it. Pansy closed her eyes, thinking. The captain looked ahead, agreed with Marin. She was saying reasonable things. She suggested then to do it this way. They would give the newbie his first mission. The girl's eyes glowed yellow. She said that they would see how exceptional he was in performing and whether he would betray them or not. Pansy turned to Marin, asked what she thought. The officer shuddered in fear. She thought with alarm that she had not received any missions in her first year, but they could not avoid it for the sake of confirmation. Marin answered seriously that she agreed. The scarred man said that he did too. Kyle confirmed that it sounded good. The officer with the prosthetic arm said that it seemed interesting, so he was in. The captain asked Marin if she was ready, because this time she had to take the initiative. Pansy extended her hand and smiled, adding that as the eldest, she had the responsibility. The officer blushed, exclaimed she was finally the eldest. She thought about how wonderful everything was going. She grinned evilly, thinking that she did not know what kind of person this newbie was, but she would firmly show her dignity as the eldest. The girl asked if this was a mission, then what kind. The captain replied that there was a hidden staircase under the academy. A message was received that one of the 72 demons secretly hidden by the Elden leadership. He has the magic stone Payman. Pansy explained that while the newbie distracted the members of the academy, they would seize the magic stone. She turned to Marin and asked if she could support him. The girl stood up, clenched her fists, and answered loudly, of course. She looked around, and one of the members of the organization called out to her. Officer Izel extended her hand forward, congratulated her, and asked if she had finally gotten out of the bottom of the hierarchy. She smiled mysteriously and asked her to try her best. Marin put her hand to her head and exclaimed, yes, she would do her best. Meanwhile, the princess said that Kevin should marry her. The guy asked again, confused, what? He asked if there was a reason to suddenly come to such a conclusion. Penelope replied that he should already know about her position and status in the royal family. The hero pursed his lips, thinking, so it was her. He thought that she was not attracted to him. This surprised him. The princess said that the royal family was currently divided into two factions. Her father and former King Esteban is not in the best shape, and there are rumors in the royal family that he will soon step down. She took the cup, added, one of these factions, her brother. The faction of Louis, the crown prince, is the most powerful. She said that the other side is her, Penelope, the princess faction. Kevin frowned, asked why she was telling him such important things. The girl put the cup on the saucer, answered that it was true, that her support was weak now. She began to talk about her brother. His legitimacy really surpassed hers. He is the eldest son and has connections with more nobles than she does. There are already whispers among them about what rewards they will receive when he ascends to the throne. The hero kept a serious face, asked if the princess wanted to ascend the throne. Penelope lowered her head, with a sad smile answered that as for her desires, this could be part of it, but more precisely, she could not stand the way Louis was destroying the empire. She asked the guy if he understood that the prince's hidden bestial nature and his attitude towards people as tools. Kevin coldly said that yes, he understood, thought that Louis was not called the creator of bad endings for nothing, he had experienced this countless times. The princess got up from the couch, added that she also needed power. She walked past the hero, explained, a powerful faction, which the prince did not lay eyes on and which he could not thoughtlessly touch. The girl stopped at the window. Kevin clarified if she wanted to say that this faction, the moon was shining in the sky. The girl answered, right. The boy apologized to Penelope. He thought that if she got confused here, there would be no solution. They needed to avoid that. Penelope looked out the window, asked, saying something like not having any abilities, or that the discussions had already taken place, would not be particularly attractive, right? The hero looked to the side, windows appeared with information that the player was worried, and the master of acting trait wavered. He sighed, thought that Penelope seemed to have already made a decision. He thought that this was unavoidable, asked if she would be comfortable with him. The girl turned. The boy explained that just because he was skilled did not mean that his reputation was suitable for serving the princess. He placed his hands on his knees. Penelope asked him to listen carefully, since from now on, this was their plan. She asked, is it true that he saved her from the nameless forest? Kevin looked up, answered, is it true? The princess approached him. She touched his hand, said that despite being from a dark family, he tried to save her. The guy said in surprise, yes, he thought it was true, but something was wrong. The girl leaned over, smiling, suggested, they will say that he fell in love with her first, or it was she. The hero was shocked, exclaimed, she was serious. Penelope took his hands, replied that nothing is absolutely impossible, the royal family can choose their partner through proper procedures. The hero looked ahead, she added, and who knows? Penelope tilted her head to the side and smiled sweetly, said, he really can fall in love with this beautiful face. The night sky enveloped the manor. Lying on the bed, Kevin sighed. Chloe watched him and turned to him. Looking at the newspaper, she assumed that an explanation was required. She read the headline, that the princess fell in love at first sight with the knight of the enemy faction who saved her. Chloe saw the content, which said that a message from Her Highness had recently arrived, which had attracted public attention. The princess had announced that she had chosen the protagonist, her classmate from the academy, as her husband. Smiling, Kevin said that he was already a knight and the princess's courage was simply frightening. Puzzled, Chloe said that she had heard that many things had happened, but how it had all led to this, she did not understand at all. Getting up from the bed, the protagonist replied that it was obvious, she was simply being manipulated in the struggle for the throne. Taken aback, Chloe asked again about the struggle for the throne. Kevin introduced Pansy and told her that she had a reason to remove the first prince and become the new emperor herself. That was why she was using him, and that was the reason why Her Highness suddenly chose him as her husband. Chloe crossed her arms and pointed out that she had heard rumors that Prince Louis, the first prince, had recently formed a large number of alliances. She never expected that she would decide to ally with someone from a dark family. As a servant of the Rheinhofers, she had no idea. Kevin's face was serious. Chloe looked at the protagonist in surprise. Looking away, Kevin stated that it was because he was a scoundrel. Chloe smirked at those words. Holding the back of his head, he cried out that this was a princess. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the fact that she knew that he was an outcast in the family and was using him. Kevin was suddenly surprised. He suddenly grabbed the blade, which made Chloe confused. Holding his finger in front of him, the protagonist asked her to be quiet. Looking out the window, Kevin wondered in his mind what this was and who could come at such a time. He saw the moon being enveloped in red energy. Someone was standing on the roof of the building. The protagonist was watching the action closely. He said with a satisfied look that it had started. Kevin had a smile on his face and his eyes were glowing red. The protagonist saw a message that the first task had been assigned and it was the cheeky newbie. Chloe was dumbfounded. She looked out the window with a surprised look. A drop of sweat was running down Kevin's face. Marin was sitting on the roof. She was holding binoculars in front of her eyes. Marin was taken aback and noticed that the protagonist was really as handsome as the rumors said, but he was still just a boy and looked too sickly to get Pensy's recognition. Chloe and Kevin were visible from the window. Marin smiled and said that she had no choice and she would test him properly. She had a bow and quiver hanging on her back. Marin said that she would see if he could become the new star of their pensy. The students were sitting indoors. The protagonist was standing near the shelves with books. Looking at the book, Kevin asked Professor Oscar to come back anyway, because if he didn't, he would never forgive him. Frowning, the protagonist slammed the book shut. He remembered Oscar handing him a stack of books and saying that he would leave the cleaning to him. Turning around, Oscar waved his hand and said goodbye to Kevin. The furious protagonist said that Oscar was stupid. Sarah asked him to stop talking like that, adding that he couldn't talk about his elders like that. Turning around, Kevin asked her if she understood the difficulties the graduate student was going through. Looking away, the protagonist noted that being an elder student was much more troublesome than he thought. Furious, Kevin asked him to shut up, noting that it was annoying him. The students were sitting at their desks. The protagonist walked across the room with a large stack of books. Sarah looked after him and called out to him. Kevin said with a serious expression that if Sarah was going to babble on about something meaningless, he was not interested. Sarah looked at him and replied that it was not that and suggested that they did not like each other. Frowning, the protagonist asked him to think about what she had done. Looking away, Sarah apologized for her highness. Standing in front of him, Kevin asked what she meant. Sarah watched him closely and stated that she already knew that he had been proposed to. The protagonist listened to her silently. Sarah emphasized that her highness did not mean to make him unhappy with this action. Narrowing his eyes, Kevin replied that he was a little surprised and clarified why she was apologizing for this. Stretching out her hand, Sarah said that there was no other reason. She was not asking someone from the Dark Clan to support this side. Tilting her head, she said that she just wanted Kevin to know that her highness was not the kind of person to do such a thing. The protagonist was dumbfounded by these words. Furious, Kevin asked if Sarah really cared about her highness. The protagonist imagined people standing on water and noted that these characters and stories were much more complex than the ones he had encountered in the game, and this feeling of constriction. Kevin looked at his hand. The protagonist seriously wondered if this was some kind of excitement or excitement like a gamer. Clenching his hand into a fist, Kevin said that he did not care. The protagonist suggested that he thought that everything happened for a reason, which surprised Sarah. Looking at Sarah, Kevin stated that the only thing he could do now was deal with this stupid book organization, so she should stop worrying about it. Sarah was shocked. Putting her hand on her chest and smirking, she said that she was truly grateful to him. The protagonist, with a smile on her face, asked her to just continue doing what she was doing and not to make awkward compliments. Red mana began to flow from the book. Kevin began to examine the book. He saw a message on the cover that the contact was completed and the task was received. Looking at the message, the protagonist thought that he did not think that the contact would happen like this. Puzzled, Kevin asked Sarah to wait for a while, adding that he needed to check something. The protagonist left the library. Bringing his hand to the book, Kevin noted in his mind that the demon sealed during the night of the massacre in the past. The magic stone of Payman was hidden under the academy, and in order to steal it, he needed to transmit the internal information of the academy and eliminate as many students and teachers as possible. Streams of red energy emanated from Penzi. Smiling, Kevin noted that it had finally begun. He imagined the mansion under the red sky and began to think about the inner sleepwalker, the first chapter of this hellish game. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and smiled. His eyes began to glow red. He imagined a red moon. White light was coming from the windows of the manor. The maid was dumbfounded. She stood in front of Lena and asked if she was okay. The frightened maid asked if Lena was sick, noting that she had been sitting like this for 2 days. Lena sat silently under the blanket. She grabbed the blanket with her hand. Watching her, the maid wondered how young Master Kevin could be involved with the princess. Holding her hand to her chin, she thought that although he was handsome, how could Lena choose someone from a dark family as her husband? Squinting, the maid noted that, moreover, if the head of the family, who was crazy about his daughter, found out about this, he would try to get rid of the young master. Stretching out her hand, she emphasized the fact that this could lead to a conflict between the families. The maid walked up to Lena and asked her to stop. Lena suddenly crawled out from under the blanket. The maid was surprised by this. Lena started walking towards her. The dumbfounded maid stood quietly in front of her. Lena turned to Lena with a serious look. Emma, scared to death, responded and thought that she was afraid. Putting her hand on her chest, Lena said with a smile on her face that today she finally became an adult. Emma was trembling with fear and clarified what she meant. Lena smirked and noted that she realized that someone could take away what belonged to her. She said with an angry look that this time she realized it and her father was right when he said that back then. Lena, with a satisfied look, emphasized the fact that only by becoming strong would she be able to prevent anything from being taken away from her. Emma stood in front of her and did not know what to answer. Smirking, Lena asked if Emma thought so. The dumbfounded maid opened her mouth and remained silent. Lena started walking towards her with an evil smile. Emma backed away. Smiling, Emma mentally noted that the protagonist had better run. Kevin introduced the demon and reasoned that Duke Payman was the main villain of the night of the massacre during which his character's mother died, and the one who turned back time, turning her into a child. Golden energy emanated from Kate. The protagonist put his hood on his head and noted that killing him was the basis of the first main scenario. Kevin walked along the street near the fountain. Looking away, the protagonist emphasized the fact that with his current strength, it was impossible to kill him, but fortunately, Kevin entered the water. He remembered walking along the river and noted that his stats accidentally increased while he was immersed in the Ark River. Messages popped up that the protagonist discovered a hidden particle and immersed himself in the Ark River. The protagonist dipped his hand into the water. He read with a smile on his face that his stats had accidentally increased by 2. Looking at the fountain, Kevin noticed that it wasn't over. Grinning, the protagonist began to hear spells. He saw the dragon emblem and read a message that the hidden particle had been activated and the player was learning the forgotten ancient magic language rhetoric. Purple mana was coming from Kevin's hand. Smiling, he thought that if it weren't for the marriage proposal with the princess, this would have been a great achievement. Marin stood behind him and said that the protagonist had arrived just in time and the path was difficult. She thought she would get lost. Kevin turned around and looked at her. The protagonist asked with a serious expression if she was Marin. Marin, with a satisfied expression, said that it was and that was her code name. Closing her eyes, she noted that Kevin was speaking a little informally and asked him to listen carefully. Pointing her finger, she stated that she was his senior and mentor, adding that she was 2 years older than him. Frowning slightly, the protagonist wondered what the meaning of this was. He reasoned that in fact, Marin was one of the hardest members of the Sleepers for him to deal with. A projection of her basic information appeared above Marin. Kevin studied all of her characteristics. Frowning, the protagonist thought that in another sense, she had one trait that he hated the most in the prophetic dream, and that was it. Placing her hand on her chest, Marin informed him that this meant that from now on, he was her junior, and he should speak to her respectfully. Kevin asked if she was a conservative with a displeased look. Furious, Marin asked when she had ever acted like a boss. She pointed out with an angry look that she had never acted like one. Pointing her finger, she declared that the whole world was going to hell. Looking at Marin, the protagonist assumed that she simply loved to waste time. Marin jumped off the fountain. Standing in front of him, Marin asked him to listen to her. Crossing her arms, she ordered him to simply treat her with respect. Closing her eyes, Marin emphasized the fact that she had joined the Sleepers much earlier and was 2 years older. Raising her hand, Kevin asked if she really expected respect from a black sheep like him. Taken aback, Marin said that the Sleepers had a chain of command. Holding a finger to her mouth, the protagonist asked him to speak more quietly, noting that people were coming and it would be better for them to move away. Marin was taken aback by this. Snapping her fingers, she declared that since this was his first mission, she would let him get away with it. A scroll appeared above Kevin's head. Extending her hand, she suggested that they move to cover as he asked. The protagonist took the scroll and thought with a smile that it was a low-ranking teleportation scroll. Kevin tore the scroll and thought that this world was not so different from the game world. Dark energy began to flow from the torn scroll. The protagonist and Marin suddenly disappeared. They moved to a dark room. Marin's eyes were blurry. Frowning, she said that no matter how much she used this stupid teleportation, she could not get used to it. Putting her hand on the table, Marin asked him to sit down, adding that the purpose of his first mission was only revealed in general terms, so she would explain in more detail. She brought her fist to her mouth. Smiling, Marin asked if the protagonist had heard of the night of the massacre. She imagined a demon holding a red crystal. Kevin answered with a serious expression that he had heard of it. The protagonist introduced the huge demon and told that Dean Noah, the Emperor of the Sword, Celsus, and his father Theo worked together, but even they barely managed to seal Archduke Payman, and since then the event is called the Night of the Massacre. Marin answered with a serious look that everything is correct and Payman is an extremely dangerous entity. The people were kneeling before the demon. Marin told that it is a monster that even the strongest warriors of the continent cannot easily defeat, and the problem was that the crystal containing the essence of the demon was quietly hidden from everyone. There was a crystal behind the chained demon. Looking at Marin, Kevin clarified whether their people were looking for the crystal and found it under the academy. Sitting at the table, he asked if the Sleepers now want him and her to distract attention while they destroy the crystal with the essence. Marin said that he is smart. She placed her hand on her chest and smiled, noting that despite his informal speech, he could be quite useful. Looking away, Kevin suggested that they drop the idle chatter. Looking at Marin, the protagonist asked if the date of the sortie had been decided yet. Clenching her hand into a fist, Marin replied that it would be on the evening of Elden's self-study. She imagined Kevin standing in front of a crowd of students and noted that he would have to gather the students and teachers in one place. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that it was not difficult, but he was not sure if it was possible. The protagonist sat with the air of the strongest character and said that if Payman escaped when his crystal was destroyed, Marin, with a mysterious smile, suggested that Kevin was underestimating Mrs. Penzi. She imagined Penzi and noted that she was the youngest pillar of the sword, the savior, so his fears were groundless. Turning away, the protagonist thought that he would be happy if this were the case, but it will not be. Kevin imagined the demon and noted that in this episode, Payman would inevitably break out, and although he would be weakened, the slightest mistake would smash the academy and the surrounding areas to pieces. The protagonist imagined how only ruins remained of the academy and noted that this was the first chapter of the main story, in which rookies often die, the night of the massacre in the Labyrinth. Lowering his head, Kevin emphasized the fact that he would have to take the rap for the protagonist and the villain again in order to save the key characters. Looking away, Kevin came to the conclusion that he needed to focus. He said with a serious expression that he had heard everything that was required for the mission. There was a spider web on the tree branches. The guy walked towards the red glow. He looked into the red crystal ball. His face was serious. Smiling, the guy said that all preparations were complete. Red energy began to flow from the crystal ball. The boy said that all that was left for the Archduke to do was to raise everything to the ground, as he had done in the past. Payman's voice began to come from the crystal ball, saying that it sounded great and that it had been hard to revive because of those damn rats, but that it would be enough. Payman asked if the guy's name was Rick. Rick closed his eyes and placed his hand on his chest and said that it was. An image of a red eye appeared in the crystal ball. The demon said that if everything worked out, Rick would soon become a real demon and he shouldn't let him down. Rick listened to him with a smile. His face was pleased. Kevin stood in the middle of the students. His face was puzzled. The girl crossed her arms and looked at him. Penelope and Lena locked eyes. Penelope smiled and apologized, adding that she hoped for understanding. Penelope placed her hand on her chest and said that people were not subject to their emotions. Frowning, the protagonist asked if this was the princess. Kevin turned his gaze to Lena. Her face was displeased. She suddenly grinned. The protagonist was shocked by this and noted that it was a complete horror. Looking at the distraught Lena, he noticed that he had completely forgotten about her. Lena was standing in front of Penelope. Beads of sweat were running down Kevin's face. Closing his eyes, he wondered how this had happened. The students began to walk to the bulletin board and discuss the news. The guy held his fist in front of him and said that the 7 best students had been chosen. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked if this was necessary for night independent studies and if there would be bonus points if they were chosen. The stranger noted that from the very beginning, all the places were taken by aristocrats. The guy said with a serious look that people like them, commoners, even with good grades, could not get in there. The guy stood among the students and emphasized that these aristocratic fools only cared about themselves anyway and that they used to talk all about equality and justice. Looking at the students, he asked how this was different from the outside world. The dumbfounded stranger asked how they could understand what those high-ranking officials were thinking. The girl held her hand to her mouth and asked what criteria were used to determine who was in the top 7. The guy started crying and noted that wherever he went, grades were the deciding factor. The protagonist walked down the hallway. All the students looked at him. Kevin's face was serious. The guys were surprised by this. Watching him, the guy asked if it was that scoundrel from the Rhinofer family. Looking around, the protagonist thought that his name was always mentioned and he didn't want more attention than necessary, but there was nothing he could do about it now. He looked away and thought about the newbie massacre. He saw how the academy was enveloped in dark energy. Kevin presented the highest grade and noted that it was funny. He looked at the student's file with the failed exam and thought that if he got bad grades, he couldn't participate in the night independent study event, and if so, he couldn't hold on to the other units. The guys crowded around and said that Kevin was a lucky fool. Frowning, the guy asked if appearance and connections were everything. He turned around and looked at his comrade, who suggested that it was. The furious guy screamed that the protagonist was everyone's enemy and couldn't be protected. The stranger extended his hand and asked if he had heard the latest rumors. Pointing his finger, the guy said that Kevin was now the princess's fiancé and one wrong move and it would be the end. The scared guy asked what would happen if the protagonist heard him. Frowning, Kevin thought that he could hear them all. He closed his eyes and sighed. The protagonist introduced Pansy and noted that he shouldn't break ties with those who were sleeping. Looking at the board, Kevin emphasized the fact that for him, who is planning to escape from the Rhinofer family, this is his lifeline. He saw that he is number 1 on the list of top students. The protagonist began to turn around. Walking down the hallway, he thought that one thing is for sure, Payman will be revived and he must stop him. Kevin was standing surrounded by girls. The dumbfounded protagonist noted that he forgot to check who was underneath him. Kevin presented the list of students and saw that Leon was underneath him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if this was like the drama from the original world. A spark passed between Penelope and Lena. Kevin clarified if this was a conflict between his ex-girlfriend and his current girlfriend. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noted that this was the worst situation, and the worst thing was that he did not even do anything wrong. Lena had a smirk on her face. She said with a satisfied expression that she understood the princess and that it might be rude of her, but in any case, Kevin really was a good person. She kept her hands behind her back and looked at the protagonist. Smiling, Lena suggested that it was only natural to have such feelings. Penelope calmly thanked her for understanding. Lena calmly added that, however, Penelope was taken aback by this. Putting her hand on her chest, Lena noted that she also did not think that she could back down so easily. Sarah and Penelope had serious expressions. Looking at them, Lena said that the Stelian family placed special importance on capturing things. Intently watching Penelope, Lena added that even if it was a person. Smiling, Penelope said that in that case, she would wish her luck. She walked past Kevin and noted that she heard that it was an organizational engagement between families. As Penelope passed the protagonist, she asked if one side was more serious than she thought. Kevin stood in front of Lena and stated that this was not the outcome he wanted. He suddenly looked away. He saw streams of red mana. The streams of mana turned into a message that the protagonist needed to come to the hideout, where Marin would continue to explain the plan in detail. Kevin began to walk away, looking at Lena. He came to their hideout. Sitting on the ledge, Marin called out to him. Her face was serious. Marin looked at him and asked who he was. Marin jumped off the ledge. Furious, Marin asked what the protagonist was doing, that there were rumors that he was the princess's fiancé or something like that. Kevin looked away and stated that, to be honest, he didn't really understand what was going on either. Standing in front of him, the protagonist assumed that the princess wanted to use him as a tool to restrain the prince. Frowning, Marin asked Kevin if he thought she had called him there to listen to some obvious story. The protagonist, looking serious, suggested they talk about the mission. Furious, Marin yelled that he needed to know something before that, adding that she was helping Captain Pansy. Pointing her finger, Marin said that they couldn't just accept someone like him whose identity hadn't even been confirmed. Looking at her, Kevin said that it had already been decided by the higher-ups. Marin replied that it was her responsibility to evaluate the newcomers. Adjusting her hair, she said that she needed to check if he was fit to join the sleepers and if he would betray them. Holding the back of his head, the protagonist closed his eyes and sighed. He grabbed the blade. Enveloped in dark mana, Kevin asked her not to say that he didn't warn her. Marin took an arrow out of her quiver and grinned with satisfaction. The protagonist held the blade in front of his face, and purple mana was coming from his eyes. Blue mana was coming from the arrow on the bowstring. Kevin blocked the bow shot with the blade and started running towards her. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind her, and powerful energy was coming from him. Turning around, Marin started aiming the bow at him while the protagonist ran to the side. Kevin suddenly looked at her. Holding the bow in front of her, she smiled and said that she would be careful with him, so he should not die there. Marin shoots the bow and says that she will be gentle with him and asks him not to die. The attack is aimed straight at Kevin. He dodges and realizes that the girl is not bluffing. He looks at her and continues that she is a stream of a lost race from the legends of the Marin race. The girl prepares to shoot again, while he thinks that ancient blood flows in her veins, so her water shot is terrifying, and even Pansy, the leader of the sleeping ones, will not be able to fully reflect her attack. The system notifies him that the master acting characteristic has been activated. He steps back thinking that it would be better not to provoke her. Kevin stares at the water arrow. He reflects the blow with his sword and continues that his current abilities cannot be trusted. Kevin looks forward and continues that then there is a high probability that this episode will end in disaster. The guy looks at his opponent and says that in that case this fight. He frowns and continues that it should end in an unconditional victory. He gathers dark energy around himself. Marin replies that he may have attracted the attention of the leader, but he is still at the very bottom of the table. While Kevin gathers his strength, she asks him why on earth he is acting like this and demands a clear answer from him about it. She pulls the Titova and clarifies about his relationship with the princess. The girl shoots and continues that all these events around his person. Opponent Kevin goes on the attack. She looks at him, dumbfounded, and asks if he's going to claim that it was all an accident. Kevin asks her if she just doesn't want to believe him, and adds that then he doesn't see the point in proving anything to her. Marin gets ready to shoot, and says that they'll see how much longer he can pretend to be great and powerful. A tsunami approaches the guy. It curls up into a bubble around him. The guy frowns and gets ready to fix the situation. He opens his eyes and asks if she thinks such a small trick will work against him. The guy cuts through the bubble. The splashes are cut so neatly, as if through butter. Clouds of steam surround him. The girl is blown away by the shockwave from the steam. Marin smirks and says that she didn't count on that. Kevin, the opponent, smiles and continues that she just needed a small gap. An ice spike is aimed at the blonde. He turns to look at it. The system notifies him that he used the Hour of Genius skill and his perception of time was changed. In the multidimensional space, Kevin watches the arrow fly. The guy dodges and thinks that he did not want to reveal everything he is capable of, but there is nothing to be done about it. Marin is perplexed by what happened. She frowns and thinks that there are less than 10 meters between them. How could he dodge? The guy prepares to deliver a vertical slash. With a demonic look, he carries out his plan. Streams of water fall all over the room. The girl bares her teeth. A water tornado gathers around her. The guy turns around when the girl asks what the hell he is. She walks towards him and adds that a 15-year-old man can't possibly have such strength. Marin sullenly interrogates him for what purpose he joined the Sleeping Ones and what the hell he needs at all. He prepares to attack her without answering her questions. She smirks and notes that it doesn't matter anyway. Marin continues madly that she will deal with everything herself. She raises her bow to the sky and collects streams of liquid. They rush to the ceiling from all sides of Kevin. He in turn collects the black substance in front of his face. His sword rushes in the direction of the columns of water. Water rings pierce with dark spikes. Marin protests. He blocks attack after attack and the girl notes that he is dangerous. Marin grins and thinks that even if he does not have his own ulterior motives, their attacks absorb each other, while she continues that he is strong enough to pose a threat to the Lady of the Moon, provided that he decides to betray them. The girl turns half-turned and thinks that this freak is not even trying hard enough. She fixes a stern look at him and asks herself again, why does he really want to win her over on purpose, because she is also a member of the Sleeping. Kevin clarifies if her head is baked, because he is already tired of holding back. The girl replies that she knew it and reproaches him for daring to fool his elders. She realizes that she can't win and wonders if there is such a big difference between their skills. Marin clenches her fist and continues that then everything is clear to her, and if she doesn't give it her all, she will definitely lose. Against the background of the red moon, she thinks that no, any member of the Sleeping People can face defeat. The blue-haired girl calls his name. He listens sullenly to her inability to recognize him as a member of the Sleeping People. Marin prepares to shoot and continues that he is indeed exceptional, but his motives are too unclear for her, and as a result, the girl frowns and says that according to the internal protocol of the Sleeping People, she recognizes him as a dangerous person. The blue-haired girl floods the room. Kevin thinks that this is it, the secret technique of the Marine race, a water shot, and if it hits, he is finished. He frowns because he is not sure that he can dodge, and here he is powerless. The shot flies in his direction. The blonde is preparing to take the blow. The sword flew towards the arrow. Marin is perplexed. Someone asks the blue-haired girl what she is doing here. The blonde screams that she gave her a regular joint mission with a newbie. She angrily clarifies at what point she decided to take justice into her own hands. Kevin turns to her. Marin is horrified to recognize her as the leader. Kevin greets her. The leader greets the newbie in return. They both listen as she sets a condition that if they do not explain themselves to her now, she continues that she will severely punish them both. The girl threw something at the wall and says that she will ask again. Pansy angrily clarifies what Marin is doing at the moment. She jumps down to them. The blonde lands and continues that she gave her the task of distracting the students and teachers of the academy together with this newbie. She frowns and says that she does not remember a moment when she asked to arrange fights. Marin lowers her eyes and replies that it is her fault and just wanted to make sure of his loyalty to their organization. Pansy replies that only she, as the leader, has the right to decide such matters and notes that the blue-haired girl is taking on too much. Pansy holds the sword and continues that she has not said everything yet. The girl picks up the sword and orders to look, because her blade is damaged, despite the fact that she simply changed the trajectory of her attack. Behind her, Kevin listens as she says that given the force of Marin's blow, she obviously intended to kill the guy. Marin looks down guiltily, while the leader clarifies with her if she is right in her beliefs. The blonde turns to the guy and adds that she can understand her, because he is clearly hiding a lot. Pansy gets angry and continues that such actions on the part of the blue-haired girl are too much, and that killing a sleeping member with another member is unacceptable only in one case, and notes that she is sure that Marin is well aware of it. Marin replies that only if a case of betrayal is recorded. Pansy continues that she will not let this go unpunished again, and this is the first and last warning for her. The girl turns to Kevin that this also concerns him, and he replies that he will take this into account. Marin frowns guiltily. Pansy calls out to the guy. She urges him to take a walk. The guy, stunned, agrees. There is a full moon that evening. The blonde walks ahead and begins by saying that she hopes for his understanding in such a situation, because she had to limit herself to warnings in the name of discipline in the order. Kevin closes his eyes and replies that there is nothing wrong with that, because he has already heard enough speeches about discipline in his life. After all, he is a black sheep of his kind. The girl lowers her eyebrows. He continues that in other words, he doesn't see anything wrong with it and isn't offended, and Marin simply decided that he's not trustworthy. Pansy notes that the blue-haired girl doesn't usually act like this, and it's hard for her to explain her reasons in detail, but asks him to believe that they exist and that he shouldn't judge the girl harshly. The blonde smirks and adds that there's one more thing. Kevin listens as she continues that after today, he owes her his life. She remembers Marin's shot and says that if she had hit him, they wouldn't be talking now. The guy smirks and replies that it sounds creepy. Pansy asks him again if it surprises him, to which he replies that his life has been on the line so many times that he's gotten used to it. The girl laughs and notes that it's very boring and adds that she can understand Marin, specifically why she didn't like him. She frowned at the moment. Pansy continues that it was all because of one shot, to which Kevin questions her. The blonde clarifies that the reason she was accepted into the organization was because of her shot. She imagines it and continues that this shot and its destructive power are simply incredible, despite the rather long preparation period. Pansy's eyes glow and she says that the shot is so powerful that even she cannot completely block it. Kevin thinks that he thought so, that his sword would have been blown to pieces. The guy thinks about her race and realizes that this is strange. Kevin looks away and thinks that if Marin has such power, then afterwards she left no traces in the course of the main story. Pansy continues his thought about the Marin race, that the blue-haired one is the last of its representatives who was able to perfectly master archery as well as the ability to the element of water. She frowns and continues that this is the reason for the incredible power of her shots. Pansy falls silent. Kevin frowns and waits for the story to continue. He thinks about the book and continues that the marine race is a special species among those who disappeared at one time on the continent, and they were sometimes mentioned in the course of history, but never had a direct impact on the plot. The guy smirks and says that if he happens to encounter her again, he will simply not give her time to use the arrow. Pansy notes that he is a scoundrel. She pokes him in the forehead and continues that he should not even think about fighting her. Kevin moves away while she says that does he imagine how dangerous the blue-haired one is when she loses her temper, and adds that she already told him, but decides to repeat that he really can die. He places his hand on his forehead. Kevin turns around and exclaims that it's more spacious than he imagined. The blonde thinks that one powerful attack is a pretty strong card to use. The shadow moves away. The guy looks over his shoulder. Pansy says that he is strong. She continues that he is quite capable of defeating Marin before she can do anything. The girl looks away and continues that in addition to the above, he is cold-blooded and calculating enough to kill an enemy without hesitation. Kevin smirks and asks why so many compliments. Pansy becomes more serious and explains that she will have a favor to ask of him. Her hair flutters and she says that if he realizes that Marin is about to go out of control on a mission. The blonde gives the order to kill the blue-haired girl in that case. The guy looks stunned while she adds that only he can do that. In the large hall, someone begins to speak. The man in glasses says that one can become a great magician or knight only by revealing the potential of one's upper, lower, and central energy cores. He continues that talent is important, but only persistent training can help reveal it. There are very few students in the audience. Kevin looks away. Kevin thinks that he did something wrong, because Lena could at least give him a chance to explain. Penelope asks if her gaze burns her, as he thinks. Kevin sarcastically asks her not to even start such a conversation and thinks that he himself did not want to sit with her. Penelope says that since they are engaged. She smiles and continues that if they sit separately, the others may suspect something, right? The blonde is perplexed and thinks that one must be able to separate work and personal life and emphasizes that she is a princess after all. His bride clarifies whether everything is so bad, because at least the prince will not touch him after she chose him as her betrothed. The guy tensed up and realized that he had nothing to say. Lena watched as Penelope turned to look at her. The red-haired girl looked away. Yana appeared on the horizon. Kevin turned around at the sound of footsteps. He asked who she was. The purple-haired girl introduced herself. The guy realized that she was the same Yana who would become the next head of the succubus family. Kevin remembered her image and thought that they were famous for being able to suck out male energy with their charm skill, and they were also able to strengthen both others and themselves. The guy turned back. The brunette said that he understood that they had to study all night, but he was already tired and noted that he would have thought that he would have an additional class after the main day classes were over. The pink-haired girl added that as far as she knew, there were only 3 classes left and asked if he would be able to withstand such a serious load. Kevin added that he didn't think that these classes would pass at all. The guy turned around and clarified what he meant. The hall is shaken by an earthquake. The students scream as Yana asks what is going on. A chandelier falls into the center of the hall. The girl with red hair jumps up and asks what is going on. Kevin gets up and wonders why she is even asking questions. He continues that this is the beginning of the main plot episode, called The Suppression of Payman. Dark energy bursts out from the center of the hall. Payman breaks out. The guy in the cap smirks. He walks towards him and is happy that it finally happened. Kevin in the cloak asks that their mission is to distract the academy teachers while the sleepers destroy the demonic crystal, to which Marin notes that he is catching on quickly. She smiles and says that once the barrier separating the 2 dimensions is destroyed, this place will become a labyrinth that all the students will be trapped in. Marin holds out his hand and continues that he needs to buy as much time as he can. Cables spark, columns tremble, the students stand like pillars and watch. The red-haired girls squeal. Penelope and the brunette exchange glances. Kevin frowns and notes that Marin has done a great job. He becomes serious because it is his turn to stall here and the purpose of the operation is clear to him. The brunette declares that it is dangerous to stay there. He says that he sensed the activation of 2 spells. He continues that the first is a spatial barrier spell that locks them inside and cuts them off from the outside world. Everyone listens as he continues that the second spell is a layered transformation that randomly modifies the floors of the building so that it will be more problematic for them to get out. Kevin notes that he quickly understood everything and replies that they should first figure out the layered transformation spell. Penelope agrees with him and continues that in the current conditions, it will not be possible to destroy the spatial barrier. Yana agrees reluctantly. She continues that it looks like a type of transformation that is often used on buildings. Kevin thinks that the girl should not interfere with the events of the main episode at all and wonders why she suddenly became so active. He closes his eyes and continues that maybe her character's storyline is deviating too. The guy asks everyone to listen to him. As Leon said, they first need to break the spell, to which Lena asks about breaking the spell. The guy turns and replies that it is because his goal is obvious and thinks that he is not surprised that she did not understand anything. She looks at him while he continues that it is not her thing to think like that after all. He looks at the chains and continues that they can obediently follow their goal or destroy the spell structure because either way they will be able to get out. Lena is confused while Leon points out that in fact, there is a high risk that they will fail regardless of their choice. Kevin replies that they need to check the condition of the entire building first. He looks at the other students and calls them to split into 2 groups and check. Kevin continues that in an hour they will gather and discuss everything together. Marin runs up the stairs. She thinks that Kevin is making smart moves and it is not surprising that such a person managed to defeat her. She stops and continues that large-scale magic did not catch him by surprise at all, and he also easily gained the trust of others. Marin jumps sullenly. The girl lands. She stands on the head of the statue and says that it is already time to face the second zone of the labyrinth. The girl smiles and continues that it is called the Labyrinth of Dreams and Deception. The blue-haired girl remembers and says that the illusionary charms that require the blood of demons deprive the traveler of common sense, showing them sweet dreams. There he rubs the blood of demons on the floor. With a smile, she thinks that even the sane students of this academy will not be able to do this easily. She watches from the side and thinks that with the amount of blood she has spilled, her efforts should be enough for an hour and says that at least the newbie should go through this too. Marin noticed something. All the members of the group including Kevin are sleeping peacefully. The guy is shaking. Marin panics because everything should not be like this. He should be able to resist such magic. The blue-haired girl frowns and continues that this is strange, this is a big problem and it seems to her that it is worth intervening. Against the background of the full moon, the plot continues. Penzi and the man in the cloak are watching from the side. She turns to the man. She gives the command to begin the operation, to which he agrees. The energy forms a funnel and rushes to the gate. The 2 peacefully land opposite. He clarifies whether everything will be okay because a certain girl is very strong. Penzi says that she knows. Both make their way forward. She notes that it has finally happened. The man says that they have arrived. Against the background of the magical seal, he continues that this is the place where the warriors were laid to rest. The man approaches the seal. Penzi passes through it. There is a huge amount of blue energy around them. Someone says that he knew they would appear. Kate smiles and continues that this thing could not help but attract them. She says that the captain of the Holy Ones is one of the 3 new pillars of the Empire's sword. The girl looks at Penzi point blank and continues that she is the last heir to the lunar fencing technique. She calls Kate by name and gives the order to step aside. The blonde takes the sword out of its legs and says that this crystal poses a threat to the whole world. She asks if she knows what she will answer her. Penzi armed herself. She delivers a slash. The sword hits the floor, spreading dust. Kate is gone. Penzi looks ahead in horror. She uses her ability and asks if she knew. Kate sends a series of ice spikes in their direction. Penzi cuts each one. She continues that she really loves fighting strong opponents. Kate smirks and adds that Payman was the strongest of them. The blonde asks if that's why she left him, giving him a chance to wake up, to fight him again one day and restore her honor. Kate replies that it is and calls her opponent a child. Penzi gets angry and threatens to kill her. Kate asks again if she will kill her and specifies for what purpose. She replies that for the sake of her future. The blonde goes on the attack. The swordsman and the magician begin their fight. One after another, slashing blows are delivered. Payman stands up. Someone touches him with a hand. The demon awakens in front of the boy in the cap. An icy battlefield. In the background, Kevin sees the scorching sun. He wonders if it is here. He sees something and looks on in shock. The boy sees the figure of an angel in front of him. Kevin looks on in horror. The blonde stretches out his hand, but realizes that he needs to go. He runs to her and continues that he needs to go. His feet enter the water and he realizes that he can bring that woman back. In the background, he continues that this is what he lost. Kevin stretches out his hand in horror. There is nothing in front of him. Tears of grief flow from the blonde's eyes. The guy looks at his hands and realizes something. He looks at the sun. Grief overcomes him. Consciousness comes to him screaming that he must pull himself together. Someone calls Kevin by name as he wakes up. The red-haired ladies surround the guy. He asks if he cried. Lena confirms that he cried and adds that she was really worried that something would happen to him. Kevin gets up and holds out his hand thinking that he does not understand why this happened, whether he saw her in a dream. The guy frowns and continues that the memory is blurry, but he definitely remembers the woman and it seems that she was trying to tell him something. The blonde pays attention to something. The red-haired ladies look at him. He replies that he made a fool of himself, asks them to forget about it, because now they should move on and thinks that now is not the time to indulge in such thoughts. The blonde remembers about the monsters and realizes that it is time for the second labyrinth. Team Kevin is armed and ready to fight. Lena delivers a fiery slash. Leon casts a spell. The skeletons come to life and prepare to fight on their side. The skeletons go at the monsters. The monster smashes them with one hand. They go for another attack. The skeleton stabs the monster with a green spear. The monster screams while skeletons surround him. Yana prepares to make her contribution. She delivers an aimed blow to his head. Kevin realizes that he is not a danger. The guy looks at the red-haired girl and realizes. The guy steps on her foot. The girl gets angry while he smirks and admits his mistake and thinks that they should not forget to keep track of time as well. The team stands surrounded by the corpses of monsters. Leon is exhausted. He looks at his hand and says that somehow they managed to get through this. Penelope says that Yana looks tired, to which she apologizes and replies that she is very inexperienced. She asks again if Kevin is okay. The guy closes his eyes and replies that he is fine and asks not to compare him to those weaklings. The girl smiles and says that it hasn't been 3 hours since he cried and asks if that is too much to pretend to be strong. Penelope replies that it is very inappropriate to say that to her future husband. The girl corrects herself, addresses her as Your Highness and apologizes for her rudeness. The girl asks again what is prepared in the third labyrinth. She continues that she is a little worried about this question, because the second one was already so difficult. Kevin smirks and says that who knows and thinks that it is finally his turn to join the action. He looks at the team and continues that the third is the flower of the labyrinth, the boss monster. Kevin thinks that this monster is the boss. The blonde smirks and declares that this monster is him. The guy in the cap is happy that he is finally waking up. He addresses Payman as Lord. The ball asks if Rick can hear him, to which he answers yes, turning to the prince. He takes out the flask and continues that everything is under control and asks not to worry. The blonde asks to make sure that everything is as it should be, because this is his only chance to become a hero. The guy in the cap says that he understands him. He smirks and says that this is stupid. The guy looks at the flask and thinks that he can defeat the revived Payman alone, for the sake of restoring fallen honor. He spills blood and continues that although Payman is weak immediately after his resurrection, he can fight him alone. The guy notes that this only plays into his hands. The flask breaks. Payman is right in front of the guy. The crystal breaks. He warms his hands. Rick kneels down and says that he is pleased to meet Payman and introduces himself to him. He removes the remains of the crystal from himself. He replies that he was reborn in such a pitiful body. The demon continues that maybe it is a miracle that he was resurrected. He turns to Rick and asks his name again and gets a positive answer. Payman says that he feels. Against the background of the battle in the labyrinth, he continues that it is a familiar smell of people behind that wall. Against the background of Kate, he clarifies whether one of the three is the person who sealed him. The demon demands that Rick speak. The guy gives a positive answer. The artifact Shadow of the Moon is activated. A copy of the player is created. Assign the appearance of his copy. It flashed through his thoughts that they are moving on to the last stage of passing the labyrinth. Then he continued the thought that however there is no boss monster in it. The hero looked at his copy. He thought with a smile, why is this, they will ask. The guy continued the thought that because he had already killed him. Kevin cut the monster's head, flashed through his thoughts, why should he share the reward if he can take it for himself? The hero stood next to the carcass of the monster. The characteristics were written on the board: name, Kevin, gender, male, age, 15, race, human, attribute, darkness, achievements, none. The hero held the sword in his hands and thought that for just one kill they gave a 0.3 point increase in characteristics. The indicators said that the bonuses were Genius of Close Combat, Genius of Magical Perception, Vision, Strong Mind, Master of Acting, Limitation, Fatal Disease, Cold Extremities, Obsession, Morbidity. All characteristics were increasing. The board showed skills: an hour of genius, average mastery of the family sword, an aura of suppression, a southern sword technique, ignition, transformation, the language of dragons. The remaining life due to the fatal disease, 147 days. The guy looked at the inscription and thought that thanks to this, his mana and endurance indicators increased. He clicked on the board and continued the thought that he was glad of any opportunity to raise his characteristics. Kevin smiled and thought that, however, his mission as a member of the Sleeping One was to detain the students in the labyrinth. The hero continued the thought that this is why the idea came to him. He looked at the clone and thought about creating a double using the shadow of the moon, changing its appearance. The protagonist smiled, and the thought flashed through his mind that he should place it where he met the boss. He looked after the double and thought that his shadow would be even stronger. Lena called the guy and asked where he went. The protagonist asked, and why did he care? He twisted his hands at his chest and thought that he just needed to do everything in his power to hold them. Ulan stood in front of the people and told them to stop. Then he continued that they could not go any further. Lena asked in confusion who he was. The guy added that they should wait. He frowned and thought that although his shadow could think and act on its own, it was still created based on his personality. Looking ahead, he continued the thought that if they chatted with it for too long, suspicions might arise. The guy shouted, "Stop." He said that there was no way that such a huge cloud of sinister mana could be a real person. Kevin thought he noticed. The girl shouted that something about that unpleasant frozen face was bothering her. The hero looked at her and wondered what she wanted to say. Alina asked seriously who he was. The guy said that his name was Shane, a wandering magician, and that he had accidentally wandered here and ended up in a magical trap. Alina coughed and said that he reminded her of someone. Kevin thought, damn. He picked up the sword and thought that the other him was talking too much, and said that it was obvious that this was a monster under the mask. He raised the sword and shouted that there was no point in chatting for long, and offered to kill him, then thought that if they continued chatting, he could be exposed. A weapon flew in front of the guy's face. The protagonist was rushing towards Shane. He took a fighting stance with a weapon in his hands. Then he said that he was a strong guy. Alina raised her hand with a spell and said what she thought. She created a huge bright sphere. The beam flew towards Shane. She said with a smile that he himself began to swing his sword more slowly. Didn't he? The hero bared his teeth. The skeletons ran towards the guy. Alina ducked and approached Shane. Then she made a sharp blow in front of his face. Shane dodged. The skeletons opened their bottomless eyes. Shane made a blow and ran past them. He began to create a bright sphere in his hand. The flash made a devastating explosion. Alina rushed forward furiously. She cut the air in front of the guy and he dodged. The girl bared her teeth angrily. Then she flew into Shane's stomach with her knee. Shane and the protagonist's eyes widened in pain at the same time. The girl turned to Kevin in surprise. Lena called the guy and asked what was wrong with him. Alina added that something was wrong. The guy replied that nothing, and thought that he had screwed up in 2 moments. Turning to the guy, the protagonist thought that the first was that his shadow had only half of his abilities. The hero's sword glowed brightly, and he added that this meant that she had half of his characteristics. The girl swung her sword, and the hero thought that the second was that when his shadow took damage. Shane turned back. Gritting his teeth, Kevin thought that he also felt pain. The protagonist looked forward and added that the situation had become much more complicated. Looking at the guy, the hero thought that he wondered if he could hold out at least. Multicolored rays flew around the girls. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the distance. Pansy turned around in confusion. The monster's leg appeared. The demon's eyes sparkled. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. Turning to Kate, she said that she had ruined everything. Looking away, the girl asked that she didn't care about humanity or something. Pansy suddenly raised her weapon up. A red beam of light hit her. Red beams flew around the girl. Looking at her, Kate thought that this impudent girl did not even fight her seriously. Dean looked straight. Memories popped into her head and she thought about how she tried so hard to take out this trash. Shining crystals appeared, and she added that there was only one way to destroy the crystal of Payman's demonic essence. The girl frowned, thinking that this was also to kill the demon himself as soon as he was resurrected. The girl looked at the monster and thought that although she didn't think it would happen so soon, Pansy, looking at how good her skills were, stretching her hand out to the side, Kate thought that she better lay her cards on the table too. The girl slashed hard at the ground. Kate stretched her hand forward. An ice storm was approaching the demon. Blue rays appeared in front of the girl. A bright glow appeared in front of her. The demon smiled widely. Payman was hit. Suddenly, an explosion thundered. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Kate looked straight ahead angrily. Standing on the ice, the demon asked if a witch, a powerless and inexperienced girl, was all they had to stop him. Clenching his fists tightly, Payman said that if that was the case, then. The demon screamed furiously that they were all finished. Suddenly, a devastating explosion occurred. The guy made a sound as he flew down. The girl stretched her sword forward. Receiving a blow, the guy said that the hell. Suddenly, a bunch of skeletons appeared in front of the guy. The guy received many blows from them. Leon stretched out his hand and said that they should not let go of the one who possessed sinister magic, offered to take care of it properly. Looking at Leon, the hero thought that this brat looked strangely excited, didn't he? The hero stretched out his hand and added that okay, it doesn't matter, this should be enough to buy time. Cracks appeared on the walls. Looking at this, the hero thought in surprise that. The students exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the floor suddenly collapsed. The floor under the girl's feet began to break. Falling down, she screamed loudly. The students turned to her in fear. Someone was jumping on the rebel. Alina closed her eyes. Suddenly, she looked forward in surprise. The guy asked her if she was okay. She opened her eyes wide, looking at him. The guy held her in his arms, and she asked why he was doing this for her. Standing in front of the girl, Michael asked that she was not injured. Holding his hand, Alina froze. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was crazy. Passing by them, Kevin thought that it meant that the one who saved Alina was Michael before the obsession. Even if it was part of his consciousness, it really does all sorts of strange things. A hole in the floor appeared, and he added that, but more importantly, looking at the corridor, the hero thought that something was wrong, this energy for sure. Looking to the side, he added that the archdemon Payman. Suddenly the hero rushed forward. The students looked at him. Lena shouted in surprise that where is he going? Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist thought that the hell. Kevin gritted his teeth and thought that where the problems began, if Payman is not stopped, this monster. The hero ran through the dungeon and thought that he would bring the end of the game. Ruins appeared. The girl leaned against the rock. She looked around angrily. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. Running up to the man, she shouted his name. Lying under the rock, Daft said that he was fine, let him take care of the Duke first. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. Turning to Kate, she said that she would hear the explanation later. Putting her hand out to the side, the dean said, "What carefree words," asked that now was not the time to be distracted, right? Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of them. Blue rays flew around the girl. Pansy looked at Kate and thought that she was saying this, but she had little magic left. Standing in front of the demon, she added that it seemed that the same spell as before could be used a maximum of 2 times. Holding the sword tightly in her hand, the girl thought that she had also just used the moon sword twice, so she was not sure if she could hold out much longer. The demon smiled widely. The girl looked at him in surprise when she heard that they were weak. Red particles covered the ruins and he said that it was fun to play with them. Standing in front of the girls, the demon said that but he had a more fun idea. Stretching his hand out to the side, Payman said that there were many people there and asked that they were her students. The girls looked at him in confusion. Smiling, Kate said that he had become quite rude until she looked at how dirty he was. Flames appeared around the demon and he said that he should look closely. Stretching his hand forward, Payman said that he saw how weak creatures ordinary people were. Flames rushed forward and he added that and why they could not resist them. Pansy's eyes widened and she screamed that she did not. The girl suddenly jumped up. She turned around to look at the demon in surprise. The demon stretched his hand out forward. The girl deftly parried his blow. Payman turned his attention to Kate in amazement. Gritting her teeth, the girl flew forward. Kate built a barrier around the fire. Rushing forward, the demon said that it was useless. The demon approached Kate. The girl spat out blood. A thought appeared that even then, people stood in the middle of the flames, and the girl added that she could not protect them. The girl screamed in fear, holding the child in her arms. Sitting on the ground, the girl turned to her mom and dad. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes. Rain poured from the sky. The girl sobbed. Stretching her hand down, Kate thought that she did not want to lose anything anymore. Gritting her teeth in pain, she thought that even the power she was so eager for. The girl closed her eyes. Gritting her teeth tightly, she thought that she could not reach the demon. The girl rushed forward. Gritting her teeth, Kate thought that it was too late. A purple beam appeared. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. The flame collided with the blue beam. A huge explosion was formed from the flame. The girl covered her face with her hand. Looking back, she wondered what this attack was. Sitting on the ground, Kate asked what the hell was going on. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked her that she would give up again. Looking to the side, the dean heard that if she, who had lost her family, lost her students this time. Walking straight, the protagonist added that she would have nothing left. Looking at him in surprise, Kate asked how he knew. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist said that he was Kevin, swearing by the ancient tradition of the black sword. Grasping the sword with both hands, he added that here, he swears. Purple lightning emitted from the sword, and he said that he would kill Payman. The protagonist rushed forward. Kevin held the mask in his hand. Looking at it, he wondered that he had returned the mask. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist added that wasn't that a problem. Looking straight ahead, he said what the hell and thought that he couldn't believe that Payman had actually awakened. Turning her head, the girl wondered what she should do. Looking down, the girl thought that Payman was on par with Commander Pensy. Realistically, they had no chance. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that in that case, what could he do? Lowering her head, Marin turned to the protagonist and said that as his mentor, she would do everything to save him. That's what she, to which the protagonist replied that he should stop thinking about nonsense. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he would not run away. A member of the Rhinafer family would never shirk responsibility. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and she said that but that's not something they can decide on their own. Turning around, the protagonist asked what he would be fine with if Commander Pensy died. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at her, the main character thought that Marin's features were admiration and unshakable faith. The girl looked at Marin, and Kevin added that it must be the feelings she had developed for Pansy, who had saved her and risen to her position on her own. The hero looked down and thought that meant he was using every trait of her to the fullest. With his back to the girl, Kevin said that he had heard that Pansy was the one who had saved her from suffering in the lab. Turning around, the hero thought that he was the villain and the scoundrel from the prophetic dream, and then asked that she was going to let such a person die. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that, and yet, standing in front of the hero, she asked what he was proposing. Looking at the hero, the girl said that Payman was the one that even 3 sword masters and a sage could not handle. The hero told her that he should shoot his bow. Suddenly, a red glow appeared behind them. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that it was. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that it seemed like Payman had appeared. If they didn't work together, it would be impossible to stop him. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what the bow was, and Pansy told him about it. Turning around, the protagonist replied that there were more important things to focus on now, and then thought that she was hesitating. Stretching her hand out to the side, Marin said that he knew the power of her water shot. He had seen how destructive it was. The girl gritted her teeth and said that he could die. Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought that Marin, who had inherited the abilities of the Hain race. The protagonist turned his head and said that she was overestimating herself. He would not die from someone like her. Turning around, the protagonist told her to get ready and thought that even he couldn't block Marin's bow. Holding the sword tightly in his hands, Kevin added that but it was necessary. The palace appeared, and the protagonist thought about what to do to stop the end of this damned game. The girl looked down in fear. The hero frowned and looked forward. Smiling, Kevin asked what was wrong with her. The hero looked at the girl and asked that she had already become attached to him. Marin's eyes widened. Pulling the bowstring, the girl said that he should not regret it. Turning around, the hero asked what she thought. He would regret something like that. Blue particles appeared around the girl and she said that he did not give up until the very end. Now she understood why Commander Pensy called him an impudent rookie. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that although he personally did not like it very much. Flames rushed forward. Purple particles emitted from the hero's sword. Storm Petrol sucks the user's mana to the limit. The user's mana is temporarily significantly reduced, and the mana resonance is weakened. Pulling the bowstring, Marin shouted that one. The hero looked straight ahead carefully and heard that too. 2 beams were released, and the girl shouted that 3. The flame and the purple beam collided. The blue beam interrupted the flame. The flame created a devastating explosion. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero was breathing heavily. A bright glow emitted from the girl's bow. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. The arrowhead emitted lightning. The hero deftly dodged the arrow. Smiling, Kevin said that she was disqualified as a shooter. Looking at the girl, he said that shooting such deadly arrows at his junior. Looking at the shot, the hero said in surprise that the hell. The protagonist looked to the side. He drew attention to the path in the forest. Looking to the side, the hero turned to the girl and asked that he would continue to hide or come out. The protagonist clenched his teeth and added that either the respected daughter of one of the 3 great dark clans is a voyeur. Taking a step forward, the girl said that this is not so. Lowering her hand, the girl said that he noticed that she was watching him. Dodging the shot, the hero said that he had a favor to ask. Looking at the arrow, the hero thought that if he remembered correctly, the girl was on the same level as Charlie and Leon, which meant the girl pulled the arrow, and the hero said that he should use his charm magic to stop this woman and thought that this meant that she would be able to control the current Marin. Closing her fingers, the girl said that she understood this. She did not want to die either. Opening her eyes wide, the girl said that but, putting her hand on her chest, she added that then later he should help her restore her dark magic. Angrily looking to the side, the hero thought that the way they restored magic, frankly, did not delight him. The hero took the sword and said that he agreed. Let him start, he would go stop her. Looking at the shot, the girl exclaimed. Stretching her hand forward, she said that good. The protagonist stood in the ruins. An object appeared in the distance. Kate lowered her head, and the hero thought of her name. Walking forward, Kevin thought that the death of her family and friends mentioned in the character's lore. With his legs wide apart, the protagonist thought that she may seem insane, but she is the character with the deepest pain. Holding the sword in his hands, the hero asked that she would give up again, and then thought that at least now let them support her. The girl turned around to look at the hero. hearing that if she, who lost her family, this time loses her students. Turning around, the hero thought that before breaking down and giving up everything, and then said that here, he swears to kill Payman. Kate's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that so that he should make every effort. The hero was surprised to hear that it was him. The demon smiled, and then said that the one who changed the trajectory of his attack. The hero's sword emitted light, and Payman added that he felt a familiar smell from it, magic soaked in deep darkness, and this sword. Smiling widely, the demon said that it meant that's how it was. Red rays flew from the sky. It was written that the enemy was using the negative trait fear on the player. The girl looked away in amazement. Pansy clenched her teeth tightly. The monster's eyes glowed and he said that he was Theo's son. The protagonist frowned and looked at him. Kevin pulled out his sword forward. The trait Strong Mind neutralizes the negative trait fear. Suddenly, the hero made a sharp swing of the sword. The monster parried the hero's blow. Smiling widely, Payman heard that, so what will he do? The hero grinned and turned to him. Standing in front of the monster, he said that he heard that he was one of the weakest demons sealed by his father. The demon lowered his head when he heard the head of the family say that even the title of Duke was too big for him. Smiling, the demon said that he was saying interesting things for a simple newbie. Looking at the demon, the hero thought that he was exactly as described in the game, overly emotional. The hero's eyes sparkled and he added that he would use this to his advantage then. The basic information about the demon was written. The name Payman, gender male, age unknown, race demon, main element fire, achievements 72 demon, characteristics positive is genius manosensitivity, determination, strong weak alternating, neutral is pure evil, negative is cruelty, madness, killer instinct, superiority complex, statistics, health 26, mana 29, luck 6, will 27, charisma 16, and the demon gritted his teeth. It was written about the passive skill fire art, active skills are hellfire, fire of calamity, judgment. The hero smirked and thought that this guy was superior to anyone he had ever met. The demon extended his hand upwards and the hero thought that the hellfire he had just blocked was a straight attack that took away life force using fire. The boy was covered in fire and the hero added that the fire of calamity was a kind of damage over time skill, plausible but extremely dangerous. The sword emitted flames and the hero thought that judgment was a skill where he attacked enemies with a sword made of fire. Sighing, the protagonist thought that every skill he had was simply monstrous. The hero was surprised to hear what he was doing. The girl behind him asked him what he knew where he was. Kevin turned to her and thought that in fact, if Pansy and the girl were here, defeating Payman would not be difficult. Images of girls appeared and the hero added that but only with the right items. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had to defeat him with what he had now, and then said that there was a way to defeat Payman, asking them to help. The hero was surprised to hear Marin's name. Frowning, the girl asked that she was alive. Looking at her, the hero replied that of course, he had promised, hadn't he, besides. Grabbing his weapon, the demon said that how dare he. Swinging his sword, Payman asked why he was distracted in his presence. The hero looked at the flying flames in surprise. Reflecting the attack, the hero wheezed. A message appeared that a powerful blow was shaking the master of acting. The hero fell to the ground and thought that this was his skill sentence. The hero began to get up from the ground and said that his plan requires Marin. Looking forward, he added that he was sure that she would be able to overcome her injury and control her power. The girl suddenly rushed forward. The demon looked at her in surprise. The girl swung her sword at him. Payman parried the girl's blow. Gritting her teeth, Pansy said that she hoped he had not forgotten about her. A bright glow appeared. Someone said that it was good, she would trust him, it was better than all of them dying here. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked the dean that she could use the large-scale spell 2 more times, right? Lowering his head, Kevin said that if so, then let him create a large-scale barrier around Sector 1. Kate looked at the hero and heard that no one could enter inside. Grinning, the girl said that it was good, asked that he was asking her to protect the students, right? Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he could think as he wanted. Stretching his hands forward, the girl said that he was still not frank. The hero rushed forward, and she added that it was even cute. Suddenly, a huge blue sphere appeared. Blue beams rushed upward. Throwing the girl aside, the demon said that he was using pathetic tricks. The demon suddenly jumped up. Swinging his sword, he asked what he thought he could stall for time against him. The hero abruptly blocked the monster's blow. The protagonist held back the attack with all his might. Kevin grinned and asked that this was all the great demon could do, said that he was not impressive. Gritting his teeth, the demon asked that he blocked a couple of attacks and compared himself to his father. It was written that the enemy uses the negative trait fear on the player. Purple and red beams collided, and the demon said that nonsense, his father was tens of times stronger. Payman smiled widely and said that even he could not kill him, only seal him. Purple waves flew around the hero, and he added that he would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. The protagonist leaned towards the ground. It was written that the trait Strong Mind neutralizes the negative trait fear. Kevin smiled widely and said that they will only know by trying. The protagonist raised his head. The artifact Storm Petrel absorbed the player's mana to the limit. The protagonist abruptly threw away the demon's sword. Kevin spat out blood. Kate flew high into the sky. Suddenly, a blue barrier appeared. Looking at it, the hero thought that Kate's barrier was complete. An ice cube appeared, and the hero added that they were almost there. The girl fought with the demon, and the protagonist thought about the only plan to destroy Payman. Looking away, the hero added that damn it, so let him get up already, he is also at the limit. Marin pulled the bowstring, and the hero thought about her. The girl rushed forward, and the hero thought about the fact that even if she is just a secondary character in the game. The girl stretched out her hand forward, and he added that a creature that must die and disappear. Marin clenched her teeth tightly, and the hero thought that he did not want her to die. The hero looked down and thought that no, saying that he wanted this was even funny. A message appeared that attention, mana in the body was exhausted, replacement of consumed energy, lifespan was sharply reduced. Purple rays flew around the hero, and he thought that she had the right to survive. The hero swung his sword and thought that the right to fight for her life. The hero's eyes sparkled, and he added that so what? Kevin abruptly rushed towards the demon. He struck the monster, gritting his teeth angrily. The protagonist thought that please, let him just get up. The girl with the bow flew up. The girl's eyes were covered with blue light, and the hero thought about her. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.